Hi everyone.
Hello and welcome to the Mission Motorsports Race of Remembrance. Now, much like everything in 2020, we're doing things slightly different. Unfortunately, COVID has meant that we've had to cancel the Anglesey traditional endurance event, but however, you joined us from the virtual Silverstone. This first half hour is going to be a bit of a build-up with your host, me, Jack Oliphant, before we hand over to the proper commentators for the actual 6-hour event filled with much laughter, enjoyment, I'm sure, and hopefully some brilliant racing to go along with it. And obviously, the main mission is to raise as much money as we can for Mission Motorsport. Now, today, Mission Motorsport is needed a lot more than ever before. And with this sort of half-hour build-up, we're going to be seeing a few little clips, a few videos from previous years of the Race of Remembrance to make sure you guys can get a proper flavour for what we're doing here tonight. Obviously, normally we have ex-servicemen and motorsport enthusiasts as well, and racing drivers all involved in the race. But this year we've also got sim racers involved, thanks to the fact that we are on iRacing, of course. Now, 2020 has been a difficult year for many, and now more than ever, charities like Mission Motorsport are working overtime to provide opportunities for some kind of rehabilitation to all servicemen and women. But don't listen to me prattle on about it. So have a look at the video of the highlights of the 2015 endurance events and hear from the guys that actually matter.
A desire to help some of my guys. I was commanding the armoured group in Afghanistan in 2011 and had a large population of guys who were affected by that tour, from the obvious amputees and the victims of trauma through to those whose injuries were less obvious but equally were suffering. The critical way in which we help is by helping to inspire them to use sport for all the reasons that we know that sport can be restorative and healing. It's a very effective way to get somebody who is withdrawn off the sofa and engaged in something. Added to that now, we have a training function that's delivering level 3 diplomas and full apprenticeships to help guys retrain into the automotive industry.
Mission Motorsport has been around for only about 3.5 years now, but it's a pretty incredible charity. I was serving in Afghanistan in 2011 when I got severely injured by an improvised explosive device. I spent nearly 3 weeks in a coma, 2 months in hospital and over 2 years in rehabilitation. You know you're going to be medically discharged from the military at some point. And it's charities like Mission Motorsport that really kind of lead you on that recovery path.
Driving for Mission Motorsport for me began last year. What I found was a family. The military is quite a close group of people, and I was kind of missing that. To have somebody looking from the outside in that you trust and say, look, you're maybe needing to get some help. Chances are they've been in the exact same position, they've needed help at some point as well. You take it on board.
I saw a leaflet saying Mission Motorsport. It looked amazing, and then here I am a year later, actually part of the crew.
I joined the army in 1991 and I was medically discharged in 2013. At the time I was suffering from PTSD. I couldn't go places, meet new people or anything like that. I had an invite to go to Mission Motorsport's launch day. My wife, she basically forced me to go. Showed my wife the pictures on my phone, and she recognised Jim Cameron. 30 seconds later, he's on the phone to me saying, right, you're coming to Silverstone. And it all sort of started from there.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's fantastic to be able to welcome you to this Remembrance Day parade as part of the Race of Remembrance weekend, to pay our respects and to remember those who've died in 2 world wars and in other conflicts.
The The racing side of life is the sexy bit that everyone sees, but there's so much more that goes on behind the scenes.
It's helped me massively with the transition period. It's just great being around guys that know your situation and they get it, and you have Mission Motorsport to fall back on.
With me racing, I have to speak to people, meet new people. I did that, and then gradually I found it easier and easier and easier.
When I find myself slipping away, going into a dark place, get the laptop out, look at my lines and use it to just distract myself from what's going on in my head.
I knew I wanted to do something with my life that I was passionate about. So I set up my own business building custom carbon bicycles. Charity enabled me to go on some courses, to get some qualifications, and they helped me with networking.
It's presenting wonderful opportunities that I would never have got before.
The dream would be to be a professional racing driver. Realistically, will that happen? Maybe not. I'll go as far as I can and just keep enjoying it.
When I talk about Mission Motorsport, it makes me smile. They're very inspirational. It's like a new family. You know, everyone knows each other. Everyone is a big, happy family.
I'll still have bad days. Yeah, don't get me wrong, when I feel a bit sad or I just want to be by myself and things like that. But it's nowhere near as bad as it used to be.
I can't stress enough how important and how much of a family Mission Motorsport is.
I consider myself to be one of the luckiest people around because I get to work with soldiers.
If you're in the same position that I was 3 years ago, just take a brave pill. All it takes is an email. Everybody that's involved with it knows what you're going through. They've probably been through stuff like that themselves, and just get in touch and they'll get back in touch with you.
Now you've seen the important work that Mission Motorsport get up to, and the reason why we're doing the Race of Remembrance today, even if it is virtual, I want to bring your attention very quickly to the fact that obviously we're trying to raise as much money as we can for the charity. Now, our aim is to raise £50,000 over this weekend, and it's an aim that it seems to be very realistic because at the moment we've currently earned £22,009, which is absolutely massive. And I want to give a big thank you to anyone who's donated so far, because it means an awful lot to everybody who you've been watching in that video and everybody you've been watching for the rest of this day as well, to be honest. Now you can donate, and the ways you can do various donations. If you text 5ROR to 70085, you can donate £5. If you do 10 ROR to 7005, it'll be £10. 20 ROR to 70085 will be £20. And that's just a very quick way you guys can just get involved. Quick donation. Obviously, always ask your bill payers permissions, all those usual terms and conditions that you normally hear. If you want to do a proper donation online and stuff like that, obviously all the money from the text will go to the right place as well. Then you can do, you can see probably the link down below in your stream at the moment, and you can click on that and it'll take you to the donation page. So that'll be really brilliant if you could. Obviously, no pressure, but we are trying to raise a lot of money tonight. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the content, and we can do a lot with it. So as you can see, we're sort of doing today, this quick half hour, a little bit of a highlights reel of previous Race of Remembrances that we've done so far. Now, we've done 2015 already, so I want to bring your attention to the 2017 highlights, which obviously is sort of very similar, but sort of hopefully puts you in the mood for what is to come before we pass over to John Hindau, and he'd be able to bring you the full 6 hours of the Race of Remembrance. So, as I was saying before, here's the 2017 highlights. Thank you very much for watching.
Conventional wisdom tells us that by November the British race season has come to an end, but at Anglesey, perched on the cliffs above the Irish Sea, there is an event that runs into the darkness of the winter months.
The event was amazing. I knew a little bit about it beforehand. I'd seen videos from previous years and spoken to people, but I think you have to really be here to just to understand what the spirit of the event is, and you get caught up in it all. It's amazing. Incredible people. It does such an amazing job of helping these injured servicemen and women, not just those that are getting involved in the racing, but those who are helping at the teams and just getting them out and interacting with people. It's incredible, and to have the service halfway through the race as well was a really emotional and sort of special moment too.
The mantra of race, retrain, recover is epitomised here in the race aspect, but everything we do has a secondary purpose, and in some ways it's the more important purpose, which is the retrain and recover. And the recover is looking at longer term vocational goals, vocational opportunities, employment, new careers after military service, and particularly after medical discharge.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Heroes Trophy winners of 2016.
I met Jim Cameron, the CEO of Mission Motorsport, at the first race of Remembrance in Anglesey. It was a brief meeting, but I met him. He said, "This is Mission Motorsport, this is what we do. We race, we retrain, we recover veterans who were going through a bad time. I now get up in the mornings. I've got some focus, which is the mechanic course, and I mean, it's taken me 2 years, but I actually passed my exams last week. So I've just got a little bit to do before I get my diploma in mechanics, and it's fun."
I got injured in Afghanistan, and as a result of the injury, I couldn't carry on with my service. I was unfit for service. With Mission Motorsport, I've been able to do anything you could possibly imagine. It's just been amazing. I've gone from sitting on my sofa at home doing absolutely nothing, wallowing in my own self-pity, to recently driving 24 hours of Spa. So to go from there to there, the journey itself has just been really, I just can't describe it. It's just been amazing.
Winning Class C, the Caterham class, at the 2016 Race of Remembrance, SBP Racing. Congratulations, guys.
Having competed at Le Mans earlier in the year, Sir Chris Hoy's visit to Anglesey has caused a certain amount of excitement in the paddock. The reason why he's come is to support fellow cyclist, Paralympian John Allen Butterworth.
What's the difference for you between riding a bike and racing?
Well, I was actually fairly okay at riding a bike. I'm not really good at driving a car. That's a big difference.
The car which they're sharing, supported by Miltech, has an unprecedented 8 gold medals down the side.
James Medley, I'm a beneficiary of Mission Motorsport. Spent 12 years in the Royal Electromechanical Engineers before being medically discharged. Since then, I've worked for Mission Motorsport, volunteered for Mission Motorsport, and just generally stayed involved. And the fact that I still get to come and do things like this, still get to come and race every year, still get to come interact with the guys, help out with all the events, other teams, it's really, really good.
Time.
A friend recommended Mission Motorsport. I rang them up. They kind of got me to a track day. They said, come down. I couldn't drive, so I had to get my girlfriend to drive. And I went out on, with Lionel in an MX-5 stunt car. And when I got back in, the girlfriend said it's the first time I'd seen you smile in such a long time. And from then it was kind of became, this is what I need to do. It kind of clicked. It just kept me ticking over really. It was really good.
Race of Remembrance is unique in a number of ways. 1,000 kilometre. It runs through the daytime and also into the darkness. For the 12 Mission Motorsport racers, racing in 8 different teams, they face unique challenges, but also the wider team who are participating in the pit lane and in the organisation of the event are facing their own battles too. The joy of Race of Remembrance is about that community of people coming together in order to celebrate something over that Remembrance weekend. For the participants, it's a great opportunity. And for those who perceive military veterans as being mad, bad or sad, it actually demonstrates just what they can achieve and what they can do. It is an event that's full of joy in amongst the sadness, and it's a real celebration of the end of a military charity and its sporting year.
So I hope those videos gave you a bit of a taste of what is to come in the Mission Motorsport sort of mission statement, I should say, really. But we're now going to try and bring your attention to today's race. Obviously, we've got a 6-hour event. We've got a bit of a break in the middle. But one of the biggest drivers that have entered this year's event and helping support this amazing service is Lando Norris. So we've got a little bit of a clip from Lando here to see how you guys can get involved a little bit more.
Hi everyone, it's Lando here. This Remembrance Sunday, McLaren and myself are supporting Mission Motorsport's Race of Remembrance. To find out more about this amazing charity and how you can donate and how you can win a pair of my Race 1 overalls, just head over to missionmotorsports.org.
So that's Lando Norris for you, and I hope that you guys can get involved in trying to bid on maybe 1 or 2 of his race overalls and stuff like that. Now, I'm very privileged to say that we've got Radio Le Mans John here to help us out with this today. He's going to be obviously the main commentator for the race, and we're going to have a little chat about the individual sort of teams that we've got coming over, John. And, well, the first one that jumps out to me is Mission Motorsport's 103 car in the Radicals with Tom Ingram and Rob Austin at the wheel. It's going to be a very exciting one to see.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome along to Silverstone. The irony of 2020, Jack, is that if we had been at Silverstone today, we probably wouldn't be racing right now because it's very foggy. It's been very wet overnight. But, of course, in our Mission Motorsport virtual Race of Remembrance world, it's a beautiful cloudless sky with cars out on the track, actually, at the moment, doing a bit of final practice. Look, you could pick any of the teams actually and say have something to say about them, whether they are people coming in with very little iRacing experience or people like the team that you mentioned, the 101 car, that have real world and iRacing experience. It's a smashing event. Everybody has dived into it to I think Jim Cameron of Mission Motorsport would say that people have leaned into it, and they certainly have, to get involved in this. There's been a great camaraderie so far. What our viewers can't see is what's going on behind the scenes, and there's people sharing tips and hints even with competitors. And of course, we're all here for the very important point of raising a bit of cash and a lot of visibility for Mission Motorsport.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's an important distinction really to make, John, isn't it? Because, as you say, we're diving into the virtual world today, and one of the biggest advantages, as you said, is the fact that you can race at any weather, at any time during the day, on any track, basically. But also, it brings a whole different kind of skill set, doesn't it? So a lot of these drivers, they went and got their race licenses and everything like that in preparation to go real-life racing. Well, unfortunately, we can't do that. But the sim racing world, it provides a different opportunity, doesn't it? It's a different kind of visibility and a different kind of skill set. It's very close to being able to drive a real-life car, but there are slight nuances that make it slightly different, isn't there? But it gives everybody else a bit more of an opportunity to get involved.
That's a fair point. And of all of the sporting franchises, that is available on console game, simulation, or whatever. Surely it is motorsport that has the most transferable skills involved, because at that point, uh, if you play FIFA as good as you are, and trust me, you can spend a lot of time on FIFA. I'll put my hand up. Managed to take the actual Sunderland team into the top 6 in the world, playing against real people. But
I'm surprised they didn't hire you on the spot, John, to be honest.
yeah, I think I'd need more than a gamepad to enlighten some of our players about what they should be doing on the field. But as I say, the transferable skills in motor racing are undoubtedly there. And what we've got to make the point, particularly with people tuning in today who may not be completely au fait with the iRacing simulation world, is this isn't a game. If you look at it as a game, you won't get very far. It takes time, it takes effort, and it takes talent for you to be any good at it. This has been going for a very long time. Online racing's been going for a very long time. I can trace my involvement back to a game called Sports Car GT, when you did online racing, and ironically, given what happened years later to me, that was a game that was based on the circuits of what became the American Le Mans series and subsequently IMSA. When you did an online race, you did the race with a certain amount of AI on the track, and then at the end of it, you submitted your game file, and about 5 or 6 days later, you got the results through. And you weren't actually racing in real time. It's come a massive long way since then. Nick Damon, who'll be commentating with us today, was part of the team that did World's Fastest Gamer. We've done, I suppose, what you would say is the ultimate online race series was the Nissan GT Academy, which found people like Jan Marborough, who's also been involved in World's Fastest Gamer, but as a mentor, and has stood on a podium at Le Mans. Forza World Championship. I did a couple of seasons of that as part of the commentary team. So it's been out there for a long time, and there are people in this race today, Jack, for whom online racing is partially, at least, their job. We've got the Ford esports team here. Williams have got an esports team, although not here this weekend. BMW have got a full esports team. So have Porsche. And when we, as IMSA Radio and Radio Show Limited, put together the iRacing IMSA Pro Series earlier on this year, where we had 55 GTE cars, all with a pro driver who'd been involved in IMSA or was involved in IMSA. Bruno Spengler won that, and he worked with the BMW esports team to actually get good at it. And if you take this seriously, there's an awful lot of work that goes into it. Some of the skills, as I say, are transferable, but even the real world guys have got to work really hard. We've said all through this crazy season, where in some ways online has taken over from real world racing for whatever, then the online world has always been there, and we've covered it. And in fact, we've just finished the digital online Nürburgring series, the DNLS. In fact, Series 2 is about to start on the 28th of this month. We've done the digital Le Mans series, the biggest iRacing event in the world, where there was over 40,000 drivers in various splits this year. Just an extraordinary amount of people getting involved. We've said the tracks and the circuits may be virtual, but the racing and the talent is real. And I think that's what people forget. And you've got to give all of these guys, whether they're real world and have jumped in to help out, or whether they are full-time iRacers and simulation racers, you've got to give them proper respect, as you would with any other sport. It is a sport.
Yeah, and it's fascinating to hear you talk about it as well, isn't it, really? Because I know that the sim racing world sort of thing, they get a bit of a stick, don't they, sometimes from pure racing enthusiasts who, maybe, it's not real racing, everything. But it's brilliant to hear you, John, say that, because it is real racing, it is real talent. And, it's the fact that anyone can get involved as well. You don't even need a wheel per se to really get involved with a race. You can use a gamepad. It's ill-advised, I'll give you that. But you could pick up a wheel from a really cheap price and get involved. And if you've got the talent, you'll be mixing it with the guys who spend thousands of pounds on their kit, really. So it's awesome to hear you say that and getting people involved, especially. So, I'm going to have to leave you sooner rather than later, but I'm guessing you're looking forward to the rest of this day. What do you anticipate? Is there any kind of insight you can give us after having a watch of the qualifying yesterday?
It's very close. It's as simple as that. Nick Damon will be joining me. He is also driving this weekend. We've got another one of our commentators, Ben Constanduris. Joe Bradley is in Nick's team. Ben's got his own team. We've got a couple of listener teams as well from RSL. Thanks for everybody who's jumped in. I mean, qualifying last night, the MX-5s, exactly as you would expect, fractions of seconds between them. GT4, nice balance of performance between the Porsches and the relatively new to iRacing M4 GT4. The Radicals, very, very fast. Very, very fast indeed. 20 seconds and more, a lap quicker than the MX-5s. But Nick Damon tells me that because he's tested them, they're in a GT4 car. He says the Radicals are very fast, but you cannot afford any contact because they are quite fragile and that could slow you down. This is a 6-hour race, not a 6-lap race. And that's what we're going to have to keep reminding people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, having been on plenty of track days before, and with Radicals involved, they just appear out of nowhere. They are so fast. It is ridiculous. Faster bit of kit than I can manage to get around a circuit, virtual or real life, I'm sure. So, brilliant, John. I'm going to say thank you very much for having me along and letting me do the intro to all of this. Good luck for the rest of the evening. Rest of the day, shall I say. And I'll be watching, as I'm sure everybody else will. I hope everybody's looking forward to a good race. And there's plenty of other opportunities to donate and get involved as well. There's auctions going on. There's the service that you can watch later on. There's obviously donating via the text that we mentioned before. So, if anybody's wondering, head over to missionmotorsport.org to see how you can get involved. But obviously, keep your eyes pinned to the race. John, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack, for getting us through the early part of the day. Nick Damon joins me now live. A quick word, Nick, about conditions. The boys have been out on track this morning. You're in the 24 RSL car. How's things looking at Silverstone?
It's looking lovely. The virtual Silverstone is a much brighter and happier place than the real Silverstone, weather-wise at least today. Yeah. The early nerves. There's an interesting revision to the starting procedure that people have to go through. So, I mean, the track's still a little bit odd in that that amount of time for warm on the tyres, and the tyres, of course, are always key in any particular sport. And we obviously, all the teams with the change of regulation we'll talk about later are going to keep a close eye on tyre wear. But realistically, and the thing that we saw from qualifying is, whilst people will rein it in a bit, it's going to be a race where not being hit, rather than not hitting someone, not being hit is going to be the key.
Qualifying last night, Nick, I admitted this with Jack, that everything was very, very tight. You had Darren in your car. You watched most of it with me as well. What's your takeaway from that? You've done quite a lot of iRacing now in a variety of series around the world, and spoken about a lot more of it with me and with Ben and the rest of the RSL crew in various events that we've been involved in. What's your takeaway?
I think the key thing I think about this race is, of all the races I've covered or raced in, it has the broadest spread of talent, but also the broadest spread of ultimate pace of the cars. So the closing speed between a Radical and a MX-5 is bigger than any other race. It's much bigger than a P1 and a GTE. It's bigger than a P2 and a GT3, which the other combinations we get. So that's where it's going to be really, really, really interesting, because it's going to be about managing the traffic. There's 3 races going on here. There's some very talented people in all of the races. But at the same time, there's rookies, and I'll tell you right now, it's the talented people that cause the problem, not the rookies, because they have to take into account how to overtake people. Now, I'm hoping that everyone's taken a chill pill this morning and eases themselves into it, and more importantly, eases themselves into their stints, because it's quite short stints, hour and 5 minutes. So plenty of driver changes, and people need to get their eye in and take a couple of slow laps, get your eye in, move in, and just work out where everyone is in relate and where you're quicker. There's a number of places with these huge amounts of speed difference. It does mean that there's a number of places where it's easy to overtake and easy to be overtaken. You haven't got to push it every corner.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And we've said this before in Full Metal Racing, it applies equally here, although perhaps without the consequential potential issues to one's health or indeed checkbook. There is an art to being overtaken, as there is an art to overtaking, to doing the overtaking. Just got a quick look at Rob Oxton doing a bit of practice this morning. Rob, huge amount of experience in motor racing in the UK and further afield. Gareth Patterson out on the track this morning. You'll notice as well, those of you watching on the Radio Show Limited Facebook page or any of our syndications today, including WTF1, that there are a number of very, very impressive liveries. There is a bit of a livery competition going on as well, and we'll get you some details of the voting on that as we go through today. I think what we need to talk about, Nick, with time ticking on, we've got just under half an hour till the green flag. Grid set yesterday evening. Safety car will be a safety car start, and then as in all Mission Motorsport Race of Remembrance, this is a pit lane service of remembrance with a race wrapped around it, not the other way around. You've been to Anglesey, you know. So the important bit is actually a little bit later on, and it's actually not going to happen on the track, real or virtual. But that means we've got to put some protocols and some race sporting regulations in place that perhaps you wouldn't normally see. And that throws up a bit of tactical nous into this as well through the 6 hour race, because the race will be timed at 6 hours flag to flag, but clearly there's going to be some time where effectively you're sitting in the pit lane without able to touch the car, and that's exactly what will happen here. And that brings your fuel strategy into all kinds of bas relief. What's the situation on fuel for the different classes?
Just first of all, just so everyone's aware, there is an intervention. The race is timed at 6.5 hours, so there should be near enough 6 hours of running. I think it'd be about 5:50 in the end. With the fuel, everyone's been limited to about 3/4 of a tank, or around an hour for a stint. Some of the stints in these cars you can do about up to an hour and 40, especially the GT4s. And they decided with some of the less experienced drivers, they didn't want them running that long a stint anyway, because obviously running to the fuel tank is the most effective way of running. They also wanted to add some tyre jeopardy in there. So do you double stint your tyres and effectively run them for 2 hours and 10 minutes? Do you change every time? And there is a drop-off in tyres, but that is different per class. So, for example, the drop-off on the Radicals is significantly greater than the drop-off on the Mazdas. So just because the standard tyres they are modelled with are much like real life. You don't have ultra sticky tyres on a Mazda, but you do have them on a Radical. So the idea is to open up, to make it, I think also to get more stints in, because otherwise you'd be effectively having a 3-stop strategy over a 6 hour race. So reducing by an hour, I mean you stop 4 or 5 times. So it just, I think it's quite a clever idea, just to make it a bit more interesting. Same for everybody, so no one can moan. And really, really working well, I think.
And the other thing is that it's a fixed setup, because as I was talking to Jack there in the pre-show, we were talking a lot about how much time you can put in. Well, a lot of that time that people put in for the big races, we did Le Mans, we did the iRacing Le Mans, the biggest online event in the world, with how many? I may have slightly over-egged the pudding when I was talking to him.
I think it was 28,000, I think it was.
28,000 individual people. Yeah, okay. A lot of that is A, picking the right car, and B, getting that car to a point where it will work with your strategy and it will work with your driver style. And that is hours and hours and more hours and more hours again. Because, of course, you're not burning fuel, you're not buying tyres, you're not renting a track. So why wouldn't you test every
Not repairing cars.
Well, exactly. So why wouldn't you test every car in the class before you decide, in this case, between the BMW in GT4 and the Porsche Cayman in GT4? As a Porsche fan, obviously, I would be taking the Cayman every day of the week. But you know, that's to a certain extent, some of that's been taken away because there's what's called a fixed setup here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point, John, because effectively, the last three-quarters of a second in the lap, it's not, you don't get that much more out of a good setup. An average setup of a good setup is only about three-quarters of a second a lap round Silverstone, but it's better tyre wear, it's more comfortable, it's more forgiving, it'll sort out particular issues. You know, we sadly, for once, we actually have a really good setup for this car because we've been using it so much in the Creventic series that we've actually got a setup now which works brilliantly just about anywhere. And then you just tweak it. So, for example, even at Sebring, all we did to tweak the Sebring, you know, respect the bumps, was just change some of the rebound settings, and that sorted it out. But it's a great setup, and I've been out on our setup, and I'm a second and a half lap faster than I am on the fixed setup. That's not because the fixed is second half slower. It's just you get so much extra confidence with your setup because you know how it's going to react. Now, you know, we've got an hour and 10 minutes to find it out. And let's go with it. Also, the more adaptable drivers, the better drivers, the higher rated drivers can obviously have that much bigger envelope. They've got a much larger envelope of what they can accept, work with. And me, you know, 6 months in and not brilliantly talented to begin with, I'm, you know, much more down the line, need it in a certain way. Can you make it do this? And when it doesn't do that, I lose more time because it's outside my envelope. So, but you know, the key thing is, it's the same for everybody. This is a charity race. You don't want people spending 1,100 hours testing. If people can arrive and drive, jump in a car, and it's not, they haven't used the iRacing baseline, so they have developed a setup. So it's not a setup from nothing. It's a developed setup, which is important. So, you know, it'll be okay. There's a couple of things about it I don't like because personally, but it's the same for everybody. So you can't moan, can you?
Well, you can't because you're a racing driver, and it's smart. The other thing I've found, that is common across, you know, any form of competition in motorsport, is whether it's real or virtual. Then there's somebody metaphorically doing a dick tantrum, getting on the radio, and having a bit of a whinge. To be honest, there are, however, some fantastic advantages that we have in terms of getting access to drivers. They can't run away because they're right next to their rig. You can talk to them as soon as they get out the car. Post-race interviews tend to be a lot easier. We're not herding cats as we normally have to do with full metal racing drivers, real world racing drivers. But there's always somebody got something to say about their setup. And you, I mean, you've been with us when we've done the some of the big events. I know you've watched and listened into the DNLS that, for the most part, Bruce and I have done this year as well. You did some of the Nürburgring 24 hours with us. The driver interviews are remarkably similar in iRacing world to real world, aren't they?
Oh, completely, it's 100%. You know, you've either had a great race and it's been fantastic, or something's gone wrong, which normally you think isn't your fault. You know, it's very interesting actually because when you I mean, yeah, you've done virtual racing. When you do iRacing, yeah, you have there's an instant and you're absolutely convinced the other person is is the spawn of Satan, and then you watch it on the replay and you think, yeah, that's a 50-50, which obviously means actually you're at fault. But you know, so yeah, you have the driver's excuses, you have the I was a bit unlucky, you have that sort of thing, you know, but it is the same. It's the same. You know, the point about it is, you when you've had an hour and a half sitting in the rig, you come out sweating. You know, you don't have the same physical demands on you with G-forces and everything else, but it's very real. It's an immersive experience, and you feel it passionately when things go wrong, especially in the team racing. I found that working, doing it on your own, it's like, no, it's fine, you take it or leave it. When working with a team of your friends, it's so important, and your biggest worry is letting them down. It's not doing particularly well. The last thing you want to be is the person who puts it in the wall.
Right, safety car. We have got a safety car here. We'll be getting people sorted out and starting to get them gridded up in a few moments or two. I just want to have a look at some times this morning, Nick, because there is a difference to what we've seen this. Oh, hello! Like the safety car, AMG Mercedes Coupe, very nice. Full race spec, of course, not the standard iRacing Porsche. All right, who wanted the safety? I want to be the safety car driver. I want to be Bert Mylander. I'm having the Mercedes. Fantastic stuff. Not the same, Nick, this morning as we saw qualifying earlier, yesterday evening, should I say, because we're on full race fuel now.
Yeah, I mean, some of the radicals aren't far off what they do. We've got a 52.7 from
Yeah,
Roll
but
Centre.
Roll sent the quickest this morning, ahead of the top two cars that were on the front row are second and fourth. CMC Racing right up there as well. Roll Centre this morning. Alex Fretwell with the two shorts, the two short sons. Had a bit of back and forth in text with both Michelle and Martin Short yesterday evening. Martin said, "I'm definitely not getting in. I'm just as bad here as I used to be in a racing car." Well, from a man that won many races in many classes and led Le Mans, I saw it with my own eyes. Said it last night. I'm going to keep saying it. I remember seeing Shorty ahead at Le Mans as a privateer. Oh, well, some people not respecting the safety car there, which is out. Well, I think Shorty could pretty much turn his hand to anything. But yeah, good atmosphere last night. And we've got Roll Centre on top of the times this morning in what is effectively morning warm-up from HPE Automotive. Alex Fretwell from the 111 car. Then Isaac Bartley, CMC, then Team FUN, Mission Motorsport 103, Guana, Team Fordzilla 98. And we are going to have to be a little bit careful because I think there are two Team Fordzillas, aren't there, that we were talking about last night. So we'll just have to be a little bit careful with that. I'm just going to refresh my timing page.
John.
Thanks, Tess.
Just
talking in my ear.
So just to explain what's going on the screen, because you'll see that the AMG is parked up there with the cars falling behind. Due to a what's the word for it? Quirk of iRacing, you can normally do a completely separate qualifying session to a race, and then just transfer that qualifying session over. Unfortunately, what the organisers found yesterday was that doesn't work for team races. It only works for individual races. So when you start, so they actually have had to have the order of yesterday's qualifying. So they're manually calling each car out in order to line up behind the safety car, and then they will. What will happen after that is they'll then run two gridding laps before a rolling start. So it's just the reason this is happening is just to make up for a slight quirk of iRacing.
A vagary.
Yes, doesn't allow pre-set grids on team races, even though it does on individual races.
Yeah, so everybody was on race fuel this morning. So let me quickly go through some of the other times then. In GT4, Performance Link were quickest, the 85 car, from Asymmetric Orange, Fanatec in second, the 961, 4X Racing in third, Mission Motorsport in fourth, HF Impala. No, I'm talking complete nonsense. No, that's right. Then Miles Cook. Where were you guys this morning? You were down in a bit further back. Did you not do any running this morning?
Darren came out and did 4 corners, and then was told to come back in again.
Right. Okay, getting a bit tight.
This process started a bit earlier, yeah.
Right. Okay. So we have only had part of the field out in morning warm-up. The old adage, I like it. The old adage, if nothing good happens in warm-up, because it takes less time to fix. Anything. As Dan Binks, the veteran crew chief, now enjoying, I hope, his retirement from Covette Racing, used to say, and replace one of these words with replace the word things with something a little more Anglo-Saxon, meaning poo. Right? We don't need any practice fixing things. Is what he used to say, which I hope. Every time he said it, then it always makes me laugh. But he's absolutely right. Shorty will know from his Roll Centre days and running days. Hugh Chamberlain was another one. Nothing good happens in warm up, and this is where the difference is in the virtual world. So what's going to be come on, Nick? It's just me and you chatting now. As far as you have been able to ascertain, from fuel burn, tyre wear, etc. across the classes. We know that MX-5 will just be like a jar of angry wasps for the whole of the first part of the race until the safety car comes back out around just after 10:30 UK time. 10:35 we should see the safety car, so that we're in plenty of time to join live with Thruxton. We do have our Remembrance service of Remembrance in the pit lane. That will be from Thruxton this morning. Gary Champion, Alan Hyde bringing that to us, and that's where the Mission Motorsport team are in real world today. What's going to be the tactics for the first part of the race? Is it just keep out of trouble and effectively the run to home starts the race after we get restarted when Jim says those famous words, let's get racing?
There's a lot of tactics going on. I think it's a case where you don't really know until you've run the first session, and it is really all about keeping out of trouble. And I think the hour and 5 until things get going is interesting. But yeah, I mean, I think every team, if they haven't had a chance to do a complete full run, are going to be interested to know what the tyre wear is, and then from there, what they're going to try and do is work out, can we double stint? Do we want to double stint? The thing to remember is also, of course, there's a period in the second stint where you will be sitting in the pit lane with the engine off for 40 minutes or so. So then all the temperatures are going to go back out the tyres again. So it's just like a real race. It's really about balancing the tyres. I don't think anyone's going to do anything clever with fuel. I think everyone's going to run full stint, and then just see what happens at the end. I think back timing's too difficult with the variables in the event. So they'll just see where they get to after they've run, 4 stints and the service remembrance. Think, right, okay, how long do we have to go? Right, we'll need to do a full session at the end with tyres or splash and dash and just work out what it is. But yeah, I think that the absolute key to the whole thing is survival. That's what you need to do. You need to survive the first session, be it not be hit or not hit anybody, and then just see where you are. Really, how you want to. You always say that the key points is in Le Mans is making it to night time. It's making it to door. Obviously, here the key point really is making it to the service. And if you make it to the service, just see what position you're in. Because at that point, you'll run for an hour and a half.
I like it.
Make it to the service, and then when you come out of it, you'll have so much information. And realistically, there's also about we've got about, I think the teams have got probably 10 minutes or so to chat about stuff before the service begins, because they're putting them in nice and early. At that point, you've got a chance to look at all the data, and there is a lot of data even on the standards. And then you can then assess what you're going to do with the remaining 4.5 hours with a huge amount more knowledge, and more importantly, hopefully a car with all the panels pointing in the right direction.
Right, cars are rolling behind the AMG safety car. The iRacing Mission Motorsport Race of Remembrance virtual at Silverstone. I think we might just be having a little bit of a practice.
Yeah,
they're not forming up at the moment, but they are at least holding station and no overtaking. So I like this. This is very nice indeed. Radicals all together at the front of the field. What we haven't got quite yet is everybody in their grid order.
But what they've done, I think they gridded this one on the order of the cars in the pit lane on the times they've done today.
Right. Okay.
So, for example, we're at the back of this because Dan didn't post the time behind a phalanx of MX-5s and next door to a Radical. I think what they've just done, this is just a practice of how to do it. So the more important, the starting drivers understand it.
Yeah, love
and
it.
what's going to happen.
Because she can't do that in the real world either. That's magnificent.
I know. So
go on, Nick.
There's some people down. Right now, what they're doing now is they've called everyone in order, and now they're getting the I think they're getting the classes to run
in order.
Through.
Yeah.
Or have they actually? No, they actually let them go for a start.
No.
Yes, they have. They let them go for a start.
They've practiced to start for sure, but we're still a little ways away. 12 minutes before.
Yes, no, it's not, sorry. This is all practice. This is not the race. I'm just trying to work out.
I love the fact we've had a practice start. Yeah, this takes me back to my karting days. Well, I can see Darren there in the immaculately liveried RSL team ROR. He's picking his way through, so he's going to get into the back of the GT4 field, coming down past the BRDC clubhouse on his left-hand side, in towards Luffield, so through Brooklands into Luffield 1 and 2. Beautiful day at Silverstone. We Now, Graham Sesford, who is Year One TV, he and his team, by the way, thank you very much, Graham, for all the hard work you guys have put in the last few days, getting the entries in, doing all of the normal stuff that has to be done. They are very adept at doing that because they have their own racing leagues. And Graham will tell me at what time of day the simulation is running today. It is in the UK just before 10 minutes to 9. Are we starting? You can talk to us, Cess. In fact, so it is 0900 start. So it's the proper time of day. So by the time we finish this afternoon, it won't be getting dark, but it'll be getting gloomy, shall we say. It's far better weather today. 18 degrees on the track, 18 degrees in the air. And today, overcast, damp overnight, and foggy. British GT are at Silverstone today. In the real world, Jenson Buck complaining about a degree of understeer in his McLaren yesterday. JB back in the GT cars again, not his first time there. I think they might be struggling if the weather is the same there as it is here. I'm about, on a good day, 38 miles by road from Silverstone, so normally about, and it's all dual carriageway, so that's normally about 44, 45 minutes during lockdown when there's no one on the road. I would suspect it's cool. To tell you what, it's made a heck of a difference travelling everywhere, hasn't it? I would suggest that if it's like this here, it might be even worse at Silverstone. Graham is actually even a bit closer to Silverstone at the moment, and if he looks out of the Year One TV main control centre, global control hub as it is. But he says he's not dared look out the window this morning, so not. He said, he's had a quick look. It is misty, he says. So that's what it's going to be like at Silverstone in the real world. So a little bit more running now at full speed. There's still people coming out. Matt Gallagher from WTF1 behind the wheel. Very distinctive helmet design there on the bright tangerine number 34. That car was very quick yesterday. Now, might be a couple of change of drivers in that. Billy Munger was meant to be in that car, but I think Billy was having some connection problems yesterday, and we didn't see him in evening practice. So I don't think we're going to have Billy today. We're also, so Darren Holland's internet's gone as well, I'm being told. So he won't be there as well. So whether Matt's going to do this on his own or whether he's going to pull in a late replacement, I'm not sure. The middle Stig, Ben Collins was meant to be racing as well, but he's had a rig problem. With a bit of luck, Ben will be joining us on commentary in the early part of the race. I spoke to him yesterday on the telephone. He's very disappointed he can't take part, but he's going to do his best to get involved on the commentary with us, as I say, this morning. So important times this, Nick, because this is race fuel, race time. This is good data being grabbed by all the teams at the moment.
Yeah, it actually is race time because the official clock is as it is here. It's 8:52, so they will finish practice at 9 and immediately start the race, or set the gridding procedure for the race. They've had an extra 10 minutes to take into account for this gridding procedure, so the race time is officially 6 hours and 40 minutes, of which 10 minutes is effectively the starting grid and half an hour to cover the stoppage for the far more important race remembrance service. But yeah, so I think it's good to get a couple of laps. Everyone's out now with the track. Very dry racing, the track's as cold as it can be. 18 degrees is as cold as they model, so they have it right down at the lowest. So obviously we do realise in November the air wouldn't be 18 degrees, but this is the modelling of iRacing. It goes, yeah, this is a company that bases its stuff in the sunny climes of America. They probably haven't even seen 18 degrees ever. But yeah, I mean,
that's when they start talking about putting rugs over themselves.
Exactly.
Well,
yeah.
actually, in fairness, iRacing, the guys at iRacing who do all the live events, Drew Adamson and the rest of the guys, who've been so helpful down through this year with us. They're actually based just outside of Boston, and it gets very cold.
Oh, they get cold then. They do get cold then, yeah. But yeah, I mean, but it's as the track temperature actually goes down, it gets grippier to a point when it doesn't, which is really irritating. Which is why you always think that overnight you're going to end up with more grip at places like Le Mans. But it's really interesting. There's kind of a modelling of greasiness. You don't get that kind of crisp feeling. You just it kind of feels the humidity drops down. They do actually model the grease. And actually, interestingly, Le Mans overnight was 3 seconds a lap slower than it was when the sun came up, which of course is not quite how you'd expect it to be in reality. But that's fine. It's how the modelling is, and you get used to it. But I think those 2 or 3 laps everyone's now had are going to be very, very useful. I think this practice start is a genius idea because it's just going to get everyone's head back in it again.
Yeah, I agree.
And also realises what we've got to do. And I did see a couple of cars spinning out, so at least they'll know not to do that. But I just think that the radical battle is going to be ridiculous for the first hour or so. I just can't see anything apart from fantastic racing and possibly nothing but disaster. But I hope I'm wrong on the second part.
We have got a socially distanced virtual crowd in. There was a thought to do it behind closed doors, but all of the virtual fans promised that they would stay in their bubbles and be socially distanced. And they've done that.
What's the virtual Silverstone count?
I'm not going there.
11 million?
Yeah. They've been in and out a lot. William Alcala is out on the circuit for Radical League Racing that's the number 11 car, isn't it? That's out there at the moment. Sorry, the number 9 car, which is in 11th position. Red, white, blue. The Radical that we are racing in the top class today, and we should give you this as we're coming up to just a few minutes before the start, is the SR8. So it is the same chassis shared, generally speaking, with the SR3, which I've raced in real world racing, and thanks to Radical for that, thoroughly enjoyable weekend at Donington Park on the national circuit and a test day beforehand, which was wet and greasy and hilarious fun. Instead of having one Suzuki Hayabusa engine, it effectively has 2 4-cylinder Suzuki blocks with 1 or 2 modifications, sharing a crank, so a common crank. So that's a V8. The SR8, the 8 is the V8, and it is actually a very, very potent machine indeed, particularly in a straight line. That sounds fantastic. The engine's rev for fun, of course, being a motorcycle engine, and the little 4-cylinder, I think we were revving around to 14,500 revs, and it revs quicker than you can keep up with your gear shifts most of the time. The V8 is a little bit more lazy, as you might imagine, but I mean, that's relative. A little bit heavier than the SR3, very quick in a straight line, requires very smooth, precise driving in the real world, and indeed here in the virtual world as well. Now, the 2 GT4 cars are the venerable 718 Porsche GT4 MR, the Club Sport version by Manthey, and that's what you're racing, Nick. And this is a car that is effectively an entry-level racing car. They are customer racing cars by all the major manufacturers in the real world, and they are highly dependent on the street car and how good the street car is. The 718 does have a 6-cylinder engine in this car, but it is mounted very low down and very much in the middle of the car. But with that said, you've still got to be mindful of its road car routes.
Yeah, one of the most obvious road car routes of both the Porsche and the BMWs, they have the same gearboxes and the same ratios.
Yeah.
Which actually means that for both of them, first gear is pointless, and the BMW second gear is virtually pointless as well, because they're just too low to be used at a racetrack. You only use first for a 2-second blast as you accelerate out of the pits, and you never use it again, even at the tightest hairpin. You're always in at least second. So that's one of the obvious ways. The other way, I think, really you realise these are road cars, is you feel the weight very much. There's that momentum, there's that heft to them, and you don't have that delicacy which you get in many ways. You actually get that delicacy back with the MX-5, even though that is also based on a road car, because it's not got the weight, and suddenly you're able to balance it on the throttle a bit more. But yeah, you couldn't get a more different iRacing experience in many ways than a effectively a souped-up road car, which is the GT4 with 400 horsepower, of course, or the Radical, which is a proper racing car weighing nothing with downforce.
Let's talk about the BMW, relatively new to iRacing, released just earlier on this year, September time, in one of the new updates, where we also saw a new LMP2 car as well, didn't we, this year, which had been long awaited. We also got the Corvette.
That's lovely.
That is lovely, yes. But we also got the Corvette GT Le Mans GTE car as well. But only GT4s here. These are the only two GT4s at the moment. This is a front-engine car, of course, the BMW. But as Nick says, very much leaning on its road car roots, and I use that word, leaning, advisedly. This is all about weight transfer and getting the car settled. You've got to drive this, and I think, you know, I'm fortunate enough to have been asked by Aston Martin to drive a GT4 car and race a GT4 car in an endurance race. I thoroughly enjoyed it. The difference between a GT4 and a GT3, even the versions that I drove, is quite big. Now, nowadays, the new GT4 cars are much more like a racing car, but still, what I was getting into my head, drive it like a fast road car. Be smooth. Get your inputs smooth and sorted, and get the car settled down. It's not going to turn in. It is on slicks, but it's not going to turn in like a GT3 car or a purpose-built racing car. Now, the MX-5s, I've driven a global MX-5 car, did a full day of testing at Road Atlanta a few years ago in a left-hand drive car. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Stick shift, 3 pedals, heel and toe. Yes, please. It's proper racing. Now, those cars were built, although you can build them with a kit. At that time, they were all being built by Long Road Racing, Tom Long's dad's concern, now being taken over by another manufacturer. But effectively, they are built as race cars. And so they are very light to start with. All the extraneous weight is out of them. And they have been honed over a series of years. They are super, super to drive. Very communicative in terms of what you get back. They basically send you a postcard to tell you what is going on. Obviously, on the edge, it's still a bit twitchy, and that's where the good drivers will shine. Right, it looks like we're getting things ready. Nick, are you ready for this?
I am, yes. I mean, they're going to start the gridding procedure, and the cars will begin rolling out one by one from the pit lane very, very soon. They've officially started the race because obviously that's how they had to do it for this very clever idea of getting around the iPhone iRacing glitch. But yeah, I'm now quite excited about it. I'm watching our feed. I'm also obviously Darren, of course. Darren always starts our car. I'm not quite sure why. I think it's because basically otherwise he'd cry. But yeah, so I've got our car on screen. I've got the feed on screen, and obviously I'm sitting there going, ooh, let's hope we can make it all the way around. The first lap. Let's get past the first lap and go from there.
That sounds reasonable. The safety car, the AMG safety car, is on track. Good morning to you. Many people will be tuning in now at a little after 9 o'clock in the UK. Wherever you are watching or listening, we're live on RS1 in terms of audio. If you want to take that with you, if you are moving around today, we will have all of the audio, including that from the Service of Remembrance, from Thruxton, Radio Show Limited, the team behind Radio Le Mans and IMSA Radio, Nick Damon and John Hindorf. Tim Gray is up in London making sure that this gets to the world. It's Graham Sessford and the team from Year One TV bringing us the pictures and running the game itself, or running the event itself. With a bit of luck, we're going to have some guest commentary as well today. So that's good news. And thank you to the race and WTF1 and everybody else who's syndicating this at the moment. With a bit of luck, we might be able to say good morning to Ben Collins. This is a bit of an early start for you, Ben. Good morning. Can you hear us okay?
I can hear you very well. This is not early for me. I mean, you know, I'm used to getting up in the morning.
That's okay. Right. Okay. Fine. I know you're disappointed not to be racing here, but you've put some laps in. This is a great event, and thank you for supporting it. What you're doing with your time at the moment, Ben? Are you in between movies at the moment?
It's great to be joining you, and of course I'd love to be racing, but yeah, at the same time it's going to be great fun watching these guys racing online. And yeah, there's filming obviously had a bit of a slowdown, but they're slowly opening the gates on the different studios, so we'll be back fully functional again, and hopefully seeing movies in the cinemas again before long, at least after Christmas.
Did you do anything on the new Bond movie that we're waiting for? I know you've been involved in the past with the Bond franchise.
Yes, I did. Had a lot of fun with that. So we're mostly filming out in Italy. So we're out there for a couple of months, and other parts of Europe as well. So like everybody, I can't wait to see it hit the screen. I know we were all expecting it this month. So we'll have to wait a bit longer. But it's definitely worth the wait. That much I know from working on it. You never really know the story when you work on these films. We work on sort of sections of it, so you never quite know what's happening, but it's just, you get a feeling.
And it's not done in chronological order either, so it's not like, right, okay, we've done that scene, let's move on to the bit that follows it. That's not how movie making works. I've seen some bits and pieces and some behind the scenes stuff. There's obviously Aston Martins, of some very tasty Aston Martins in there, including a very clever recreation of a DB5, which does some awesome stuff. And I've actually seen that car in real life, actually, while I was at Silverstone last year now, I think it must have been, or was it? It might have been earlier this year. It was doing some demo laps at the Aston Martin Experience on the Stowe circuit at Silverstone. And there's some very, very good Land Rover stunts as well. And those new Defenders, my God, they took some stick and just came back for more. I thought you would have gone through about 11 dozen of them, but actually they stood up to all the takes and retakes time and time again. So Ben Collins with us in the Global Broadcast Centre. Thank you, Ben, for joining us. A veteran of many endurance races, Ben. What's the state of mind now for the starting drivers? What are they going to be thinking?
Yeah, I think it's always a nerve-wracking experience anyway.
Oh, just lost Ben for a moment. We'll get him back in a sec. So, Nick Damon with me as we're ready for this start. Nick, where is this race going to be won and lost?
In the minds of the drivers, and by that I mean driving with their minds, not with their hearts, not with their big, heavy, mashing throttle boots. It's going to be driven by the most intelligent driver who's not only quick, but also can navigate their way through the traffic and also respect the other cars and the capabilities of the other cars and drivers.
I think we've got Ben back. Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
No, because the key thing to remember is that only about 1% of accidents are 100% someone's fault. So the other 99 of them you can actually avoid in some way.
Fantastic. I like that. Ben, I think you're back with us now. Vagaries of connecting on the internet in 2020. Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Give us a little overview of that for endurance racing, because it's not always the absolute maximum you're going to be driving here.
No, I mean, I think I'm right in saying I'll probably be shot down for this, but I think it's the second fastest track on the F1 calendar behind Monza.
Yep.
It's just a succession of incredibly fast and challenging corners, and that's why drivers love it. It's just you just feel that momentum constantly building, with a few quite complicated complexes where you do slow down and you have to change direction a few times, and the line is critical. So there's a mix of technique in terms of making sure you get the good exits, but really you need to be able to carry speed. It's a real confidence circuit, because if you're not feeling completely confident in every corner, you will lose out. You won't be the fastest, and somebody who's got the edge, who's happy to hang it out there corner after corner, will be the dominant force. So it's a brave circuit, and it's a lot of fun. And for endurance racing, tyre wear is certainly something you think about, because if you start losing the balance in the car in those very high-speed corners, you really start suffering. So everybody has to be on their game, and particularly even with what we're doing here, the tyres will respond in the way that an organic tyre would as well.
The good thing about Silverstone, and Nick's been making this point, is that there are places where if you are being passed by a radical, and the radicals will be lapping we reckon the back of the field in MX5, who'll be having their own fantastic scrap, but they'll be doing that about every 4.5 laps. But there are places here where if you are sensible as the overtaker and the overtakee, Ben, there are wide open spaces where that can be done relatively easy if you've got your wits about you. And I used that last bit, and that might be difficult for some racing drivers to get their heads around.
I was going to say, yeah, we are talking about racing drivers here. I mean, no, joking aside, I mean, it's a bit like the M25 when you're in a radical, going alongside some big beast. It's you look across as if it's a huge juggernaut next to you, and you think, has he seen me, or am I going to be flat packed into the side of a ditch? So you do want to be seen, but you are low. You're not very visible to other cars. So you've got to be quite committed. You can't dawdle around in the blind spot. You've really got to put it up the inside and show that you mean business, that you're there. And you've got much better chance of being seen by the guys in the closed cars. But absolutely, there is space. The radicals have got the huge edge under braking, so that's where they can really force their way past and be seen and get through.
Ben Collins joining us in the global broadcast.
There isn't much in it, and it's tempting.
Sorry, Ben, go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, it's tempting to try and eke past in the straights where the radicals don't have much of an edge, and they've really got to be committed under the braking zones to make clean passes.
Full downforce, of course, on radicals. As I say, I drove the SR3. Got some damage already, I think, on that's a 111 car, which is going to be right at the front of the field. That's Dan Webster. And was that a trick of the light, Nick Damon, or was the damage on the left rear of that car?
Yeah, hang on a second. So it's a 111, is it?
Yeah, I'll let you skim through.
I will go and use my computer to have a look and see whether the 111 car is
I think
suffering.
There might be a bit of damage on the left rear of that car. Ben, just talking about those radicals, full downforce cars. They look fairly basic, but the whole shape of the car provides downforce. The air is managed through and under the car. There's a diffuser that sticks out the back that does actually create an awful lot of downforce. And if like me, you haven't raced a downforce car before, it takes a bit of getting used to, but the corner speeds that you can take through into the medium and the much quicker corners, it's absolutely extraordinary. I remember, I think, looking at the data that down at the bottom of the hill at the old hairpin at Donington, is that the minimum corner speed through there in an SR3 is 105 miles an hour, even for somebody who's not very good like me.
Yeah, it's a huge jump. If you're used to road cars, even fast performance cars, getting into slick tyres that really hold the track when they get warm in a way that just is unimaginable on the road. Plus the downforce, and the tyre is built to absorb that grip, that force from the aerodynamics pushing the car into the deck. So you do get these mind-boggling cornering speeds, and they really are fantastic. And they're so lightweight as well. They're very agile. And mechanically speaking, they're very simple. You get good drive through the rear differential. It takes a little bit of getting used to the way it delivers the power. It can be a little bit uneven, but you have got tons of grip, and you can see these guys hustling them around. They're very stiff cars, so you have to be quite accurate, and they're quite twitchy. So you've got to be quite fast with the reactions to get the most out of them. But from what we've seen so far, with the way these guys are handling them, they're really wringing the necks of these things and making the most of them.
Nick Damon, you know from bitter experience, as anyone who's been on iRacing before, that tyre temperature is key. Well, I'm going to break off there because we've got the AMG safety car coming into the pit lane. Stand by for action. The 2020 Race of Remembrance for Mission Motorsport, virtual at Silverstone, live across the world in sound and vision, is ready to go. Watch out for the 26 and the 29 at the front of the field. The 111 car right in there as well. HPV Automotive Machine goes for the lead, but can't do it, and it's the pink car of Jack Ashton for Fordzilla who goes through into the lead. Well, that's the 69, in fact, that's gone through. That's the Team FUN, Dave Ward, who was a little bit behind going across the line, but he's taken the pole position and run with it. The 111, that's Dan Webster alongside him as they come round into the loop for the first time. And I'm certain, Nick Damon, there's damage on that formation, in that formation period, Nick, on the back of the 111.
Yeah, Triple One's had a little bit of an incident. It's got a dink on the rear, and it's got a bend to its mounting of the wing. That's going to cost him about a second a lap, I think, and also it'll cost him if he decides to try and fix it in the pits. So not sure how he's done that. He's obviously lost it in the warm-up lap, which is a very embarrassing to do in virtually or for real, and he's going to be paying for that at least for the first session, and then possibly even through after that.
Battle in the Mazdas as ever, fast and furious, with Chris Wally, Adam McNally, Harry Melvin and Ian Joyner in respectively 16, 4, 7, 8, 27 and 22. And there is the 16 car leading out at the moment down the, that's the Welling straight, yes it is, diving into Brooklands. And these cars are going to be like this every single moment of the 6 hours that we are racing. 478 up into second place, smashing past there from Adam McNally. 16, 4, 7, 8, 27. Ian Joyner in the 22s, just falling off the back of this at the moment. There's the Excite Racing car going through onto the Heritage Pit lane. Oh, crowd seems to have filled out a little bit for the race itself. Triple One now, let's have a look. Yeah, definitely. I thought I caught sight of that as he was coming through the park. I would suggest he may have just looped that gentleman on the warm-up lap itself. That's Dan Webster. It's not slowing him down because he has pushed his way to the front. Embarrassing, Ben, to have dropped the car on a warm-up lap, but it's happened to the best of them down through the years.
Yeah.
Of course, you will never have done that.
Well, I made a tragic error once. Park on the front row and warming the tyres up and threw it into the wall. It's one of those things, and as it's happening, you just think, how did I get to this part of my life? As your life is unfolding in front of you. But I've got to say, it doesn't seem bothering him because he's pushed his way through and he's leading quite handsomely and gassing it away. So if you can spin, recover, and crack on with the dented car, then you're probably feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, well, we even saw it in Formula One, didn't we, last weekend? Nick Damon, where let's not mention it again. He's had enough. Poor lad. No. Yes, exactly. Bless. That came right from the heart there, Ben Collins.
Well, I've actually watched that on repeat so many times, just thinking, how did that happen? And it's just the power. It just suddenly. I mean, that was it. It looked like it was unrecoverable as soon as he hit the gas.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he'll be away from that one, still probably thinking about it. He has a shower, be there, just hanging over it.
Go on, Nick.
Bit of key information. Dan Webster's picked up a black flag.
Oh, really?
Now, I think he in the part of the accident, I think he managed to do something with the stop. He's actually been counted an extra lap as well.
Right, got you.
So I think when he had the accident, he's obviously crossed the line again. He's done something he shouldn't have done. And he's been black flagged and he is coming in. Now, I think they may just hold him for this to lose this lap again rather than trying to reset the timing.
That's a brilliant idea. Brilliant idea. So into the wing pits. This is the Formula One pit lane that we're using for Mission Motorsport Race of Remembrance. Silverstone, Sunday morning, real time. So just after 9:15, weaving down the pit lane, trying to keep some of the tyre temp up before he rejoins. Now, I wonder if they're going to hold him at the end of the pit lane and then drop him back out in front of the field. I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Yeah, they are. The iRacing safety car is there, although watch out for the AMG. So this is just putting right a little bit of a vagary, as I was calling it earlier on, of the start procedure. So it may just be when that car was looped earlier on, Dan Webster managed to cross the line a second time and get a full lap on the field. So Jack Ashton currently will come round leading. That's the number 26. As he comes around, once the whole field's gone through, I suspect they'll release the Triple One. This is a nice bit of engineering of the race by race control at the moment. The guys at year one doing a cracking job. Race control, of course, again, just like the real world, in touch with all of the teams via switched messaging system. So at the moment, that car is still showing as the leader, HPE Automotive, but it should have started on the front row anyway. So that's roughly speaking where it should have been. The Fordzilla 26 car will come round, and as soon as that happens, I suspect that car will be released. Will Chadwick leads in the GT4 category in the Porsche. Behind him is Will Blackwell and Chambers in the BMW. Then it's Tom Bingham and Tim Fulbrook. So that's 29, 15, 85 and 86. There is a spotter guide, by the way. If you go to the sites, particularly the Air One site, you will see the spotters guide with these fantastic liveries. Now, let's see. We've got the 111 still being held in the pits as the rest of the field has gone through now. And just waiting to see when he's going to be released. Still sitting there. I think they're going to put him to the back of the whole field here, guys. Looks very much as though Dan he was wiggling his wheel there. That's a sign of frustration in any racing. Let us go. Nick Damon is in touch with race control on the channel as well, of course, and he will keep us updated. So that will leave Team Fordzilla 26 at the front of the field as the 111 Nick still in the pit lane.
Yeah, he appears to be a bit of a penalty as well, which is, I suppose, really, there was very, very clear instructions, both verbal and written, about how this device starting procedure would work. And Dan's obviously A, made a mistake in looping the car, but B, made a mistake in completely ignoring getting a lap ahead. And he's, as you can say, has the wrath of the steward. So he's in the pits still, dropping, as you say, down past the rest of the field. So it looks like you're right. He's going to drop to the back of the pack, which, given how fast the radicals are going, is going to put him possibly a minute and a half off the lead.
Yeah, he's going to have to fight his way all the way back through the field. Racing drivers don't read race regulations. We've seen that even at the highest level. Ben, you rely on your team manager to tell you what to do there, don't you?
I think you've got something against racing drivers. I think we're quite well mannered. But I'd say he may not have endeared himself by warming his tyres up in the pit lane coming in for a penalty. So that usually gets you a second chat. It's a bit like go-karting. If you start ramming people off, they sort of say, right, come in, we're going to talk about your behaviour and then we'll let you out again.
The thing about...
He's been let out, by the way.
Yeah, he's already picking his way through the field. So keep an eye on the 111. We have got timing up as well on a variety of links. Go to the Radio Show Limited Listeners Collective. And there's a timing link up on there as well. Excuse me. I will check in with the responsible adult and see if we can bung our enhanced timing up as well for that, so that you can have a look at our strategy software that we're running as we would do on any of the rates. Leading in the MX5 category, Chris Worley in the Year 1 machine. That's the OTV number 16, mostly white car, and he's actually pulled out a decent gap there. He's got 8 seconds, so something, Nick, has gone on behind him, because it was really tight there, and I did expect to see those machines buzzing around each other like a herd of a swarm of angry wasps. So something went on behind the leader. Remember, the 478 had got through into second. Oh, there we go. Coming into the loop, that was the 27, I think, was it the 87, but the Excite 478 taking a heck of a bang on the corner. No, it was the 27, I was right the first time, but I would think there'll be damage on both of those cars. That was a low percentage lunge, Mr. Collins.
Yes, that was very late. I thought it was very polite, though, the way he let him back through again after spearing him off the track. But yes, I mean, that was a real dive-bombing effort, and contact at the apex that way, it was never going to end well. But with these cars, they're so closely matched, you can see that they're looking for any opportunity to try and sneak through. And they're so closely matched, they're not getting that much of a draft down the straight to try and slipstream through. So they're taking risks, and that's what you get.
Early pit stop, Nick.
No, early penalty.
Oh, another penalty.
The 34 car, well, the WTF car, Matty G, has got a 30-second stop and go penalty because he rear-ended the 111.
Ah!
So he caused the accident. Now, what I don't know is after having the crash, why the 111's in trouble. Whether he tried to reset to the pits to get fixed, I don't know. Yeah. But that's what happened. So he was rear-ended by Matty G, who's now got a 30-second stop and go because of it. He then did something, not sure yet what that was, which upset the stewards even more.
Well, we wanted to make sure that the WTF car got WTF1 car got plenty of coverage. I don't think this is what Matty G and the rest of the team were hoping for. One of our syndications this weekend, and thanks to them for loaning us their airwaves as well. So that is a stop and hold as well for Matt Gallagher, and that is going to take him out of the early. But remember, we've still got the better part of 6 hours to go. We will have our race intervention in an hour and 11 minutes from now, 35 minutes past 10 UK time, and the cars will be brought into the pit lane. They will be under parc fermé conditions. Now I'm going to say this now as a public service announcement to all the teams and drivers, because if you are watching for your team, a reminder that when this race is neutralised so that we can go to Thruxton to take the service live in sound and vision, that you will be asked to follow the MG car into the pit lane, stay in the acceleration lane, the fast lane, excuse me, of the pit lane to extreme drivers left, and there will be no work allowed on the cars. So you drive the car in yourself, you do not go to a pit box, and you stay in the fast lane. And I will guarantee you, Nick Damon, that somebody will not do that.
Yeah, I think it's a 100% chance that's not going to go entirely right. There is a big penalty for taking a pit service. I think it's a stop and hold for 5 minutes. I think at the end of the.
It was being talked about as 10 minutes. It was being talked about as 10 minutes.
Oh, they doubled it. They made it. Obviously, someone must have said that 5 minutes might still be all right. So they've upped it. Yeah. So yes, everyone has been explained this, and as you say though, that doesn't necessarily mean everyone's listening.
So early running here, Ben. How are you seeing things at the moment? Good battle going on through the field, with the Radicals already in traffic.
Yeah, really, it's great to watch. I mean, they're making brilliant progress through the traffic. These three having a proper dice, and you can see, again, they're having to try and work these different angles. I mean, the beauty, you're getting less aerodynamic interference with what we're watching here than real life, perhaps. But they're working those angles, and it's at this stage. I mean, from this stage, tyre wear and heat will start playing its part. And the one in front really under a lot of pressure here, because one small mistake and that steel trap will close. You can see he's slightly defensive, a few times turning in slightly early, just hesitant to leave the door fully open, which will start to cook his front tyres a little bit, and that will create opportunities for the ones that are hounding him. So I think we'll see some positions trading here. It'll be a sort of war of minds really, as each of each other, and just sort of pick apart the weak spots, and but it's really fantastic. It's just so closely matched, and it's a real race. It's good to see.
And that is the battle for the lead with Jack Ashton for Team Fordzilla. You are watching the streaming video wherever you are in the world, whichever site. We have got the timing tower down the left-hand side. So 26 is Fordzilla, 103 Mission Motorsport behind the wheel there. Tom Ingram, Tom, well-known racing name. Isaac Bartley's in the 45 for CMC Racing in third position. Roll Centre Racing, I think that was Morgan Short that started that. Yes, it was. So Morgan started that race. Oh, that was a smash and dive down the inside. Our racing driver, Ben Collins, with an exclamation there, as the leader knew that, the reason for that, Ben, is because he didn't want to be held up through Brooklands and then through the two Lovefields.
That's it. He's really, really feeling the pressure, and I think it's Tom in second place that,
correct,
to me, feels like he's got the advantage. I think he looks very confident. He's using the full width of the track. No defensive moves from him. He's got no one on his tail. All the pressure is on the leader. He's the one having to take risks, trying to get past traffic, and that is really where it's game on.
Against Beckett's, here we go on the leader. Oh, they've got one either side of one of the MX-5s as they came through the middle of Beckett's, now through Chapel onto the long hanger straight, and there's a clear hanger straight. Here's the chance for Tom Ingram in the aerodynamic wash from the car ahead. The hole being made by the Fordzilla number 26 car. Takes the defensive line at the end of the hanger straight into Stowe. That will compromise the exit. Quite steeply downhill here, and again goes to drivers left as they dive into the chicane at the bottom of the Vale. Coming through the club now. Short shift, then get hard on the power. Make that one corner all the way out onto the Formula One finish line. This is the battle for the lead early on. Guys, it's a 6-hour race down towards what racing drivers call turn one. And there's definitely a lot more movement, Ben, in the car that's leading. I just wonder if they've already already Jack Ashton in the Ford Zilla car. He is a Ford eSports driver, by the way, so he knows what he's doing. But I just wonder if he's put a little bit too much energy into those tyres early on, because he seems to be struggling, certainly for a bit of grip as he turns the car in.
The car looks a bit tight on the rear. It just looks nervous, and I think he really the chase is definitely in the hands of the chaser. The power there, he is going to find a way through one way or the other. Now that he's fully defensive, having to cover the line, we're going to see the classic 1-2 where you defend one corner and you're going to lose at the next. So we saw the trial run at the first run into the complex there. He was defensive into Stowe. Now we're going to see, I think, the full pass.
In third position is Morgan Short, who's fought his way past Isaac Bartley. So that's the 88 Roll Centre car. Should be in third position. The WTF car is coming back through the field as well. So keep an eye on the 34 car. I think that might have just gone, I think, on the lap down. No, not quite. So these two cars are battling onto the hanger straight. Nick Damon, not in Ben Collins' lexicon, but at this stage of a 6-hour race, do you let the faster car go and fight the battle later on after we've had the service break?
Ben is a professional racing driver, and I'm, I call myself a professional interviewer. In my experience, you don't fight your battles in the first half hour. There's nothing you gain from it. There's so many other variables that could make the kamikaze move that saves you a second completely pointless. You might decide to be in a completely different tyre strategy, fuel strategy. There's many times when there's a chance to get a gap. This isn't a 20-minute BTCC race. You just let it go. You just let it relax, unless you feel you're being massively held up. But my feel is this loop. One will get past the other, and the other will get the toe. There's a good toe from these radicals in this sim. You do get a nice toe. It's a good, very measurable. So obviously, for example, the GT4s appear to get virtually no toe at all. They just kind of trundle along with their huge Leviathan juggernaut weight. But the radicals need super toe on those cars.
Well, I'm not a telepath, but I think that what you just said was relayed to Tom, because he's just given up trying to get past the leader. I think he's been tapped on the shoulder by the team man, and said, listen, you've had your go, you've had some fun, now sit there in second place, hold back, save your tyres, benefit from the slipstream, see if the one in front crashes, but otherwise blaze a trail away from the cut.
I think you
saw each other. So this might calm down for now, but I think he's still hunting.
And remember, Jack Ashton is very, very experienced indeed in the sim racing world. As I mentioned before, he is a member of the Ford eSports team, and he therefore knows what he's at. I was wondering if he'd maybe pushed a bit too hard early on, but Tom was certainly closing in on him for a wee while. That, as Ben Collins, who is with Nick Damon and me, John Hindhoff, in Global Broadcast Centre, seems to have eased off just a little bit. I say that, of course, and at the moment I say that, because racing drivers never do what commentators expect them to do. He has just closed back up again, he being Tom, sorry.
The other advantage, John, is that if you sit in the slipstream, you can save some fuel.
Is that enough? I mean, is that enough even around a long circuit like Silverstone to make a difference? I know that there's an absolute amount of time, because the fuel fill is the same for everybody in the sim, isn't it, Nick?
Every bit of fuel you save will reduce by microseconds the amount of a pit stop. So there is an advantage in that. It's not necessarily trying to get to a particular point. Tyres on the outside there.
Into Brooklands. Tom round the outside. He hasn't been able to hang on. So maybe cooling his tyres just a little bit, and all that information can be pulled up in iRacing. So maybe Tom just giving it a rest for a couple of laps, cooling things down, and then seeing the opportunity. He's close enough, even if he's not making a dive at every corner, to see where the Ford Zilla number 26 car and Jack Ashton, if he makes the tiniest of mistakes, he's close enough to capitalise, and that's key here.
Absolutely. I mean, a little rest on the tyres. He's just given himself that little bit of breathing space. And then for the guy in the lead, he thought, maybe I've just done something right. I've put a few corners together well, got some good splits, and oh no, he's back on my tail again. So it's very demoralising for the one in front. And I think we will see a change in the next couple of corners. Here we go, setting him up beautifully for Stowe. Putting him on the tight line.
Over and under, and diving down. Now we'll have to wait to see what that brings up at the bottom of the hill, and through goes Tom Ingram. Ingram's gone through. So that is a change for the lead. That was set up, as Ben Collins said, at the entrance to Stowe. In fact, even you've got to go back beyond that to be honest, because that was all coming out onto the hanger straight, but immediately the Fordzilla car right there again with young Jack Ashton dives down the inside, coming in the loop. It's going to put him on the outside though for the hairpin. No, he's got through. Magic stuff, did the crossover. But this is the battle for the lead as they're going through the GT4 class, and this is outstanding stuff. I mean, I nearly said something really bizarre there. I nearly said this is like a video game. It's not, it's a simulation. But I'm so used to commentating on multi-class races that are like this in real life that I completely forget that we're not in real life here. But the respect that's being shown is brilliant. Again, traffic playing a part. Again, Tom Ingram taking the opportunity round the outside onto the Heritage front straight and going down towards, side by side, going down towards the old first corner, and it holds on round the outside. I'd have to go either side again of a GT4 car. My goodness me. This is outstanding stuff. These guys racing millimetres apart. Brilliant, brilliant trust between all of them. And Ben Collins, this is great concentration, great talent. Well, we've said this before in our coverage of virtual racing. Whilst this might not be real life, this is virtual, but my goodness, the talent and the skill and the determination, that is absolutely real here.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And I mean, and the stakes are high for these guys. They're, at the end of the day, they're competitive. They want to win, and that's all you're thinking about when you're racing. Is just not squandering what the opportunity. They've been here all weekend practicing, getting the cars tuned in. They're not here to throw the car away doing something silly. So they are really driving these machines tactically the way you would on a real race. Absolutely no different. I thought Tom played that brilliantly. There was a very aggressive counter attack for the lead there. But he held on. It was very close shave with the traffic, and but bravery on both sides there with holding the outside line in the fast corners. But he does look like he's got the edge. Saying that, he now has his friend quietly benefiting from that slipstream, seeing how he fares with the difficult traffic that we're seeing now.
Can't take your eyes off this battle for the overall and the SR8 lead. However, I'll quickly run you down who's leading the other categories. In 14th position overall, William Chadwick from the front row for 5 Esports is leading in the GT4 category. He's got a decent gap back now, getting on for 10 seconds to 4X Racing, who've got 5 seconds or thereabout to Asymmetric Orange Fanatec in third in the 961, and it's HF Impala Racing in fourth, another 5.5 seconds or thereabouts further back. And in the Mazdas, Chris Welly for Year One TV in the 16 leads from Alex. Alex is flying Tangerine Racing. Alex Richardson has worked his way up to second, ahead of Alan McNally for Excite Racing, and then the Venus Green 463 car, then Marcus Adams in Venus Red, Harry Melvin in the second of the Year One Racing team, the 27. That's the battle in the MX-5s at the moment. 3 classes, remember, so 3 races effectively going on all at the same time, and at the front of the field, still that battle for the lead. Darren Woods dropped down to 24th position for your team, Nick, so just a little bit off the pace.
I'm afraid.
Say again?
Off-camera speed going through the Maggots Beckett's complex.
That's very unusual for Darren. That proves how hard he's pushing.
Yeah, I think it was, well, no, I think this was. I think I've been watching, obviously, out the corner of my eye. There's, I think it's quite easy to get spooked by the radicals, even though luckily no one's hit anybody. Some of the coming up the corners, whilst I'm sure it's a distant move, I can imagine the reaction of the person being overtaken is whoa, and that can cause problems.
That's like, we know that one. Sporting the appropriate livery on the RSL ROR car, and thanks to Darren for doing that as well. Ben Constanduris, another one of our commentary team, also in this race, although he's in another team. And hello to the team, no AFAs, Midweek Motorsport listeners in the 21 car, who are sitting in 10th position in category. On the timing tower on the video screen, the reds are all the positions for the Radicals at the front of the field. Then the black is the GT4s, and then the greys are all of the MX5s, if you're watching at the moment. Andrew Thompson for Mission Motorsport, again with the poppy livery, which has been so popular. Remember, we'll be taking a break in just under an hour now, so back timing towards that. Is that one stint then, Nick, from the start of the race to 10:35? I suspect we'll have to have a fuel stop for pretty much all of the cars before then, with the regulations as they are, with only 75% fuel load.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone's going to come in between an hour and 10 minutes for a stop. So not quite sure how much the Radicals can do, because obviously they're very quick and very thirsty, but they should do an hour. The Mazdas obviously will do an hour, and we think we're going to do an hour and 5, as will the other GT4s.
Has it been discussed to get into the pit lane just before the safety car comes out and do a fill, so that when you restart you can go longer? Has that been discussed? And is there anything in the regs to say? Now, in the real world, we normally close the pit lane. Right, okay.
It's in the wrong. It's like 20 minutes into the next run. There's no real advantage, because there's no. We're thinking about how many stints to run the tyres, not, oh gosh, the tyres can't last a stint. So there's no advantage to it. The trundle through the pits is just not going to pay the benefits. It's much easier just to run it through.
Tactics will.
So a few more penalties we've got here, John. There's a few more penalties.
Go ahead.
We have a 30-second. We have a 30-second over car 33, who is. Have a look. That is the Westfield Racing car with Charles Heath. There's a 30-second stop go for car 45, which is CMC Racing, which is actually being driven by Isaac Barkley, who is Ben's teammate.
6th position at the moment for that car. Charles Heath is down in 32nd. He's one of the Mazdas. Go ahead.
Both of these are causing collisions, so they've been quite. I think there's a quite severe bit of clerk of the coursing going on here.
Excellent.
If people are diving badly, then they're being pulled up for it. So there are 30 seconds stop go. So effectively, that's what about even with the speed of the Silverstone pit lane, that's probably a loss, because of the communications of about a minute, I would think, of both those cars race time.
And Isaac, I think, Ben, that was the car you were supposed to be in, the CMC Racing car, wasn't it?
Indeed, yeah, I think so. Yeah, hopefully they'll pull it back and make good the ground.
Rocking a rather Audi R8-esque colour scheme with the silver and the red on it, going back to the early 2000s, and the Lawrence Vanto helmet for Isaac Bartley. And yeah, that is absolutely an Audi tribute livery. Another one that has a ding on the rear end of that car, so that car's been rear-ended as well. That's almost the identical damage to the 111 that got early on in the race. Barkley coming into the pit lane then served that penalty for contact, or at least for unsportsmanlike driving. Yeah, that is got the Infinity on it as well. That is Audi Works 2002, maybe 2003. Absolutely fantastic livery there. Loving that. Oh yeah. So you can't do that in real life, Ben. But the pit lane is all ghosted in iRacing. The first time I saw that, it scared the living whatnots out of me.
Yeah. Well, it is funny with this. I put for the first time I had a virtual headset on, racing on a sim round Alton Park, and got very excited getting in the zone and everything, and actually looped it at the chicane and went straight into a wall, and everyone was laughing as I went into a full tuck brace position.
Correct.
As I went headfirst into the wall. Obviously, virtually nothing happened.
Yeah, I did that. I was doing a cup race at Bathurst, in a Porsche Cup car. Same thing, getting used to the virtual headset. And after 15 minutes, I was so totally taken by it. I mean, because you could look around, I could even see the access hatch in the roof, so I knew it was a Gen 2 car. And the interior was absolutely perfect. And then, of course, you have the big accident. And it's actually a shock to your system. And I'm told by those that know, and Sess, who is running Year 1 TV, is ex-RAF, so he'll know this as well. I'm told that the kind of simulators that fighter pilots use nowadays are so immersive that they have to be careful about how long people are in them, because being shot down can be quite traumatic. And I absolutely get that. Absolutely get it. Sharp end of the field then is all of the SR8. Tom Ingram still leading at the front of the field by, well, nothing at all, really. Jack Ashton sitting in the Fordzilla number 26 behind. Year 1 Racing now up into 3rd position ahead of Team Fun, then the RAF Motorsport Association in 5th. Team Fordzilla 98 with Cammy Sturch in 6th. Morgan Short has dropped back to 7th position for Roll Centre. Then CP Racing, Colin Martin is behind there. Tiago Reiser in 9th position for the Radical League Racing. CMC, the 11th place for Isaac Bartley. Dan Webster in the 111 and Matt Gallagher. Both those cars have been into the pit lane to serve penalties. Then it's Will Chadwick leading in the GT4 category from Will Backwell. Then Tom Stanley, Tim Fulbrook, Tom Bingham, Phil Regan for your top 5. How impressed are you, Ben, at the quality and the closeness of the racing in an environment when, of course, you aren't actually sitting right next to the guy that you're racing and getting all of the sensory information that you would be from your car? You're relying solely on what you can see in the virtual world.
It's amazing how immersed you get, and I'm hugely impressed by where this has gone. It's become such a professional sport, the e-racing, and it's brilliant. Also seeing Formula One drivers coming into that, but it's also giving brilliant opportunities to many people who don't have the funding to go into a real car, but there's many more who can get access to a PC and strut their stuff like what we're seeing. So I think it's great racing. I mean, proper professional passes. We're seeing great, consistency on the track, and they're making the most of it. So I think it's what's great with the sim racing is every year it improves and just becomes closer and closer to reality. So from my experience, I've been working with sim makers for about 8 years with Project Cars and their system. And it just kept getting better. And of course, the closer it gets to reality, the better it is for people like me who grew up in the real world to be able to adapt if you have to adapt your skills to suit the computer.
And Nick, RSL, we've been covering, and you in particular, both you and I, and Ben Contagiris as well, we've been covering a variety of online racing events, some of which have taken people like World's Fastest Gamer, GT Academy, Nissan GT Academy, that have taken people through into the real world. It's been around for a very long time. Of course, the spotlight has been shone on online racing this year because of the dearth of actual full metal racing, as Bruce Jones brilliantly called it earlier on in the year, and it filled the void. But it's actually, I think, developed into much more than that in a broader sense. It's always been there. There are professional teams now, but it's actually, I think, far more in the general motorsport consciousness now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been growing for a very long time. I mean, you've had simulation racing, ever since the internet worked. My first was sim racing back in, I think, 2003 on an old, I was lucky to have an ISDN2 connection to tell your children about that one. But since lockdown, you've got a massive level of increase in participation. Lots of people have picked up a rig like myself and many others, because you've got that spare time and you're stuck at home. And I think, yes, whilst it was already growing slowly and it was getting more recognition, and we already had the F1 esports series, we already had World's Fastest Gamer trying to convert gamers to real racers, it obviously gets into public consciousness because suddenly there was no other racing, and all the series did put on either proper simulation events, or in F1's case more of an arcade event. But suddenly people say, okay, right, I can see there's races I recognise, names I recognise, racing on tracks I recognise. All right, it's a 3D rendering of Bahrain or of Silverstone, but it's still happening. I think it's been an exponential growth, and I think one of the interesting things is we discussed at length, I think, whether this would last the return of full metal racing, and I think the answer is yes. It may need to find a time of year to run, but it certainly is. I think, one of the interesting things obviously was the pragmatism of the DNLS, who decide, well, we don't now real racing's on. Let's not be on a Saturday. Let's be on a Tuesday evening and provide under the floodlights entertainment.
Yeah, and that's exactly my point. You were on exactly the same lines as I was going to say. And what that meant was that the guys from the real world, like Bruno Spengler, like Adam Christodoulou, and others, Phil Ellis, all who had quote-unquote real-world racing jobs, who couldn't have been involved on a Saturday race, then could still jump in. And of course, Spengler was part of the BMW Bank winning team in that, having taken part in pretty much all of I think we did 8 rounds of that. The second series of that starts on the 28th of this month and will run through what is normally the close season in Europe. Of course, nowadays, as we know, there is no close season for full metal motor racing because we go to warmer climes. Now, will that happen this winter? There's the big question, and that is the big imponderable. Every single calendar for 2 or 4-wheeled racing that's come out effectively has a big asterisk next to it that says subject to COVID protocols. And we've already seen this year Moto3, one of the Tony Arbolino was caught up in COVID protocol from Italy, not from the series. He was stuck in Italy under house lockdown because he was next to somebody on a plane and got tracked and traced. Missed 2 rounds. I think we're going to have to see series looking at that and saying we're going to have to give people average points in the real world if that's going to happen. If we're going to continue to put events on, there has to be a way to allow people to miss races, maybe have a couple of rounds that don't count, or you can have drop scores. Drop scores have been a part of everything all the way up to Formula 1 down through the years. If we're going to continue, otherwise it massively disadvantages people for doing the right thing, and you never wanted to do that in terms of public health, do you? No such issues here, of course, because we're all beautifully socially distanced. Our global broadcast centre at the moment has Ben Collins in with us, racing driver, precision driver. I'm not going to use the word stunt driver, Ben, because I don't think that's right. I prefer precision driving in that, because saying stunts is one thing, but all of those things that you do are done down to the millimetre. So I prefer to use precision driver, if you don't mind. And of course, formerly the Stig, and is the man in the white suit still available? I've got a copy of it. I've read it. You kindly gave me one and signed one to me many years ago.
Yes, it's still out there, and of course, with the stunt driving side of it, it's I love doing it. It's been an amazing journey, learning from the best and getting involved in all these films. And you're right, it does have to be done precisely, like some of these shaving manoeuvres we're seeing on the track. But the racing side certainly put me in the right mindset to be accurate and consistent and everything, and not to bend the car. But of course, with stunts, occasionally you do have to smack the car around, but that's just all part of the fun. But yes, in terms of books, Man in the White Suit is still out there, and I've got a new one out, which is Aston Martin, which is a history, sort of a weave of biographies of all the brilliant minds that have taken Aston Martin through the last 100 years, from the very beginning up to till now, which is exciting because they're going full-time into F1 next year. It's going to be big time for the company. Yeah, perfect time. Big changes at Aston Martin, which is a company, if you know anything about it, in terms of Aston Martin Lagonda, the road car company, let alone its racing side, but it's always seems to be in some kind of turmoil, just come out of probably one of the most stable times in its history, under the stewardship of Andy Palmer. Andy's moved on now, and it is now the former head of AMG that looks after it, Andres Merler, who is behind the big desk over in Banbury. Oh, sorry, not Banbury, up at Aston Martin itself. Banbury is where their racing operations are, of course, and a very interesting time for the car company and Aston Martin's racing, a company that was born out in a slightly different way, but born out of racing, let's not forget, of competition, shall we say,
just over 100 years ago. Is that just called Aston Martin, Ben? Or do we have that book?
That's right, yeah, Aston Martin, made in Britain.
Oh,
I had a lot of fun writing it because I did a ton of interviews. So I got to have a long chat with Darren Turner and Brabs as well. So David Brabham gave me a lot of his time. And he really gave me some wonderful stories of their Le Mans. And that's one thing that I suppose is a big difference between virtual racing, is just the sheer heat of the cockpit. But Brabs was telling me there was one of these races where basically they were melting, and they were, they'd said the car is getting very hot, very difficult, and the management sort of rolled their eyes, thinking, "Come on, just get to the gym, drink more water, all that stuff." But some of them were actually sort of staggering around, and it was only when one of the engineers got into the car after the race and saw his melting laptop, and actually the rear screen had melted. They realised that they had a heating issue. And that was after that they started really winning. But of course, any racing team, the early days, there's always things you need to sort of filter out, improve on, and that was one of the big things they had to correct from the car before it became a dominant force.
I remember hearing a story about running some aero tests where the best amount of computing to do the aero test they could do was link together PlayStations back in those days, and they used the relative power of PlayStations to do some effectively virtual aero testing, which was great. And then, of course, and I think it was Darren that took the car, they went out to Chip Ganassi's not secret facility under the Pennsylvania hills and the big old railway tunnel that the Chip Ganassi organisation have got out there, and they've sealed off a very long railway tunnel in as I say, the Pennsylvania, old roads tunnel in the Pennsylvania hills, which has been bypassed. It's a controlled environment, and you can get the car up to 120 miles an hour, but then you've got to get it stopped and get dead straight, and that's a bit scary. There's a facility about to be opened in the UK by actually another Aston Martin alumni, George Howard Chapel, out in. I've got to think it's over by Leamington somewhere, isn't it? Daventry area, which I've still got to go and see at the moment. I love stories. I love those background stories like that. So that's Aston Martin, made in Britain. Ben Collins looking back at the first 100 years of Aston Martin, and long may that continue. Still Tom Ingram leading here by just under 2 seconds now from Jack Ashton in second. So that's Mission Motorsport 103 from Fordzilla. Team Fun, who were on the front row, Dave Ward is 22 seconds further back and just 2.5 ahead of Shane Stoney for Year One Racing Team Brello. Then it's the RAF Motorsport Association in 5th position. Chris Slater, he's about 5.5 seconds behind 4th, but nearly 10 seconds ahead of Cammy Sturch. And then Morgan Short for Roll Centre, another 2, call it 3 seconds further back. In GT4, still William Chadwick leading for Vibe Esport in the Porsche ahead of 4X Racing's BMW in second by 15. And in third, Tom Stanley for the Asymmetric Orange family. And that car, that's another BMW, isn't it? The 961. Tim Fulbrook, another 2.6 seconds back. And then a long gap, 30 seconds back to Tom Bingham, who is for Performance Link. XZ Racing not too far away. They're having a cracking scrap actually at the moment. Tom Bingham and Phil Reagan. There's not even a tenth between those two as they're battling through traffic. And in the MX5 category, as it was from the start, Chris Wally leading for Year One. Excite iRacing in second in the 4.78. That's Adam McNally back up into second now from Steve McMaster in third in the 4.63. Then Harry Melvin, who's been in fourth for a while but has a number of different people in front and behind him. Marcus Adams down to fourth now in the number 18. In the number 18, that's the Venus Red car. Then it's Mission Motorsport 101 in the next position, and Brian Bursey for Jaffa Cake Racing fighting their way up from the back of the grid. And Nick, your team still running. What's Darren reporting from the 24 car? Team RSL ROR.
Yeah, running very steady now, which is what we need to do. I think what Cody said, the the fighter planes coming to your left and coming to your right of you is slightly unnerving all of us. It's unnerving me to watch. I'm sure it's unnerving to drive. But you sit, the closing speeds are remarkable because you sit there and you're watching. I'm watching a wide shot. I'm watching obviously our feed and a wide shot of the blimp shot, which is great, which is high up. And there's nothing on the screen. And then I look down, I look up again, and there's 3 radicals that have buzzed in the last 2 seconds.
Yeah.
It's like the closing speeds are amazing.
Well, I've said the radicals are effectively LMP1s of this race this weekend, and GTE cars aren't slow at Le Mans, but the closing speeds, Ben, of a full house works prototype, or in this case our full house works prototype is the Radical SR8, and the kind of concentration that needs to be had by Darren there as he's down at the bottom of the Vale, as through comes Dave Ward in 3rd position. He will have looked back there when he came out of Stowe, clear. Oh, all of a sudden there goes Dave Ward, and there's Morgan Short going through as well in the Rule Centre car. I mean, your head's on a swivel when you're in one of these middle classes.
Yes, I mean, I started out at Le Mans in the big class, the LMP 900 or the LMP1, the fastest beast of on the track, and used to toy with these tiny little GT things that almost looked like they were cars laid out in a car park. Their speeds were just so much slower than us on the straights. We could brake later, just used to tear past them. It was all very good fun until I found myself in the GT being passed by LMP cars, and at this track at Silverstone, I remember coming out of the Maggots complex, having absolutely on the limit in my machine, and I think it was 2 Porsches. Mark Webber was in one of them. Can't remember who's in the other one, but they shaved me on both sides. One of them amputated the wing mirror from my car on the right-hand side, which was the worst mirror to lose because that's where you look very wary of what's coming up the inside. So I couldn't see any more prototypes coming except in the head mirror after that. So I really thank Webber for that one. But yeah, it's unbelievably challenging because you're always looking in the mirror and you're always trying to identify, well, what is that? Is that an LMP1 or a P2? You're trying to look by the colour of the lights. And
did you use a spotter, Ben? Did you have somebody in your ear when you were in the GT cars?
No, just a voice on my shoulder. No. So you would have, obviously on radio you're on comms with the guys on the pits, but they can't keep up with what's happening. Prototypes be tearing through so quickly. And occasionally you get a bit of help, like what so and so's on his way through. Really, what you need to know is that lurking in that mass of prototypes is a GT that's quietly homing in on you if you're being caught. You need to know that because it's hard to see really far enough back if the pit board's not giving you that info.
Yeah.
But the live stuff that's corner by corner, you very much have to juggle that yourself. It's not like NASCAR.
So that's in the GT car. What clues are you looking at when you were in the LMP 900s, the top class at Le Mans? What clues are you looking at? Both Nick and I ride motorbikes on the road, and there are various tricks you can use to see if the driver of the car about to pull out in front of you is actually trying to kill you, or the truck on the motorway, or whatever. What sort of clues are and just little hints are you looking for from the GT drivers that they have actually seen you, and the fact that they're staying slightly to the left of that right-hand corner? So we've got a spin for Cammy Sturgeon, holds on to the Ford 98, the Ford 98 coming through the loop. That they have actually seen you, and they're staying over to the left towards this right-hander means that you can go through there, and that's not just them slightly off the racing line. How do you know? Can you know?
You can't really know. I mean, you can look at body language of a car, and you can, if the car's on the limit in a good way, that suggests that the person driving it knows what they're doing, which is always a good start. But you're, I hate to say it, but you're so ruthless in the prototype. You will take anything, absolutely, and that in fact got worse. I think after I got out, or I would say that, wouldn't I? But the years that up till now, the level of ruthlessness on the part of the prototype drivers is absolutely full tilt. They will take any gap without no questions asked. But you do have a little look, and if you see, it's hard to describe it, but a shimmy in the car that suggests that perhaps that person's looking left and right when really they should have a bit more confidence. They might be timid, they might do something you don't expect. You can kind of get a trace on that, but either way, you just fire it through and try and make it clean and be on your way again.
That's Ben Collins, and he's with us here in the Global Broadcast Centre for Radio Show Limited. The people behind him, so Radio and RadioLeMans.com, Haggerty Radio Le Mans as it was this year, is Cammy Sturgeon into the pit lane. Is this about right, Nick, in terms of pit stop strategy for the big cars at the front, the SR8s? About an hour?
Yeah, I'm trying to work out, obviously because we had that rolling start situation, I'm trying to work out that it's been around an hour and 2 minutes of official race time. I think it's probably, they're actually running about 58 minutes of actual petrol time and such, because we had a rolling lap, we also had that kind of gathering at the start for a few minutes.
Yeah.
So I think it's certainly where I expect it to be around the hour, perhaps given, a lap either way on this point. But yeah, we've seen half of them coming in. If you've done any fuel saving, perhaps you might try to get another extra lap out. The estimation for the GT4 is they've got another 8 laps to go, so they appear to be getting better mileage at Silverstone than I expected. So yeah, it's up in the air. Now, of course, I've no idea what the Mazdas will be, so I'll be waiting to see how they're coming in.
So Nick Damon, and so pit stop starting to get, and in comes the leader. The leader is in the pits. Tom Ingram then in the Mission Motorsport 103. Does Jack Ashton go for another lap? Yes, I think he has. Just need to see if he's gone back around. Yes, he has. He's on the front straight now. So Ashton getting at least one more lap in the Ford Zilla prototype. All SR8s, remember. And Tom Ingram presumably will get out of the car here. So David Ward will go through into second place. Shane Stoney's gone through into third. Go ahead, Nick.
Oh yeah, he's getting out of the car. I would have thought it'd been 50-50, but whether he stayed in for a double, especially as the next one's got that big break in it for the Remembrance service.
There is what's called fair time rules are being applied here, isn't there, in this race?
Yeah, if you're registered in the team, you've got to do a certain number of laps, which normally equates to about an eighth of the overall laps the team does in these races. So effectively one stint, because an eighth doesn't divide into 6 hours very well. So, but one 1 hour stint would be enough to get a fair usage for anybody entering the team officially.
Right.
It's not particularly relevant for this race, but it's designed because of the way the iRacing system works with team racing, in that what they don't want is a team to enter one superstar and 4 tuggers like me get themselves in a split which is lower than it should be, and then have the superstar do all the racing and win easily. So if you enter with a selection of people with low I ratings, that brings your average down, but you can't then use the higher guys to do all the laps. You all have to do laps to a level to make the team fair. It's to stop really the sandbagging that was going on in multi-split team racing.
Well, and exactly what has happened, and as much as loads of people don't like it, it's why we have driver rankings in for categories that are supposed to be pro-am, so that an absolute tugger in the real world like me, who is a solid bronze, didn't start racing until I was 30. I think was my first car race. Probably barely does on average 1 or 2 races a year and hasn't done any racing this year. Then all well for me to go and enter a race and have Ben Collins and Marino Franchitti, 2 of my mates, to come and drive, and me basically only drive behind the safety car and do 6 laps and still want to pick up the Rolex watch at the end of the day. Well, that's not really very fair in a class that is put together for AMs to compete and get themselves a trophy. That's called pot hunting. And we've all done plenty of it. It doesn't matter whether it was in Gran Turismo when you did the Sunday Cup and spent £1 million tuning up your VW loophole or whatever it was. But that's how it works in the real world as well, and that's why we have the driver rankings. As I say, much to the chagrin of many people, and it's one of the things like politics and religion that after a few beers at a racetrack you should never actually have on the agenda for talking about, because if you've got 10 people in the room, there'll be 11 different opinions about driver rankings. Yeah. But it does its job for the Pro-Am categories in terms of giving a gentleman driver, a non-pro driver, someone who doesn't earn his living out of motor racing, but then again try and define that. Somebody who pays for his racing, I was told once. I remember Johnny Morland being in our booth at Haggerty Radio Le Mans a couple of years ago and looking absolutely askance at me, saying, "Oh, well, does that make me a professional then, Johnny?" And he said, "Why, Hindhoff?" And I said, "Because I've never paid for my racing. And in fact, sometimes I have had money back from racing, even if it was only expenses." And he just looked at me and went, You do not know how lucky you are, Hindhaugh. And I went, no, I do. But does that make me a professional? He went, absolutely not. So I'm still a tugger. I'm just a professional tugger. That's the way I look at it.
And what a great... will that be in the ACO's next regulations? So,
Professional
gold, silver,
tugger.
bronze, professional tugger.
No, I think
and then just a basically tugger.
You come down to solder or some metal that's even worse than bronze, and I would easily fit into that category. Ben, you've been out of racing for a wee while now. Would you be classed as a bronze now?
I'd like to be. That would help get me back into racing pretty quickly.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And that there is an issue there. And we've had a joke with Martin Brundle before. Martin Brundle, Emmanuel Pirot, Stefan Johansson, because of age, have all been downgraded to bronze drivers. How am I going to get a drive with somebody when they could have World Sports Car champion Martin Brundle, who's still pretty handy, by the way, as we saw from his run at the Nürburgring for Aston last year. I know it causes problems, but there has to be some way of regulating those categories that are meant to be for either up-and-coming young drivers to make their way, or for the gentleman, the hobby driver, still to be able to stand on a podium of their own.
Yeah, it does. It's a flawed system, but it kind of works. And like you say, it's what keeps half of the grid going, because you've got half the grid is there. It's an outright in the Pro Series, and the other half is part funded by people who want to come into racing and actually deserve a bit of a break to sort of help their handicap, if you like. But it's a strange one. I mean, 5 years I've got to wait, and then I'll definitely be a bronze as I hit 50. And then it's going to be like a Rocky Balboa comeback. I'm telling you, I'm going to be training. I'll be dragging logs up mountains and be back in the car. Oh yeah, it's going to be me and Pirot and Johansson and Brundle. Just get them all out.
All bronze car. Big spin for Matt Gallagher. Not the first time I've said that, but he recovers it well. That was coming out onto. Now, is that the Heritage? No, that's the main straight.
That's the new.
Yeah, that's the new pitch there.
Well held.
He did. Yes, can't flat spot your tyres in iRacing, but it won't have done them any good, Nick. He will have taken some life out of the tyres there.
Yeah, you do get some wear for doing that, but luckily they don't model flat spots. I think that's really just to make it much easier for everyone, because most of these cars have ABS. It's very, very easy to get along. I mean, the reason being, again, is you don't have that complete brake feel, that complete retardation feel you have in the real world. You're missing that, that three-dimensional senses.
Yeah. That was a good save.
Caught on that one.
You'd have been pleased on the curbs. Hooked it on the curb, says Ben. You'd have been pleased with that save, though, Mr. Collins, wouldn't you?
I think so. I mean, you'd be slightly embarrassed that you've caused it, obviously, but yeah, it's interesting how reactive these cars are to the curves. But that was that big, what they call baguette type curve, and that was enough to really upset it, lift a wheel, and round you went.
Yeah, you can't take the inside curve that come in the third club in the second part. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
But then the Mazdas have done their stuff. Runners and Mazdas have all come in pretty much directly on the hour and 2 hour and 3 minutes.
Is Darren going to stay in your car to the break and sort of effectively do a stint and a half?
No, Joe's getting in.
So Joe will take it to the break and then pick up after the break as well?
Yes.
Right, well, you've not had your pit stop yet. In fact, none of the GT4s.
No, because the 75% of the GTs were. You can see why they probably moved away from the 100%, because there's still another five laps to go.
Right.
So they're going to get to 25 past before they come in. I don't think they'll get to 32, which is when the stop happens, but it doesn't matter anyway, because you can't refuel at the Remembrance break anyway. So you need to come in beforehand. But these cars are. The interesting thing is the car is a lot more economical as far as run time here than on the Sebring, but we could just get an hour and a half out of the tank. You've got an hour and 32 out of the tank. This obviously has already run an hour and 5, plus it's going to run another 10 minutes, and that's on the 75% of the tank. So Sebring a much thirstier track, which is odd really, because you think that this is a big, wide open, fast track, but as it's modelled, Sebring drinks the fuel.
Right.
I suppose it's because fuel's cheaper in America.
Even virtual fuel, is it virtually cheaper?
Hey, it's virtually cheaper. You're paying virtually less for your virtual fuel.
Yeah, okay, like it. Will Chadwick is leading in the GT4 category in the Porsche Cayman. Beautifully balanced car in real life. And the time that I had a bit of a play in one of those, I was in 20-degree heat in Thermal, near one of the country clubs type places in the States, doing a bit of tyre testing with Continental a couple of years ago, and had a road going and a racing car. The race car obviously was on slicks, and that was a lot of fun, but very hot indeed in that car, even though the engine is behind you. So don't think, by the way, dear viewer and listener, when you see racing drivers at any level, they are athletes, they do have to train, and the difference that I found when I was doing racing before, I was far too overweight, particularly when I was in the MX-5, and when we did the 24-hour race at Cota for Aston, I lost nearly just on 20 kilos, and that made a huge difference, not just to me fitting in the car, but to your endurance, to your mental acuity. Everything happens differently, and doing a bit of training makes a big difference, particularly when you're in 100-degree Fahrenheit heat. I just managed to get both the heat stints in the middle of the day with no aircon, no driver helmet. And Ben, you'll have done plenty of work in hot climates and keeping your concentration going. People think, oh, how hard can it be? You're sitting in a car, but you're getting thrown around even if your seat's perfect. But it's that mental concentration that can be sapping, particularly when it's hot, and you can barely think straight.
Yes, I mean, you mentioned Sebring earlier, and that was, I think, the hottest race I've been to, that and Zhuhai. And we were racing an open cockpit car there. That was the Ascari, the LMP1.
Oh, yes, lovely car. Lovely,
and you'd do a stop, and actually it was when you came in, it was extremely physical to drive it. Firstly, it was like sort of a fight with Tyson. Your arms were just absolutely killing, and no power steering. So it was a constant fight. Every lap was everything you could physically throw at the car to keep it at its peak, if you like. But when you came in the stops, all that air stopped, and the heat was unbelievable. And you'd literally, in that small period of time, or between drinks, you have a drink system with a plastic tube that was wired up to your helmet, so you could press a button and get a bit of water. And as soon as you get that thing out, it was like hot water out of a kettle.
Yeah.
And you try and clear the really hot stuff, and 5 seconds later you press the button, all the cool water that's in the tube would be red hot again. That's just how hot it was. And we'd get, if we were lucky, we'd be spoiled with an ice bucket, and you stick your feet in it and try and cool your circulation down in between stints. But it was brutal, and we were doing between 2 and 3 stints of that. Extremely bumpy, very, very, very hot.
I don't know how you can drink in the car like that. I found that impossible to drink in the car. Now we've had a change at the front of. We've had an incident at the front of the field. Jack Ashton, who got into the lead after the pit stops. And then there's been a coming together with the erstwhile leader, 103 car, which has now dropped down through Rob Austin behind the wheel there to second place. And now I wonder if that might attract the attention of the race stewards. Again, rather RC racing like, Nick, in terms of redress. No advantage taken from the contact, but that will have these radicals you've been seeing it all week. These radicals, they do take damage relatively easily.
Yeah, I think one of the cars.
Oh, and there it is. Look at that.
Damage. Yeah.
The Fordzilla car just hasn't got the pace in a straight line.
So he'll lose that. Yeah, I mean that was a, kind of, in many ways they've been dancing together so well for the previous hour that you kind of at some point one was going to tread on the other one's foot, weren't they really? And that's what happened. And straight into the pit there. So repairs, you can see the front right, it's
front left
damage, but it's
steering wheel not straight, going straight. That's always a bad sign, and that will be replicated exactly on the sim racing rig of Jack Ashton. So he's in the pits now. Nick, explain about damage and damage repair, because some of it, the repair is optional, but some of it you have no choice with.
If you severely damage your car in iRace, you get what's called a meatball flag, which we would know as the black flag with the orange centre to it. Then you have to come in the pits. You have another option, which if you just feel the car's wrong, but it's not super damaged, you can come in the pits regardless. And then when you drive into the pit lane, you'll stop and you'll be told what the repairs are. You have required repairs of X minutes and optional repairs of whatever it is. You have to take the required repairs to come back out again. You aren't allowed to leave the pits until you've had the required repairs. The optional repairs are, as they say, whether you choose to or not. Now, what happens is the way the damage works is obviously it affects the hand. It basically affects the lap speed, and often you can have the car looking okay, but it loses speed. It actually loses lap time just because it's been given a virtual piece of damage. So if you fix the car entirely, normally you get back to where you were, but sometimes it actually will carry that some residual damage the entire race, and it's a frustrating thing because you don't necessarily know from the quality, let's say, of the accident you had, what the long-term results will be. But he'll be in the pits for a certain amount of time. It may be anything from up to 15 minutes or 20 minutes for a really bad, for a difficult crash at this level. But it might only be for a minute and a half, and then he'll come out and hope the car is fully fixed.
It's Nick Damon in the Global Broadcast Centre Radio Show Limited. Ben Collins is with us as well. Ben, I know we're going to lose.
Just so you know, John, it's been called as the 103's fault, and the 103 is a 30-second stop go.
And he's in the pit lane now. So Rob Austin diving into the pit lane right now to take the 30-second stop and go. This is going to promote Shane Stoney for the Year 1 racing team Grello car into the lead ahead of the RAF Motorsports Association and Chris Slater and David Simon for Team Fordzilla 98. There will be the top three with Roll Centre Racing still with Morgan Short behind the wheel. There will be your top four as in for a 30-second stop and hold. Ben, I know we're going to lose you shortly. When do we see you doing something next? Some of your work in the new Bond film, as we mentioned in the early part of speaking to you, which is now out next year. What else have you got on the calendar?
It's a good question. I think we're all waiting to see what's going to happen, but hopefully I've got some filming bubbling back up again, so there's a bit of that happening.
Anything you can tell us about, or is it all still top secret?
It's always top secret until you shoot it. They don't even give it a real name. You go, which film is this? And they'll say, it's called
Project Butterfly or something.
Yeah, Project
like that.
Butterfly.
Yeah.
It's Stella Dot, Fantasia. You go, oh right, but it's an action movie with a weird name. So there's that. I'm also going to work hard and try and get back into racing. It's something I've very much missed. So I'm going to be seeing what I can do. And, but of course, that's very much limited these days with what's going on. But fingers crossed, we'll be pulling out of that, and there'll be real racing happening and seats for people like me.
Well, hope to see you back, mate. It's been far too. I was pleased to get the phone call and have a chat with you yesterday. The most excitement in my life is the fortnightly trip to Sainsbury's at the moment, which is where I just come back from when we hooked up. It's been far too long since I've seen you, Ben. Best to you and the family, and thanks very much for supporting Mission Motorsport and the Race to Remembrance for 2020. Cheers, mate.
Thanks for having me. All the best, guys.
Have a good Sunday. Ben Collins, don't forget that new book as well, Aston Martin, Made in England, is that book, and The Man in the White Suit still available as well, about his time as the Stig. Fortunately, talked a bit more there, Nick, than he would have when he was the Stig. Otherwise, it could have been, interesting and rather difficult.
Yeah, that could have been effectively a difficult. Constantly going, are you connected? Are you there? Are you on? What's going on? Yeah, I mean it's really good to have Ben, and I must admit, I was surprised you didn't ask for a freebie of the Aston Martin book.
I'm listen, you don't ask for things like that, mate. You never. That's not the right way to go about things. Sometimes they just turned up. I think I just saw my 968 parked in the car park there on the right hand side of still. I know it can't have been. That's far too far to walk to the pits.
Yes, but also unfortunately most of the iRacing cars that are models are American. There has been a groundswell which they're apparently going to answer to have the what's called the track furniture given a European feel. So we have European trucks and European parked cars.
Let me tell you that some of the vintage heritage tracks and the old short ovals for NASCAR, they have remodeled the RVs to have a shape of RV from the era. So they have already started to do some of that stuff in the background. No, that was on the outside of Stowe. There's no way I would have walked all the way from there if I'd been in the wing doing commentary. In fact, actually,
your limit.
No. I was at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago for the brilliant Duncan Wilshire event, the historic RAC TT, and actually I worked in Beckett's box because I could park right underneath it. Bradley was at Abbey and the farm, and I sort of dropped him off there because he came with me. That was with Peter Snowden. And a quick note, by the way, before we get to the break, and I'm indebted to Peter Snowden because on the 1st of November, Motorsport Motoring and an inordinate number of people lost a truly special person. Linked, of course, with Mission Motorsport as well, Merrick Cox left an indelible impression on everyone he met, everything he did. A long-time friend of Peter Snowden and Nick Patton, both telling me they were privileged to know him for longer than most. Just over 20 years for Nick and 40 for Snowy. Nick and Merrick formed and ran the C1 club between them. And Merrick and Snowy have been friends since 15. An instant report says Peter, and much to both sets of parents' frustration, we were inseparable mates. And the passion for all things automotive and motorsport was always there for Merrick. Spent over 20 years working for a number of design companies as well, and nothing about Merrick Cox was normal. He was a true inspiration, says Peter. Wherever he is, he'll be organising those around him and ensuring there's adequate catering and good red wine. And both Nick and Snowy say thank you for the memories and goodbye, my friend. In comes William Chadwick. Just a note, by the way, Merrick Cox earned a schoolboy scholarship to Eton age 12, went to Cambridge City University, was Boris Johnson's best man twice. Cressy and Tom, by the way, surviving his 2 children. Sold Volvo to Geely. He was a man who was involved in selling Sauber across, had a territorial commission in the Honourable Artillery Company, and has had various amusing classified story. 2CV Racing Club, C1 Racing Club, Mission Motorsport Chairman, BRC Board Member, Organiser on the Race of Remembrance, which we're talking today, of course, about. A barrel rolled on top of the barrier at Kesselchen in the Nürburgring. Did, I think, 13 or 14 of those, and had been a board member at Gordon Murray Design for over 20 years. Merrick Cox could never have been called a shrinking violet, and if you look up in the dictionary of well-known phrases or sayings, a man who lived life to the full, there will be a picture of Merrick Cox. 1st of November, we lost him from this world, but his memory lives on, and I hope nobody minds me mentioning him today, but indelibly linked with Mission Motorsport and the real-world version of this event. Our condolences to Tom and Cress and those who knew and loved him. So that was a very quick pit stop there for Vibe Esport. Nick, was that a splash? That didn't look like full fuel there from the GT4 erstwhile leader.
Yeah, I'm not timing on that. It did seem a quick pit stop. I've just been watching our
31
pit stop,
seconds.
Yes, including going through the pits?
Yeah,
no,
I think
that
so.
Wouldn't be a full. That wouldn't be a full fill. I mean, it is obviously a very short pit run here because the amount of track time you lose is quite low.
It can be a quicker lap to the line, even with the pit lane speed limiter. In fact, in some series, they have to take that out because otherwise it will be your fastest lap, even on the pit lane speed limiter.
We've just made the same mistake we made yesterday, which we forgot to tick the boxes to free the car up. So we've actually wasted an extra 20 seconds of the pits. Oh dear. Never mind. But yeah, so that's the first stop. So yes, so the GT4s ran a very, very long way in, didn't they? They effectively ran about 1 hour 20 of actual turning wheel time at full speed. So they got a very short run to the provisional stop, which I think is going to be at 10:32. I've heard. When they'll pull the cars in the pit lane as we prepare for the service of remembrance live from Thruxton. But what has happened, it took a little bit longer than I thought it would do, John, is we've started to see the radicals destroy themselves bit by bit in incidents. We've now lost, Team Fun is still in the pits. That was the 69 car that was doing well to begin with. We've also got a couple of other cars that lost plenty of laps, black flags. So they are beginning to just misbehave themselves enough to cause themselves problems.
Yes. I see Ben Constantiouris got into the car, took over that one, and they've had a couple of pit stops. I think they've had some damage as well.
yep, they had an accident. They were the official term was he was mullered, so that's a piece of damage they're obviously not claiming responsibility for. And I think they had looked to me like a 9 to 10 minute stop for repairs.
Well, that's going to drop them way down, but they'll keep going, no doubt. They will keep going.
No, it's a long race, and I think oddly, whilst it's probably quite, when you get off the back in the GT4 class or the Master class, you're probably a little bit kind of, oh dear, that's not so good. How are we ever going to catch up again? Because of the fact that it's liable at any moment for one of the radicals to have a severe issue. You kind of think, well, we'll see what happens, because we could make up several places here when other people have the same misfortune we do. And especially as the cars get a bit tired, the track gets a bit more marbly and dirty, and obviously we're going to the gloaming at the end. So there's plenty of opportunity for more excitement. And I think, you, even if you lose a bit of a chunk of time early on, you do feel you could make it back up again. I'm sure that's what Ben thinks of it.
Yeah, just looking at the long runs, 27 laps or thereabouts for the Radicals. That's about 51 minutes. But not everybody getting the same sort of runs, 27-28. When you get down to the GT cars, that was 28 minutes, 28 laps. That was an hour and 18 for the William Chadwick car. And Darren did an hour and 16 in your car, so that's about right. And as far as the Radicals are concerned, the Mazdas is concerned, let's have a look down there. 20 laps, 23 for Chris. So an hour and 2 and 23 laps. I've now got the strategy software going. Ben's into the pits in CMC Racing. That is the car. I suspect this is just damage because it doesn't always all disappear, does it? The damage.
No, that's the biggest problem. Is you'll pick up the what you hope is a repair, but it doesn't actually work. It doesn't repair the car fully, and you go out with another. Visually, you can see the wing is still broken. Now, it doesn't always work. Sometimes you come in again, it gives you a chance to repair some more, but often it just says, no, that's it. I've repaired as much as I can do, and you sit there just feeling very, very sad about things, and often that will lead to retirement. We're talking about the leader in the GT4 with his fast pit stop. Yeah, it was a full fuel. The tyre wear is extremely low, to the extent that we've changed tyres and we shouldn't have done. The worst amount of wear after an hour and 6 minutes was on an inner front shoulder at 11%. So, you certainly don't need to change tyres at every stint. So that's why that was so fast. It was a fuel stop only.
It's Nick Damon.
That's on the GT4.
That's Nick Damon. And we are coming round to the safety car. I've got the atomic clock running. I reckon 30 seconds to the AMG rolling. It's sitting in the pit lane at the moment. Headlights on, ready to go. There's a few people taking pit stops just before it rolls. Now, what you don't want to do is get caught in there as it rolls, because if it goes past you, of course, you're going to lose another lap. So looking at the studio clock, which is always spot on, I reckon 10 seconds to go now. So if you're in the pit lane, you've got to get out in front of that safety car right now. The safety cars come out, full course yellow. The yellows are out, and the safety car will start to roll right now. You'll see that silver AMG run out now. Wherever you're tuned in around the world, first of all, thank you. Stay on this channel. Don't touch that dial, as they used to say. There's no need to go anywhere, because once we get everybody back into the pit lane, and by the way, this is the same for you racers as well. I know many of the non-driving drivers at the moment are watching and listening. Get your driver out the car, grab yourself a brew, and then set yourself back down in front of this field. There is no need to go anywhere else, because we will be crossing over to Thruxton for what is the most important part of today. It is Remembrance Sunday. For those of you in the US, it's Veterans Day, if you will. The Sunday closest to the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, the time that the guns fell silent in the First World War.
Please come and share one with us.
This is our Remembrance Sunday, and we will have a live remembrance service from the pit lane, not here at Silverstone because they have got a race meeting on, although they are going to observe during the British GT. Fabulous, by the way. All the cars have got Poppy logos on them there for their decisive and final round of the championship, and they are going to observe a minute's silence, 2 minutes silence rather, in the pit lane at 11 o'clock. The safety car has picked up Shane Stoney for Year One Racing Team Grello, and in fact it is the Porsche that's come out actually, not the AMG safety car. So we have the official iRacing Porsche safety car out on the track, and so Shane Stoney will bring the car around. Morgan Short, by the way, up in second. So let me give you the rundown as we head into the... Oh, that's one of the Mazdas going through there, which I'm not sure will go down too well. The rundown as we go into the race suspension. So think of this as the car's just running round all the time we're doing the service. Effectively, what we're going to do is we're going to park them up and put a red flag out, actually, and park them up in the pit lane, but not in the pits. It's park firm here. They will be asked to park in the extreme left lane, the fast lane of the pits. So it's Year One Racing from Roll Centre, from HPT Automotive. So all the gaps are going to close up, from Guarana Racing, for RAF Motorsport, from Mission Motorsport, from Team Fordzilla 98, from WTF, remember, who started right at the back, now back up to 8th, and within sight again of the leaders because of this suspension of the race and neutralising the race. From Radical League Racing, from CB Racing, from Fordzilla 26, and I think they are all still, let me just check, are they all still on the lead lap? Just about. I think Matt Gallagher might have dropped off the lead lap. In the GT category, GT4, it's 5 Sport, 4X, HF, Performance Link, XZ, he said XZ there, Mission Motorsport 102, Year One, and Team RSL powered by Morpho. And in the Mazdas, it's Year One, Excite, and Year One. So the Year One entries doing very nicely indeed. Nick Damon, your thoughts then about the first part, the bulk of the race still to come after the service. No need to tune away if you are watching at the moment. And by the way, at RSL_studio, which I forgot to mention right at the start, if you want to get in touch with us by Twitter, at RSL_studio, we'll get you in front of Nick and I. Joe Bradley, I don't think has got into your car. Oh, yes, he has.
No,
he's just got
in the car. Unfortunately, we've got caught by the safety car, so we've effectively lost a lap, unfortunately.
Right, okay. I told you everybody has a whinge. A safety car whinge is absolutely par for the course, isn't it? It's SOP. Your thoughts on the first part of the race?
Action-packed. Fantastic racing, fantastic dicing. Yeah, a little bit. I think certainly in the two saloon car classes, it seems that there's been very little action of a negative type, and people have been turning laps. The sheer speed, flexibility, manoeuvrability, and ability to dive up the inside of cars of the radicals has, I think, caused a few bits of problems. I mean, I think it's been a really, really good first hour and 20 minutes. Now they're kind of this weird situation where everyone's stopping, and people are going to have to get their brains back in gear for the restart following the service.
Stay tuned for the Mission Motorsport Race of Remembrance. It's effectively a drive-in service in the pit lane at Thruxton. Many thanks to BRC and Thruxton and the authorities and everyone else for making that happen. There is no need to tune away. And Nick, you've been in the pits before at Anglesey, and I always get moved at any Remembrance Day ceremony, but at Anglesey, seeing former service and current former and current service personnel in race suits with berets and whatever headgear that they wear from their units and the medals on their chest, I I'm getting emotional just thinking about it. I just thought it was an extraordinary thing to see.
No, it is very, very moving. I mean, it's, you know, we saw it at the broadcast a couple of years ago, and you can't fail to be moved by the remembrance, moved by the sacrifice. And the people obviously who are attending that service have a much greater understanding of what it actually means to serve and what it actually means to lose people you knew in their service. And it is a very, very, very somber, moving, but ultimately uplifting service, I think. And it's something I recommend everyone stay tuned and watch, because it is a fantastic event as well.
The safety car then just slowing the whole field down. They will come back into the pit lane. And I'll say this again, do not tune away from where you're watching the race. There's no need to find another channel. We'll get these cars into the pit lane, then I'll hand over to our colleagues down at Thruxton for the most important part of the race of remembrance. It's the remembrance part. The race goes on around our remembrance service, and just coming through towards the end of the lap now. We'll get the guys into the pit lane before we hand over to Alan Hyde down there in the pit lane at Thruxton. Just coming, in fact, how are they now? Just heading on to the Hanger Straight, aren't they? As the safety car brings them in. A quick reminder then, in the Mazda class, year one from Excite, from year one racing, the two teams doing very well indeed from our TV hosts this weekend. The safety car will have just put a little bit of a shuffle into some of the other classes. Will Chadwick leads for 5 eSports by Sim FX Racing Red 29 in the GT4 category from 4X from Impala, HF Impala, from Performance Link, from XZ Racing, from Mission Motorsport, from Year One, and Team RSL, who we think have got caught the wrong side of the safety car. And so we'll drop a lap. And at the front of the field, it's Year One Racing Team Grello, after a great early battle between Team Fordzilla and the Mission Motorsport 103, which did end in contact, sadly. So now it's Year One and Roll Centre Racing, first and second. HPE Automotive and Gurana Racing in third and fourth. RAF Motorsports Association in fifth. Mission Motorsport, after their penalty, in sixth. And remember, these have all closed up. Team Fordzilla 98 in seventh. WTF, who had to start at the back after contact and stop and hold in the formation laps, in eighth. Then Radical Lead Racing, CB, and Team Fordzilla number 26. Note they have not stopped at the pits. Time to go down to Thruxton, and the next voice you hear as we go towards the most important part of the day, the service in the race of remembrance, and it'll be Alan Hyde to take you through the formalities. says, if you can hear me, signed off. Copy. Well, pictures coming to us from Thruxton, and we'll join Alan Hyde and the team down there in just a few moments' time. As you can see, the idea of a drive-in remembrance service has certainly caught the attention, and we'll join them as soon as possible. Slightly overcast down there. Service due to start just about now, and we should be able to pick up the sound from down in the pit lane at Thruxton. Stay with us, don't tune away. The most important part of the Mission Motorsport Race of Remembrance coming up in just a few moments' time. A service of remembrance surrounded by a race, but the service of remembrance undoubtedly the most important part of this Sunday here from the UK.
for reconciliation between the nations, that all people may together live in freedom, justice, and peace. We pray for all who, in bereavement, disability, and pain, continue to suffer the consequences of fighting and terror. We hear words of comfort from the Bible.
Who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall trouble, or hardship, or persecution, or famine, or nakedness, or danger, or sword? No, in all these things we are more than conquerors, through him who loved us. For I am convinced that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor demons, neither the present, nor the future, nor any powers, neither height, nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus our Lord.
Our Bible reading reminds us that even in the very worst of circumstances, nothing can ever separate us from the love of God, which is revealed to us in the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. It seems to me particularly important to reflect on separateness today, because we may feel separated from so much of what we know and love. Separated from loved ones, separated from our normal patterns of life, separated from some of the rituals and traditions that help us honour our fallen comrades. And yet, as the reading says, nothing, not the very worst of circumstances, not even death, can separate us from that love that connects us all, the love of God. So even though we live in times of separation, perhaps today we need to focus upon what connects us, and today to reflect especially on what connects us to those we are here to remember. For the act of remembering itself connects us with those who fought and died in 2 world wars. Many of us will have family who fought in those wars, but most of those lost were people we never knew. Yet we are connected to them through the freedoms we now enjoy and through the example of courage and self-sacrifice they set for us. And I know that for many of you here, the connection to those who have fought and died in more recent conflicts is more personal. For you, the connections are those of friendship, comradeship, shared experiences. If death cannot separate us from God, then it cannot truly separate us from each other. Bonds of friendship and comradeship remain strong, even through death. The connection of our common humanity remains intact, even through death. The example of courage and self-sacrifice remains true, even through death. Through time, through trouble, hardship, danger, and yes, even death, God is with us, and we are one with one another. Love connects us to God, and to one another, because love is stronger than death. This Remembrance Sunday, let us remember those who have gone before. Let us give thanks for all they gave in service of others. To those who have fought and died in more recent conflicts is more personal. For you, the connections are those of friendship, comradeship, shared experiences. If death cannot separate us from God, then it cannot truly separate us from each other. Bonds of friendship and comradeship remain strong, even through death. The connection of our common humanity remains intact, even through death. The example of courage and self-sacrifice remains true, even through death. Through time, through trouble, hardship, danger, and yes, even death, God is with us, and we are one with one another.
Nor the years come down.
Love connects us.
At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
We will remember them.
When you go home, tell them of us and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today.
Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, from whose love in Christ we cannot be parted, either by death or life, hear our prayers and thanksgivings for all whom we remember this day. Fulfill in them the purpose of your love, and bring us all with them to your eternal joy. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. We pray for the leaders of the nations, that you may guide them in the ways of freedom, justice, and truth. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for those who serve in the armed forces of the Crown, that they may have discipline and discernment, courage and compassion. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for our enemies and those who wish us harm, that you may turn the hearts of all to kindness and friendship. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for the wounded and the captive. We pray for the homeless, that in all their trials they may know your love and support. And we pray for the grieving. Particularly at this time, we pray for the family and friends of Merrick Cox, as we give thanks for his life and all he gave to Mission Motorsport. We pray for those who mourn Gary Dunning, a beneficiary of this charity at its very launch. And we pray for those who mourn Kike, the military working dog. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. Most holy God and Father, hear our prayers for all who strive for peace and all who yearn for justice. Help us who today remember the cost of war to work for a better tomorrow. And as we commend to you lives lost in terror and conflict, bring us all in the end to the peace of your presence. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. we say together the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. May God grant to the living grace, to the departed rest, to the Church, the Queen, the Commonwealth, and all people, peace and concord, and to us and all his servants, life everlasting. And the blessing of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you all, evermore. Amen. God save our gracious Queen. Long live our noble Queen. God save the Queen. Stand
In an unusual year, let's look after each other. And for those online who paused for us, let's go racing. Thank you.
Well, let's just take a beat to take in what we have just seen and heard from Thruxton. Thanks to the team down there. And apologies for the slight sound problems at the beginning, but well done to everybody for getting that sorted out at Thruxton. Very moving indeed. Nick Damon joining me here in the global broadcast booth for Radio Show Limited as we are ready to resume the second half of the race. Lovely weather, and you know what? I think this driving idea for all sorts of things might catch on. I wasn't sure about it for the service of Remembrance, but that was very respectful and good to see that we did get some people down there for that. I know these are difficult times at the moment, and well done to Thruxton, the local authorities, and indeed everyone concerned down there.
Absolutely, and even in perhaps because of its sparseness, incredibly moving. There's something about the Remembrance service in the last post which I think resonates with all those who have a shred of humanity. Whatever your opinions of conflict, I feel we should all have the same opinions of sacrifice.
Very well said. Regular listeners will know that I've said this before. It is part of our covenant with our military personnel, with our service personnel. They go and do things on our behalf that we don't really want to go and get involved with, but they protect us in our way of life. And particularly this year, they have been working even closer to us than before with the issues with COVID. And it is the very least that we can do, that if they come back not in the same pristine condition in which we sent them out, that we make sure they are looked after when they return. And whatever those injuries are, not all of which are visible, of course, it is part of a covenant between the general public and our service personnel that we look after them. And Mission Motorsport do such a great job in that, and our thanks to all who serve in the military, and this year particularly in the civilian emergency services as well. Very moving service of remembrance last night at the Royal Albert Hall, which the Countess of Wessex noted, Duchess of Cambridge, excuse me, Her Royal Highness noted the sacrifice of all of our medical professionals this year, including many who have been co-opted from our military or who are reservists. I found that particularly moving this year. Waiting for the AMG safety car to get this underway, and we are about 30 seconds away from that rolling. Actually, 35 seconds looking at my watch. Everything running to the usual race of remembrance precision. When we left, before heading to Thruxton as the AMG rolls, it was the Year 1 Racing Team Grello SR8 that was leading. Morgan Short with Roll Centre in second. Dan Webster, HP Automotive in third. Thiago Reiser for Guana Racing in fourth and fifth. Ollie Wind for RAF Motorsport Association. Mission Motorsport 103 with Rob Austin recovering after a penalty for contact just after Rob got in the car, actually, after the first pit stops. Team Fordzilla 98 in seventh, and the WTF Matt Gallagher car in eighth position. Then Radical League Racing and CB Racing 9th and 10th. The Team Fordzilla number 26 and 11th. 5 eSports lead in the GT category with William Chadwick behind the wheel of the Porsche, ahead of Will Blackwell Chambers in the 4X Racing BMW. Michael Haffenden for HF Impala Racing ahead of Performance Link. Chris Fondonesse in that 85 car. XZ Racing, Phil Regan, and Mission Motorsport 102, Gareth Patterson. Year 1 TV, Chris Wally leads the Mazdas in the 16 car from Excite iRacing. Adam McNally in second, and Year 1 Racing in third position. So, Nick, the bulk of the race still to come, with effectively 2 hours and 16 minutes having elapsed. So just under 4.5 hours still to go to the finish time, by which time it will be getting less than perfectly light. It will not be optimal. Track temperature from the lowest it can go, which is 18 degrees, has risen to 20.6, but the air temperature is sitting at 19.8. I don't think it's going to rise much more than that. Tyres have been the talking point early on, and there's a few damaged cars out there as well, some self-inflicted, some not. What are going to be the keys to the race from here on in?
Effectively now we have a 4.5 hour endurance race. Everyone's gone through that first hour and a half and the service, and now they're back out again. The only issue is that some of them are coming back out again with damage. Though realistically, it seems to me from checking back, the only cars that had damage are Radicals and one Mazda. It appears that all the GT4s are in absolute showroom pristine condition. So perhaps if they're big enough to be seen and avoided by the Radicals, and they haven't yet had to have any massive amount of overtaking on the Mazdas. So, yeah, I mean, I think really the key of the race is, as we've seen, the top two in Radicals, who absolutely dominated the first half hour, 45 minutes ago, was wonderful entertainment, then took themselves out by coming together. One car damaged, one car black flagged. Can they come through? Don't know, but the key point really is that it's the cars that now who inherited the lead, year one, Roll Centre, HPE, must learn from that mistake. And racing at this point is not important. Worry about racing in the last half hour, the last 45 minutes. For now, turn laps, keep it clean.
Easier said than done, that bit, isn't it? We nearly had the safety car off there.
Safety car went off. Brilliant. That is very much
Ollie Gavin-esque. You know that story, don't you?
Yeah. I've seen the worst was the medical car which pummeled the barriers at Monaco about 20 years ago when he completely wrote the car off.
Was that Ollie's first and only time driving the safety car? It was in the
No, I did. Ollie did it quite a few times actually.
Right.
Ollie did it for about half a season before, but Bert Molander took over from Ollie, and then has done it ever since. Yeah.
Marcus.
There used to be a time when
Sorry, go ahead.
There used to be a time when I didn't like talking. I didn't used to like talking about his safety car when he was still thrusting and into the whole thing. And now I think he's quite proud of his time doing it. His maturity has seen that actually it was a bit of a badge of honour.
We talked about it in the Tireless Longmorn that we did with him in 2 parts actually, and his retelling of that story. If you go onto radio-show.co.uk, then you use the search facility and just put Ollie Gavin Longmorn, and I'm sure it'll bring it up. In fact, I know it'll bring it up. If you haven't heard them before, they're each, I think, about an hour long, maybe a little bit more. Download them or listen on demand. All our archive is available there, of course, from going all the way back to 2006-ish. We are going live this lap. The safety car flashing headlights have stopped flashing, so that means the field will come under the control of Shane Stoney for Year 1 Racing, and the Team Grello car. Right in behind is Morgan Short, and then Dan Webster. Actually, I'm not seeing Morgan Short there in the second place car as it is listed on my timing screen.
They may well not be in the correct order.
No, I know what's the matter. It's all right. The car that is in second place is actually, I think, a lap down, isn't it?
Yeah.
That big car is a lap down. Coming to the line.
Yeah, where the safety car.
Go on.
Yeah, the safety car picked up the cars. Unfortunately, the car I'm most interested in, we lost a lap by picking up the wrong place. But yes, everyone has been gathered together, but they've not all been put in class order or race order. So you've just been picked up as where you were in relation to the leader back when we stopped, best part of 45 minutes ago. And now it's a chance to try to struggle through. The guys in second and third are going to have to work their way through the field to get back on the tail of the leaders. So Roll Centre and HPE.
Yeah, that's Team FUN, David Ward, who's second in line in the Salmon Pink car. And there's another lapped car in there as well. So look further back for the Roll Centre coloured car, which is black and green, which now has Morgan Short behind the wheel of that car. Good morning to the Shorts over in St Ives. on the now quieter section of the top end of the A14 since the new road was opened. Just beyond there, just off there, since the new link road was opened, which if you haven't updated your sat-navs yet, it's still very good. You see the charges across the road, zoom right in at 70 miles an hour. I know, but you know, it's what I do to keep yourself excited and amused. At RSL_studio, if you would like to get in touch with us, it'd be good to see your tweets this morning. Thank you very much to all who stayed tuned, including Dave Monks, who says queued off to the techies involved in that little masterclass from a live streamed race with live commentary to live stream Remembrance and back again. Beautifully done. Thank you very much indeed. We do our best, and well done particularly to the tech team down at Thruxton for sorting out some minor sound issues, but we got by far the majority of what was going on there, the important bit of the service, so that was all good news. Nick Damon is on the line with me, John Hindhoff. We're in the global broadcast booth and we are racing again, and the countdown has begun now, effectively, Nick, because any uncertainty about what we've got left time-wise, because we didn't know when Jim Cameron was going to say those usual and traditional words, right, now, let's get back to racing. Well, I can tell you now, there's 4 hours and 17 minutes remaining, or thereabouts. And so, is that too long to start back timing your fuel and things like that, or will those things kind of play themselves out? Moment short in second position, having to pick his way through traffic at the moment. Are you already, as a team, beginning to think about if you're going to do a little short stint somewhere? Because, of course, there can be no safety car intervention here from now on.
Yeah, absolutely. The key point actually really is that at this point, as you say, you now know what's going to happen. Also, you've had a run, so you know what your tyre wear is. You also know what the exact fuel distance is. You can, within half a lap, so you can absolutely back time. You know how many stints you've got. You know whether, if you're very close to the break point for a stop and not a stop, you can think, do I try and do some fuel saving? If you're nowhere near that, then you think, do I even it out or do I make everyone run long? But yeah, it depends, I suppose. You've got a two or three, if you've got a two-man team, it's pretty easy. If you've got a three-man team, again, you've got to think about managing your resources whilst still doing the fair number of laps across all 3 or 4 drivers. So yeah, but you do now have a solid point. You know how long to go, where the finish is. You can work out how many laps, how many stops, and and possibly it may be, I think, that people may run this section again before they make some firm decision, because obviously there's a lot of we appear to have got away from the chance of the massive puff or whatever.
Sorry,
sort themselves out.
Yeah, sorry. Partway through a stint as well, fuel and tyres wise. Tyres have gone cold because they've been sitting there. No virtual tyre warmers in the pit lane at Silverstone. I took the time in the service break to just do a few calculations and fire up the strategy software. I'm predicting now, although this is very dangerous because apparently there's some postal laps which may or may not be counted. 85 laps to go is what the software is predicting at the moment, not me. I'm only reporting what I'm seeing on the screen.
That's not going to be right, John.
You think not?
Because we've got 250 minutes, and it's less than 2 minutes a lap for the radicals, and that's 125 laps.
Yes, good point. That's because we've been standing still for so long. It'll catch up.
Oh,
yeah. So
it'll get itself back.
I'll get that back later. Okay. Let's look at the battle with Matt Gallagher in WTF1's car. I think Matt is driving this solo now, isn't he? Because there's one or two of his teammates have been struggling with connectivity. And behind there, that is the Fordzilla car with whom he is battling for 7th and 8th position. So it's Fordzilla 98 with David Simon behind the wheel. David in the wheel tracks then of the leader.
Both of these cars, of course, John, have had incidents and still some damage on the front left of Matt's car, but Matt obviously had a problem on the way to the starting grid. whereas the Fordzilla car had a coming together when they were first and second. Both have had to serve penalties, black flags, both the cars, and repairs. So they are, which is why they're down in 7th and 8th. They've gained a little bit, I think, from the yellow flag, which put them more into contention. They've got half a lap back each of them, but they are both where they shouldn't be because of their own mistakes.
David Simon, we talked about David before, so let's give him a shout out in that 98 Fordzilla car. That is from Darlington, so almost in the northeast. I think anything south of Sea Harbour is the Midlands. Only joking. He has been racing for 4 years in eSports and was an eSport finalist in the Renault eSports as well. Finished 6th in the Motorsport UK iZone F3 Championship and 8th in the Le Mans eSports at the Autosport International Racing Car Show early on as well. He's been a Motorsport Marshal for 13 years and Marshal plenty of times at Formula One races here. Now, because we forget about the fact that there's no virtual marshals here, where we do have a real race director, I haven't done my usual shout out to all the marshals, which is remiss of me on the race weekend. I was very honoured to be an ambassador for the BMXA British Motorsport Marshals Club. Then I am terribly remiss on that. The Orange Army, as we call it here in the UK, but whether the UK or anywhere else, giving up of the most precious commodity, which is time, to make sure we can go racing. So David and the rest of your colleagues, thank you very much indeed. Will Chadwick having to fight his way through traffic, leading and trying, that's the number 60 car he's having a battle with, and that is the 4X car, with which he is battling for the lead.
He's lapping.
No, he's putting a lap on.
So what happened was
got to the back of the field.
The GT4 went into 3 sections. Three of them on a lead lap. I think 5 of them on the next lap, and then 2 of us, unfortunately, a lap behind again due to the yellow flags and various incidents.
So who was that he was going by then? That was Phil Regan.
He was going past the car, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the XZ racing car. So that was the 5th place car that he's just put a lap on.
Yeah.
Because of the safety car. Unfortunately, those things happen to multi-class racing. We did have a wave by to get the cars in between the race leader and their own leader back on the end before we broke for the service, had to break for the service. But such are the machinations of bringing out a safety car to neutralise the race.
Always the case. Some people win, some people lose, everyone moans.
Not everybody moans. Everybody doesn't moan. Some people are just happy to be out there racing. And
when have you ever seen a racer who's just happy to be out there racing and won't moan when a safety car costs them half a lap?
Well, yeah, all right. Even I've been warned to do that in the past. I got very angry about pitting at the perfect time before a full course yellow in a radical race. I dived in the pits and got back out again, and was absolutely certain I should have got a wave by, and it didn't happen. So I ended up right behind the safety car going, well, I know I'm not leading, so that means that I'm about to get lapped now, because I knew the leaders would tear back around after their pit stop. And it's like, no, you didn't need to pick me up, you should let me go round, and I would have come out right near the front of the field. Commentating in my helmet, of course, as I was doing it at Donington Park. But yes, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, I do love sometimes the battle that pious commentator John has with racer John in the same sentence. Sometimes it's quite amusing. Black flag for 103, 30-second stop go for causing a collision. So he is.
What car number was that?
Race car 103. I think it's in 5th.
Oh, that's Rob Austin again. That's the second time Rob in that Mission Motorsport 103 car then has had. So, and that's a. Now, what we don't know, of course, is whether that is from before or after the break. Because
no, it's a new message that's come up.
Right. Okay.
I have the messages in front of me.
See, between us, we roughly speaking,
almost got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've almost got the doily, but not quite.
The doily of information. Do we add that to?
I think so.
Do we add that then to the Black Marker Pen of Doom, the Tipex of Redemption, and now between the commentary teams, what we were talking about in qualifying yesterday, dear viewer and listener, if you weren't with us, we were talking about how people's knowledge of what's going on can overlap, and I described that as being a bit like a doily. There's lots of little cutouts, but if you get a few layers of doily and just sort of slightly, Ursula's picked up what a doily is, slightly just twist them a bit, like lots of snowflakes. So lots of snowflakes. If you could lay snowflakes on top of each other, when they fall, eventually, if you get enough there, you get a white blanket, don't you? Well, that's the same. The doily of information. If you just get the right balance and slightly put a couple of degrees into them, you don't have as many holes. The holes get filled up, and eventually you get a full big white circle. And that's how commentary teams work together, because you have different areas of expertise, and therefore the doily of information or experience generally fills the gap. We're adding that to our what we need. That's gonna light up. That is going to light up on RSL_studio. Hello to Safe Phil, by the way, who normally goes to his village service, but that wasn't happening in the same way this weekend, and he watched the service from the pit lane at Thruxton. To Jerry Sisk as well, good to hear some friends over the air at the Race of Remembrance. Tom Stanley tuned in as well, Alan Bradley, the Motoring Podcast as well, and Cracked Screen. Thank you, Andrew, for being in. Tom Stanley, I think we mentioned as well, who's racing in this race. Let's see if we can get a little interview. I'm really pressing the. I'm really pressing now the. Let's see if I can go. There's Darren Wood. So if I move Darren Wood into there, can I say good morning still to Darren Wood? Darren, can you hear us?
I can, John.
Oh, excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. Darren, you did the setup, the qualifying, and everything that was going on in the 24 car. How was that first part of the race?
Yeah, it was good, John. Most of the time it felt like you were standing in a nest of angry wasps with the radicals coming past you. That's crazy. You're really on the defensive all the time. What can you win?
Nick was talking about the closing speeds. I've never. Oh, Bradley's had it off as we were watching him.
Oh no!
Coming out of the final corner onto the wing straight, and he's really shouldn't have. Is that still cold tyres at this point, even with a few laps in, or was that just Bradley over egging it with his right foot, Darren?
No, the tyres would be up to speed by now. That's just.
Oh, he's got traffic around him.
Yeah, I think that's just concentration levels there.
He's probably not put his glasses on. That's the problem. 83 years old, Joe Bradley, according to the commentator notes, which I think you wrote, Darren, didn't you?
No, I don't believe so. I think Joe wrote them himself, actually. He's being very honest. No, there's no excuse for Joe on that one, because it's not even dark.
No, that's true. That's obviously going to cause some damage. That will slow the car down. It looked like a straight-on hit. And I think the steering, you'll be able to see better. Nick, he's clipped the curb there as well and kicked the car. You'll be able to see whether the steering's straight or not on that car. So it goes through.
One of the things you've got to remember that Joe has only just got in that car, and through the testing we've been messing around with some of the traction control settings, and we've been running it with 8. But actually this morning it's fixed at 3, so it's a lot more slip on throttle application as you come out the slow corners. You don't have the aero on these GT4, so it's a bit tougher. I think we just got caught out by that a little bit.
Now, is that bad enough that you think you might call him into the pits here, Darren?
Yeah, I've kind of got one ear on the team radio as well. Matt's just woken up and he's helping Joe through this little dilemma, so we'll see whether he does put in or not. I would think that he probably does need to.
Right, listen, I'll let you get back to that. Well done in the first. Great livery, by the way, before Joe. typical, Joe manages to ditch the Midweek Motorsport bonnet on the car. We have to have a word with him about that. Darren, thanks very much, mate. Good work on the livery. It looks absolutely superb.
Yeah, thank you, John, and thanks to the sponsors and obviously Year One for putting on this event. And regardless of what happens next year, can we do this again next year? It's amazing.
I think you might find that there will be a ROR virtual to go alongside the ROR full metal. Darren, thanks very much, mate.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the coverage.
Darren Wood from the 24 team. And let's bring Tom Stanley in for a quick word, as well as Bradley has come by the pits. And asymmetric driver Tom Stanley, good morning to you, sir. How are you?
Not too bad. Could have gone a lot better though.
What happened this morning that you think could have gone a bit better?
Maybe going right instead of left to avoid the spinning radical of CMC Racing.
Yeah, that's the Audi Infineon Audi coloured car that Ben Constantinos is in. I mean that's multi-class racing though, Tom. It's the same as in real life, and you have a split second to make those decisions. And you would say normally, you know, your race can be made or lost by those decisions.
Definitely. It was on the final corner, going to the start, finish straight, so I was already tracking out left. So I thought I'll go left, see what happens, and suddenly the radical just spun towards me. And then it just blew my engine just a moment ago. So I'm in the pits now for at least 40 minutes. So that's always fun.
Right, so that is a repair that you can't get around because you've got no engine, and that will be a very long time, as you say, about 40 minutes at least before you get back out. But you will be going back out? Question mark?
I will. I'll finish this race.
You're doing this on your own, aren't you?
Yes, definitely.
Because what? I mean, come on. Have you got no mates, or you just like Joey doesn't share food from friends, Tom doesn't share his driving? Is that how it goes?
No, it's I put a message in the chat from my teammates and I didn't get any response. So I just thought, hell with it. Let's just do it on my own. I enjoy endurance racing, and especially I actually am a marshal as well, and I just did the enduro car. So I love my racing.
You have been in the Neo GT series, IV RA series now, which was formerly known as DGFX, wasn't it? You've done some race stewarding as well, but you've actually got an engineering, a full metal engineering background. Tell us a little bit about that.
So I studied engineering when I was younger in kind of secondary school, and then I decided to make the jump towards a university degree in engineering, in specifically motorsport. I enjoyed the time at uni. I got first-hand experience on a Formula Ford car, which we raced around Anglesey, Auckland Park, and I believe Donington at the time. So I managed to get a bit of hands-on there. Sadly, because of my health, I couldn't get a degree at the end. But I'm still involved in motorsport and other areas.
And thanks very much for giving your time. As I said, you know me, I always give the marshals their due shout out, as I think we all should do, whether I'm commentating or indeed competing. Precious commodity time, Tom. So thank you for your commitment to that. We'll wish you well. Go and make yourself a cup of tea, get yourself a bacon butty, and I mean the advantage is that the work will continue on your car automatically, and you'll be back in the race later.
Yes, thank you, John.
Cheers, mate. Tom Stanley. At least he doesn't have to get the spanners out this morning. Yeah. That is the good news there. At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch with us. Shane Stoney still leading the race by about 44 seconds now from Morgan Short. And actually, no, take that back, by about 4 seconds from Morgan Short in second place. Dan Webster in third, Tiago Reiser in fourth, Rob Austin in and out of the pits for another penalty there, Nick, but still in fifth position. Shane Stoney, for the moment, and quite unusually, got a bit of open track around him.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of attrition, I think, over the past
Oh,
couple
hang
of
on,
laps. We've had
lead
a
us in
few
the
cars
pits.
come in.
Lead us in the pits. Now, this is we
Fuel, I think, which is standard second fuel stop, 50 minutes plus 50 minutes. We've lost the trail slightly because of the Remembrance service, but I think this is a fill up and go situation.
Right, let's have a look. Well, before we had, when did that start? So he had done 34 minutes before the service, and he's done since then
About 20.
11, 16. Yeah, about that. So he's in the pits. I reckon that's about right. So,
so he just had an empty tank.
Yeah, okay, that's very good. And so now we can so are we going to see everybody stopped at roughly the same time? I can't see anybody who's got a massive advantage. We will see that play out, but there has been some attrition at the sharp end of the field because the roll centre, I was about to say the roll centre cars dropped back, and so is the second place car, year one, but they're both in the pits. In fact, year one, Team Grello already out of the pit lane. Roll centre still in the pit lane, so that leaves HPE Automotive in the 111 car, Nick, at the head of the field, the magic 111 car, and right behind, interestingly, Team FUN. Now, how many laps down at Team FUN? They are 10 laps back, so that's not to get back on the lead lap, but it is to get one of their laps back from the leader.
Yeah, and interesting, I just had a bit of a message from Darren. He's raised a really important point we've not actually mentioned yet, and I think it's going to play a big part as we move on, and that is the good old 1x incident point.
Good point.
For racing.
Explain that, because there's a lot of people. There will be some people who are coming to online racing, simulated racing. Perhaps tell us about 1x. These are effectively incident points which stack up like the sword of Damocles hanging over your racing helmet as the race goes on. And this is all done. This is not done by any of the stewards. This is the simulation doing this, so it's exactly the same regulations for everybody. Tell me about how you rack these up, and tell me why, particularly in this race, it's very important.
Well, the first thing is, incident points really are there because the one thing you don't have with virtual racing, as we said, is a jeopardy. If you go off the track, you can press a button and suddenly your car is mended again. If you hit someone at the backside, oh well, whatever. Who matters? It's just control back to the pits again. So what happens in iRacing, you get what's called an incident point. So some of them for track limit. So a track limit, warning actually is a 1x. If you spin off and lose control, you get 2x's. And if you have an accident with someone, an incident, you get between 0 and 4, depending how serious the outcome was. So if you ram someone at the backside, you will get 4x. Unfortunately, the person who gets hit also gets 4x's. But in fact, this all adds up. Now, in this race, there are only a limit of just 30 incident points throughout the entire 6 to 10 hours of running. An accident, and we've seen plenty of those, will give you 4 straight away. But the real key point is, this is a track where it's very easy to drift slightly wide, especially at Stowe or Copse. And that picks up 1 instant point each time. Now, I'll give you a quick idea. Our team, which is running quite conservatively in the middle of the pack, has already got 12, of which 10 of them are off tracks and 2 was for the spin you saw from Joe. Now, the radicals I would expect are probably a bit higher up for a couple of reasons. One, because we've seen hitting each other, but also because sometimes when you're overtaking someone with a huge closing speed, you've got no option. These things suddenly go slightly awry, but to get off the track, the official line of the track to get past them. So my guess is that as we get through to the last couple of hours, there's going to be quite a few drive-throughs as people rack up those 30 points. So we'll need to look at that because we won't actually see it being called. You don't get a warning from the race control going, car 24, 30 points. You'll just see them do drive-throughs.
Yeah.
And that will say, why is he going to the pits? Why is he out the pits again? It's a drive-through. Now, in fairness, it's not such a massive problem here as it is at other tracks. So, for example, you're probably only going to lose about, I would think, 10 seconds by doing a drive-through. But obviously, if it's close to top, just so you know, at Spa for the 24-hour race, where you have to go through both pits, it takes over a minute to do the drive-through.
it's not such a big penalty in terms of time here, as we mentioned before. The gap, the time to the line actually is quicker in the pit lane, even on the pit lane speed limiter, even for WEC cars that have a bit of downforce, because the end of the lap on the international, the wing pit lap, is so slow. So you come teaming into the pit lane and then dive into the pit. All right, let's take a look at some of the battles out on the field. Mission Motorsport, Gareth Patterson in the 102 car, the BMW. He is sitting in 6th place, and right ahead of him is the car that he's chasing down. I think that's the 60 car that we were talking about earlier on. It was trying to stay on the lead lap, and behind him is Simon Dodd, who is having a bit of a battle with him. That's the Year 1 Racing Team Purple. So cars in battles for position through the field. Patterson in the 102. With traffic coming up behind, and that's one of the... Oh, hello. Slow down there for a moment now. Are there slow... Oh, was that a bit team orders going on there? Are there slowdowns on this as well? Nick, I didn't see that in the regs.
There are absolutely... The slowdowns are automatic within the iRacing design of the track, so there are slowdowns here. Most notably, if you cut the element of...
So that was the position.
You pick up some big ones. Yeah, you can pick up 3 second slowdowns if you really take liberties at Beckett's, for example. There's also slowdowns as you go wide, going past the old pits. There's a slowdown, I think, for going too wide, coming out of turn 1, but that's certainly a 1X. So it's a kind of a... that car, so the car there was
right in front of that ball. Yeah.
That's why he had the anchors on, looking out of shape, because he was trying to avoid spinning a radical. What's he doing? Oh, that's why.
That's the 103.
So
that's the Austin car. That's the 3rd place car, Nick. Excuse me, the 2nd place car overall, locking up the rears, going through that BMW battle, which was a battle for position, which is Gareth Patterson and Simon Dodd. Simon got ahead of Gareth. Gareth, in that little bit of schmozzle, has got back through. Great bit of recovery from Rob Austin, reversing the wheel to spin the front wheel back around and do a bit of a Ben Collins-esque precision driving flick turn as he was still going backwards, which I can tell you does work in a radical, because I had somebody driving to the back of me going into Redgate in the start of one of my SR3 races, and had to do that to keep himself out of the wall. But many years of going backwards in a variety of cars in real and virtual taught me to do that, and managed to point in the right direction, albeit with what looked like a shark bite out of the back of the diffuser on that car. So that then
was quite strange. It looked like he did his brake bias wrong.
Correct.
He was only putting a small amount of turn in, and he just lost the rear end.
Downshift, maybe? Question mark.
Possibly downshift. Possibly too. Racing drivers,
Is there, now, you might not... Sorry, Nick, you might not know this, because I know you've been running in the GT4s. Is there an auto blip on the radicals for this? Are you allowed the auto blip?
Yes, you are allowed the auto blip, yeah.
Right, okay.
I'm not quite... I mean, it may be that he, for maximum braking effect, he's got his brake bias wound back a little bit, and he's just too much for his corners. A stop-go for car number 60 for an unsafe rejoin.
Oh, right.
So
that's XZ Racing. Yeah, and that's Phil Reagan behind the wheel of that car in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th position. The battle, by the way, that we're watching for Gareth Patterson, between Gareth Patterson and Simon Dodd. Simon's back ahead again, and that is the next back. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6th and 7th in class that we were watching there, and those two are having a cracking scrap for positions as the BMWs start to make their way through to the short end of the GT4 field. Although William Chadwick, who leads that for Vibe Esport by SimFX, is of course in a Porsche. The 29 car is the Porsche Cayman. At the front of the field at the moment, 10.5 seconds between Webster and Rob Austin after that little mistake by Rob. It had got pretty close. Then 16 seconds back to Matt Gallagher in 3rd, despite all of Matt's trials and tribulations. Shane Stoney has pitted, however. The top 3, I reckon, all owes a pit stop they're on a slightly different strategy. None of those guys have stopped since the restart. Although Rob Austin did a short stint just before the safety car came out. So I'm suggesting that he might have he did a 7-lap stint, I think, just before the safety car came out. Here's Webster coming in the 111 from the lead. So there we are. Said the orders a pit stop, and he will come in, ghosting through cars that are already parked in the pit lane. And it will be fuel first, and then we'll see it right straight up on the jack. So it's getting a new set of tyres, and the driver change. Yeah, and it's going to be Paul Crabb who'll take over that car.
When you watch the weirdness of the iRacing pit lane when cars drive through each other, if it goes up on the jacks, it's getting new tyres. It temporarily disappears. It's changing drivers.
Yeah, Paul Crabb getting into that car, which I think.
Was Rob Austin's short run prior to the stop? Was that because he was serving a black and white flag or something?
Of course, I forgot about that. I did forget about that. Yeah, because he got a penalty. That car's had a couple of penalties. Big off from. Now, was there a touch there?
Or was he spooked? Keith Dalton in the Mazda was spinning around, but it was hard to tell as they come, going towards the entrance to the old pit whether that was. Oh no, so that's further back, isn't it? So it's actually coming through Vale, but it's hard to work out whether he was touched or not.
No, that you were right the first time. He was coming out of Luffield, I think. That's the heritage pits in the background. Oh, there's damage. There's damage to the 22 car.
All over it.
Now, he's 8th position in class for Venus Blue. 3 teams there. That car will have to pit next time around. I think they'll need to. I tell you what, he's still very committed. How's the steering? Steering looks pretty straight on the inside of the 22. Yes, but it's not turning the way he expected. It's got a little bit more, even than usual, of the turning oversteer on that car. So Keith Dalton down the hanger straight now, steering just off centre to the right.
A bit, yeah.
Yeah, he'll come in.
Now, is he going? It'll depend where he is, I think, on his pit stop strategy. I think he'll be quite. Oh yeah, he'll come in. He's being overtaken by
everything.
Yeah. 4 goes. Will it go in? What's it doing? And finally, it turns.
Yeah. Well,
it's quite hard. It's a real challenge to drive cars when they are damaged and don't know what they're doing. So he's doing. Oh, he's not coming in. Ooh, brave.
It's not going to get any better, is it? He's been out, obviously, since the restart. So 14 laps since the restart. There was a short stint in there. I'm just trying to work out. Ian Joyner has been in, and Keith, I'm pretty certain, started that car. But actually, maybe not. Maybe Ian started that car because we had a few laps that I've got on my strategy software before that for the practice starts, which I still think was a great idea. From the race organisers. Yeah. He's struggling though. He's really struggling there to get that car turned in. Nothing, well, a lot of things worse in the world, generally speaking, but nothing worse than having to drive a crooked car. No need to radio in and tell the crew to get ready, of course, because if you hit the pit lane, repairs will start immediately. It's not like they've got to go and find a new left-hand wing, front wing from the car park from somebody who's just parked an MX-5 up.
Yeah, go round 2 more laps. We're searching in the tool chest to find the bits we need. Yeah. Has anyone been to the AMG? Yeah. Has anyone been to the AMG truck to buy the new diffuser? Has anyone got the credit card?
Now listen, you joke about that, but in a Full Metal Race of Remembrance, when I was driving a Mazda, we had terrible power steering pump problems, and the guy spent an age doing the power steering pump. And literally, as I went out to do my stint, as I think there was a safety car, and we got out on the back of the safety car, and literally, as we got back out, the pump, you-know-what itself again, and sprayed power steering fluid all over the screen. And I knew there was no point in going back in because I knew they didn't have another pump. So, it was very obvious. We didn't have pits to car radio, but it was very obvious what had happened because there was a big plume of smoke as I went out the pits. And so basically I had to stay out for an hour and whatever whilst they tried to source a new power steering pump. And I quote, from somewhere. That is all I'm going to say.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But of course, the famous one is at Dubai a few years ago, isn't it? Where
Oyster.
BMW broke its. And they took some wheelbarrows off a car in the car park.
Yeah.
To get the thing to work. And the guy, and then they said, "Well, how is it?" And they gave it back to him at the end.
Yes, because they got in touch on the forum with the local Dubai BMW M4 Owners Club, because nothing was open. There was nowhere to find it, to source one. And the guy literally turned up. It was the Saturday morning. It had happened late on the Friday night of race, Friday to Saturday there. Turned up with his road car. The mechanic stripped off the bits they needed, put them on the race car, and then at the end of the race, they did give him them back. And he drove back home again, happy as a pig in effluent, because his bits of the car had raced through to third position in class, or whatever the heck it was.
Possibly, yeah. Well, you would be, wouldn't you? You've effectively, you have gained that through your support. Brilliant. I mean, it's fabulous. I mean, I do know that. I think it's quite well known that there has been things taken off road cars when the owners didn't know it was happening, hasn't it? In other endurance events in other countries, people have come back and found things they thought should be in the car not there anymore.
The best one I can tell you of, and this is absolutely true, back in the American Le Mans Series days at Road Atlanta, the Aston Martin, which would then have been a GT1 car, I suppose, and they might have even still been running the DB9 in those days. They had an issue coming out the pits on cold tyres. I did a Bradley and stuck it into the pit wall, or the exit of the pit wall at Road Atlanta, in the gap between turns 1 and 2. You know the track, you know where it is. It broke a part of the front subframe, or the front chassis leg. There was, from Aston of Atlanta, there was a brand new DB9 on display, and overnight, because it was so much the identical car that was there, and you know the extruded aluminium that Aston still use actually is the base for all their cars. There's bonding as well as bolts to hold stuff on. So they took off this piece, right front chassis leg, bolted it and bonded it onto the race car, left it to cure overnight, and raced that car in the whole of the, what was then 10 hours or 1,000 miles race the next day to a decent position. And basically, Aston of Atlanta ordered another bit in, and eventually they didn't come back off that race car again, but it was exactly the same piece. And that was on a GT1 car, because those were the regs in those days. I can't remember which driver it was that put it in the wall, which is probably just as well. We're still with a goodly portion of the race to go, 3 hours and 40 minutes coming up to go. We're live at Silverstone at just after midday now. Good afternoon on Remembrance Sunday. This is the virtual Mission Motorsport Race of Remembrance. Year One TV bringing you the coverage and the racing action with RSL Radio Show Limited commentary. Nick Damon joining me, John Hindhoff, in the Global Broadcast Centre. Still some real racing to go today at Silverstone. Haven't seen actually what the actual conditions were like at Silverstone. It's very foggy out in Northamptonshire
right here,
at the moment.
15 miles away.
Are you okay down at MK?
Clear here, yeah.
In the very epicentre of the carbon fibre triangle.
Absolutely. Oh, and I have some update news for you. It's not good news, I'm afraid. Just after Ben, another Joe put it in the wall, Ben's engine broke. So we are, Ben Constanduris and the 45 CMC racing car he was sharing with Isaac Barkley's been in the walls, and the engine's gone pop, and they are retiring.
Just a quick reminder, if you would like to help, it's been a difficult year for all charities, and I know that many of you will have appeal fatigue. Absolutely understand that, which is why I want to say thank you very much to everybody who's made the minimum donation of 50 quid to put a team into here. If you're in the UK, you can donate £5 if you text to 70085 5 ROR, 5 ROI, capital letters. That'll donate £5. 10 ROR, same number, 70085, 10 quid. 20 ROR, 70085, 20 quid. We are we're nearly at halfway to our goal of £50,000. 22,699 is the update at the moment. We've got, and Cess will give me the details of this on my screen in front of me. We've got auctions going on this weekend. Lando Norris has donated his race overalls. He won't need them next year, so that's all right. Actually, in all fairness and all joking aside, they are the overalls that he wore in the Chinese Grand Prix, which I think, depending on which way you count, Nick, was the 1000th event for F1 Grand Prix.
Officially it was, yes. Who knows what number it really was.
Right.
It's a convenient hat to hang its number on.
Yeah. If you get on the Mission Motorsport page or the Mission Motorsport Facebook page, you'll see all the details of the auctions going on as well. So we're almost halfway to our goal of £50,000. Let's get a bit closer to that in the next hour or so, with 3 hours of this race completed. Not actually, 3 hours since we dropped the green flag, so we've still got 3 hours and 40 to go. So in the next race hour, let's see if we can get a bit closer to that. The number 5, 10 or 20 ROR to 70085 on your text in the UK goes straight to that fund. Craig Elliott, 6th position, Mission Motorsport 103. Craig just heading up to the brilliant Maggots Bengots area. It's absolutely flat through the first part there. Then a little bit of a break, down one gear, down a second gear, and out through Chapel onto the Hanger Straight. Chasing another couple of cars ahead of him who are having a bit of a scrap at the moment. As I say, sitting in 6th in class in the Mission Motorsport 103 car. So that's a driver change there. So when that car came in, Rob Austin got out and Craig Elliott got in, Nick, which I reckon then that's all 3 drivers that have been in that car now, because Tom Ingram and Rob have been in it, and Craig now having been installed. I think that's all 3 of their drivers. Most people going with 3, 1 or 2 going with 2 or 4. I think most people going with 3 drivers.
Yeah, most 3, some 2. Some crazy people do 1. The 6 hours on its own is doable if you decide if you can be really quick with your bio brakes during the tyre changes. Yeah, I think I told you yesterday, the guy did 12 hours, was leading, and 11 hours and 48 minutes his internet collapsed.
Oh man!
Yeah, that's not what we're going to do.
And I did remind. I mean, back in the old days when you didn't have to have a minimum number of drivers, there was a French driver called Pierre Levesque, who was rather unfairly blamed for the 1955 disaster when it was. Well, let's not get into that right now, because I'll stir up a whole can of worms that I'd open a whole can of worms that I don't need to in this race. Anyway, Pierre Levesque, more famous for almost winning Le Mans single-handed in the 24 hours, had a gearbox issue towards the end of the race. It was certainly before the 55 race, I know that. Fame and infamy equally for Levesque. Not actually, if I think I'm right in saying his real name. I think that was a nom du cause that he raced. Craig Elliott, though, we're watching at the moment, just going past James Pallett. That was a pass for position going into Stowe. Holds on round the outside. So Pallett dropping back. That's the Guarana Racing car. And just around about another 18 seconds up the... a couple of seconds rather up the field is Ollie White for RAF Motorsport Association. So the fight back begins for 103 after a couple of calls to the pit lane to stand on the naughty step, or at least to pass by the naughty step at least, if not actually stand on it. So what you were saying earlier on, Nick.
The stop goes. He was stopping on the step and having a bit of a sit down to think about things.
Yes, being asked to contemplate one's life. Yes.
Yes. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I've been watching a few of the cars going round, and there's a great number now of radicals who've got little bits of damage on them, isn't there? There's the WTF car here, as you can see, he's got that front left and front right, both slightly crushed, so he won't be at maximum attack. And I think there's a lot of cars which are now a little bit worse for, I say mostly the radicals, and unfortunately RGT4. But yeah, we're not halfway through the actual running of the race. I haven't done half the actual And yeah, this is the point. It is thinning out, but I think we still lost about 3 or 4 cars. There's still 27 cars of very different speeds, and it's, you know, this is the point I was trying to make at the beginning, which was completely ignored by a vast number of the cars. You've really got to look after your machine for the first 2 or 3 hours, because you pick up a damage. Like,
side swipe there from Jordy Mills, who's taken over the WTF1 car.
Not happy for the BMW there. You know, again,
that car's
absolutely well done, Jody. Well done, Jody. You've made a second up. Excellent work, and you've wrecked your car. What's the point? You know, this is not drive. You know, it's fine if you're in a 20-minute race or a half-hour iRace, you know, event. Fine, yeah, knock yourself out. Do everything you can. This is a 6-hour race, 6.5-hour race. What are you wasting? What are you risking your car for a second for?
Well, it's looking a bit. In fairness, that car is looking a bit second-hand now.
It could be the case now at this point. It can't be any worse, but it can. It can. You can get called in the pits any moment with a meatball.
Yes, yeah, of course, depending on how bad that is. Geordie having just taken over that car relatively recently, so perhaps just deciding to get a wiggle on. The car's probably feeling as good as it's going to early on, even with the heavy fuel load. And so, as I say, just having got into that car relatively recently. At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch with us, whether you're watching on WTF or the race or our various other syndications, including at radio-show.co.uk. And hello to Dawn, who is at Copter Chick, loving the coverage, cheering on CB Racing. Colin and Ben at RAF Motorsport as well. Thank you, Dawn. And hello to Michael Woods. He says, yeah, I remember the GT Academy team in the Britcar 24 borrowed parts from the Boss's 370Z, which was in the car park. I remember that as well. I was commentating on that race. I've got a feeling it was a wing and a wheel arch liner, and it might have even been an upright as well, Michael. Certainly the year that I was there was some tomfoolery going on with nicking bits of cars from what was out in the car park, which was just now, in fairness, working out of what is now called the Heritage Pitch, the National Pits, and the cars were parked very close by. In fact, it might have even been parked in the back of the paddock in those years, so it wasn't a long way to run with the tools. Thanks, Michael, for that. At RSL Studio. So let's go through where we are. We've gone through effectively a pit stop cycle now, Nick, since the restart, because people were on, certainly for the front of the field.
The GT4, we've certainly had the stops for the Radicals. I've not quite been watching. We haven't had a lot of coverage of the MX-5, but from memory, they run about 5 minutes longer per stint, so they will be in, therefore 10 minutes later than the Radicals, so they'll be dropping in about now. Still plenty of time.
I think they've got a ways. I think they might have a little longer to go. 23 laps they were doing, 11. Well, no, they've done, you're about right. They've done 18 laps, I reckon, since their last, for the most of them, if they didn't fuel before the break. So
yeah, 5, 6 or 7 laps for the GT4s, depending where they are. And we've got a stop and go for car 34, John.
34 is the Geordie Mills car. That is the WTF1 car. So that's another one. They are racking up the most penalties. They are going to be the top of the league of the penalties. They've had more penalties than an England, West Germany semi-final playoff game, haven't they? Really?
But they've managed to get the set here. Stop and go for car 34 for 1, exceeding track limits, 2, unsafe rejoin, and 3, causing a collision.
Excellent. Yeah, that is the hat trick. That is the trifecta. Presumably not all in one incident, although it can if you want to go for the triple World Cup. No, you're kidding me.
They've gone off way, which wouldn't have got the penalty in itself. Then they've come back and they've taken someone out or have contributed to an accident.
Excellent.
Yeah, they've really done the set there. So well done, WTF1. Excellent work.
That is the iRacing trifecta right there.
I get the impression the WTF1 team are quick.
Very
but
quick.
Possibly not always totally in control. It's just my guess.
I think we need
please don't sue me.
Hang on, but remember what series they cover. It's not endurance, is it? Let's see what happened, because Brilliant Cess has already had a look. So spin at the first corner off the track into Abbey. Well, that looked okay as far as the rejoin was concerned, so that might not have been that incident. I wonder if it was going off the track in the final corner when we saw them sideswipe that BMW. So off the track, overtaking while off the track, rejoined and hit somebody. Because that was a shunt on the right-hand side. The right-hand side of the car doesn't look too bad. When you put that one up for sale on Monday, then take the pictures from the right-hand side. Looks great. Absolutely.
I've been told it's lap 54 where the incident happened, where they've been called for.
Right.
The safety-based control says.
I'm very impressed that you know that.
That will have been a complaint someone put in.
Right. So that's going back a bit.
Said, right, I am car number X, car number Y. Did me on lap 54. Please review the situation. Obviously, it takes a while. 54 is what now? All best part of 18 laps ago, so half an hour ago.
But the great thing is, we've got every single angle of that, because you can go back and it's there. I mean, that's the brilliant part of what we're doing here. We don't get that in Full Metal Racing. And some things, you know, in the dark of night on the far side of Road Atlanta, or you know, or the Nürburgring, you know, you can't always go back and be sure what's happened. 478 had a bit of a contretemps as well. Adam McNally for Excite Racing, and they're still running in the top four, and that car has got some damage to the left front that we can see. Remember, the damage model is not just about the visuals. Again, if you're coming to this for the first time, apologies for those of you who are iRacing, all fair with iRacing, but particularly on an event like this, you'll appreciate with the crossover, we'll be getting quite a lot of people who don't know. It's not just about the damage you can see. In fact, sometimes it's rather more about the damage you can't. Nice bit of driving there, by the way, by Paul Crabb, who came upon that car in the loop in the 111 SR8, which is in third position, and made sure that he gave that wounded 478 plenty of room, because he knew he could blast past them on the Wellington Straight. Exactly, Nick, the sort of thing that you were talking about at the start of the race there from the faster drivers. Because in the drivers' meeting, and one driver from each team had to have the virtual drivers' meeting this morning on Discord. And we've even seen actual real-life racers doing virtual driver briefings nowadays. Certainly the Nürburgring 24, the real-life Nürburgring 24, which I was covering for Audi TV. That was a virtual driver's briefing, quite remarkably. But they all had to do that. And if you've ever raced in multi-class racing, whether you're at Le Mans or one of the Creventic races or whatever, slower drivers, stay on the racing line. Don't move around. Don't do anything silly. If you can move out the way, indicate and move out the way. Yeah, sure. And breathe out of it on the straight if you can. A couple of interviews I think we might have. Sorry, I'm trying to look at too many things at the same time here. Stand by a moment. Let's have a look.
Just a quick point while you're setting those up, John. I heard a conversation online and with a couple of drivers, and they said that it's interesting because we did think it was quite calm a bit at the start of the race. Apparently, they're saying it was very, very respectful.
That's like in a different part of the group to me.
Everyone kind of got a feel of where they were and who they were and what they were doing. But after the first set of pit stops, you got a whole new set of drivers who weren't quite sure what was going on. And the people who were still out were a bit more confused, and therefore this kind of lovely synergy of everyone getting on kind of failed miserably, and that's when the accident started. But you started mixing up people who hadn't really got up to speed with people who thought the car being driven by A or being driven by driver B, and it caused confusion horrendously around the first stops.
Right, Nick, you move your mic away from your mouth just a tiny little bit, and I'll go into an interview. We've got Miles in the commentary box at the moment, and sorry Miles, I can't say anything other than that because that's all is on your Discord name. So Miles, what's your surname and which car you're driving? My apologies.
Hi John, I don't know if you can hear me. It's Cook and I'm in the 21.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, good thanks. How are you guys?
Very good, very good. How was the stint this morning? I saw your name.
I've just about recovered. I was a bit of a late entry, and bless him, my co-driver has barely had any iRacing running. So we kind of set our expectations quite low. If we can just not be last, that'd be mega. Poor guy, he binned it on the first lap. I'm glad he's not listening, but he binned it. He came in, but as it happened, the service period kind of fell kindly for us. We haven't lost too much time. But yeah, it's good. We're running, what is it, lap 2? So that's a long race. So we are later on.
Yeah, and how have you found the racing itself? A fixed setup, of course, which really puts the onus on the driving, and it makes it a little bit easier to jump in as a late entry, because it's not like you've missed 140 hours of fine tuning the suspension settings on the car, etc.
Yeah, of course, it levels the playing field to a certain extent. So yeah, you can, if nothing else, it kind of you might have in the back of your head as a racing driver, oh well, maybe it's because of this, maybe it's because of that. You can rule out the setup in your head straight away. So it's just about your lines. It's just about getting good exits rather than barrel into the corners. So yeah, that's a great help. I've got to say the whole setup. Of course, there's going to be some quibbles in the channels about decisions not going people's way. I'm staying out of that. That's not our hill to die on. But everything seems really well organised. You've got to credit everybody that's involved. This has been mega. I'd rather go real racing, but as an alternative, this is fantastic.
Miles, good luck for the rest of the race, and thanks for joining us, and thanks for supporting Mission Motorsport and our virtual racing Remembrance. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, and thank you guys as well from a collective team as it happens. But as always, thanks to you guys at Real Mom for joining and helping out with these things. It's mega, much appreciated.
Listen, and from our point of view, the collective are a great support to us. So thanks very much, mate. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday and the rest of the race. Thanks, Miles.
You too. Take care, John. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Let's grab in that was the Team No AFA's car, by the way. Brian McCoy behind the wheel of that at the moment as we talk to Miles Cook. Let's bring in Roll Centre Racing, who've got their mic turned off at the moment, I think. Who am I speaking to at Roll Centre? Is it one of the shorts? I bet it is. Hello, Roll Centre Racing. Are you there? Your mic muted at the moment. I'll take that off. See if I can take that. No. Well, maybe they don't realise they're in the comms booth. Come on, Shorty. Tap somebody on the shoulder. See if they come up in a second or two. Oh, this is much more like real life when you're trying to go down for a pit lane interview and you can't quite get the radio mic to work. Hello, Roll Centre. Are you listening to me? No? Right, well, I'm going to swap out Roll Centre because I can see somebody else is waiting. Alice Fretwell's behind the wheel, so it could have been... Oh, no, hang on. We have got Roll Centre. Who am I talking to at Roll Centre? Which one of the shorts is that?
I'm here. It's Martin.
Hello, big shorty. How you
Hello,
doing,
mate.
fella?
Struggling with the technology.
Mate, for us, it was ever thus, wasn't it, mate?
Yes, my God.
Go back to analogue, mate. Go back to analogue. In fact, you have, because haven't you just bought a Formula Ford car in real life?
Yeah, Reynard 88. So,
you going to drive it?
Yeah, I haven't been more excited about a race car in a long while. It's, I've always enjoyed the Walter Hayes, and I was up there last Saturday, and it was sort of the final decider. Spoke to lots of people about the Reynard, and it's a simple thing to look after, cheap to run, and Morgan and Marcus will both sort of benefit from analogue racing, exactly as you described it.
Well, Jeremy Shaw is a great advocate of that. 3 pedals, heeling and towing. All the Team USA boys come through that, and one of his lads got a really good, Renarin got a really good result. I think 3rd in the Hayes at the last weekend. And when you see who's gone through that, you're talking about most recently people who've been IndyCar champions. So there's definitely merit in it. Tell us about the lads and how they've been getting on here. I know you and Michelle have been avidly watching. Michelle's been using this obviously to take her mind off the horrible football results.
Yes, we won't mention that.
Marcus and Morgan involved here and making their way in real motorsports as well, mate. So you can't retire yet. Just when you thought you could put your feet up, and then they've started spending money on motorsport.
I know. They're eating into the pension fund. It's quite frightening, but I'm quite enjoying it. It's a really Morgan. We got him out in the Rover 216 that I built 30 years ago for a customer and then rebought, and we've enjoyed that. And it's a whole different experience. Me stood in the pit wall fretting. Michelle throwing me off the pit wall because I'm bloody useless. Michelle's just looking at me quizzically. Who's that? I'm talking to John on the
You
on
are
the stream.
live, by the way. Remember.
Yeah, I know. We're live, darling.
Was that an old 216 Challenge car then?
Yes. Yeah, I built it for a chap called Chris Berry, who I hadn't spoken to in 25 years, and I accidentally found him on LinkedIn and sent him a message, and we got chatting, and he said, "Oh, I've still got the car you built." So
with a sort of a link to this event in one of the 360 races at SNET, I raced a 216 trophy car, and it was lovely. It was absolutely lovely. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Long time since. In fact, the first time I ever raced a car, I raced a Fiesta Challenge car, and I think that was the only time I raced a front-wheel drive car up until then. It was great, absolutely great. Tell us about this online stuff, because the two shorts, the two younger shorts, are actually quite good at this, aren't they? Hello, Mark. Oh, has he disappeared? Hi, Martin. Lost you there for a minute.
Sorry, mate, yeah.
Tell me about the two, your two boys. They're quite good at this online stuff, aren't they?
Well, we worked it out. They've been doing it for about 10 years. You know, they started off as little itsy bitsy kiddies with all the baby stuff, and they've just sort of moved on up. I think the both of them really have been more on PlayStation, although that at the beginning of lockdown we got a iRacing set up. They haven't done much of that. Marcus is pretty much at the top with the Formula One PlayStation stuff, and during lockdown we just found that we sort of really enjoyed sitting back and watching it, and they get just as emotional as I certainly did, you know, with the racing, and we've gone through the whole gamut of things that took me 20 years to do. You know, they do in one season of learning. It's quite an incredible tool. I'm blown away with how useful it is.
Well, listen, let's hope for better times and more real racing. And when we get a full metal race of Remembrance, I reckon, you know, you should have that 216 Challenge car, trophy car. You should have that in the real race, mate. You should have a short team, a full short team in the ROR. Just to prove to you, because your lads they'll barely be able to remember you racing, Martin. Just go and show them that you can still do it.
When I've sat with...
Oh, just lost him again. Oh, we've lost him for a moment. That was Martin Short anyway. Final interview in this little section. Let's go to Ben Constanduris, whose CMC team have had an up and down race. Ben, welcome to the broadcast, mate. Is this one of those character building races? Hello, Ben.
Oh, I need to press my button, sorry.
Oh, come on, Ben. Good God.
Well, I don't normally have a button when we're driving. It's much better than my teammate hearing me breathe the whole time. So there you go. Quick thought for this particular occasion.
Right. First of all, the good points. I love the livery.
I knew you would. It was all for you, John.
Thank you. The Works Audi livery. However, it's not been pristine, has it? That livery all the way through.
No, we are out. Yeah,
right.
Fully retired out of the race, I'm afraid. Isaac was my my teammate who came in, I think 2 days ago. I saw you guys publicise the event and thought, oh well, that'll be a little bit less intense than the 24-hour series or some of the stuff that we've commentated on. But actually, no, it's just as fast. Everyone's just as good, and I'm just as bad as I always have been. But Isaac was good for the first stint. He was battling for P3 and had a little bit of contact, which eventually meant 8 minutes repair in the pits. Then I got into the car and we had a couple of spins and a couple of touches, and eventually the engine blew. So yeah, fully out of the race now.
All right, mate. Well, listen, thank you for supporting it, and we've got the VCO Nürburgring DNLS, haven't we? Restarting again. I know you've been doing some of their magazine programs on that. Massive hit this year, the 8-race series, and a 5-race effectively winter series for that starting later on this month.
Yeah, VCO are definitely people to watch out for when it comes to high-profile online events generally, not just endurance, but also sprint as well. There's a sprint series coming up in the next 2 weeks, and you've got your digital NLS, which requires a pro driver in the team, so that's pretty cool. They are all about combining virtual and real, bringing in some of the real-world drivers into the virtual world and trying to make it as professional as possible within the virtual world. So really, really cool things happening at VCO, and I'm very honoured to be part of, in a very small part of it. So really, really good fun, and really good fun just to be part of all of these online events. It really does. You take it so seriously. It really does feel like I've travelled to a racetrack. I've unpacked my go-kart or my race car, and I've done my debriefing, and I've had my bacon sarnie, and that now we're in a real race. There's just so little difference between the two these days.
Yeah, and I mean, we made the point earlier on that this has been around for a very long time. With no racing, it rather put the spotlight a little more on it. It will continue afterwards as well. And, you know, the pro side of racing, and, you know, Graham and the guys at Year One TV, they're doing league racing as well from all sorts of things. So if you're watching this now and you want to get involved, get to their page as well, because there's ways for everybody to get involved. Ben, thanks for supporting the race, mate, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Chat to you, John. Have a good rest of the race.
Yeah, enjoy, mate. Enjoy. Ben Constanduris there, sadly out of the race. Before we take our next interview, we'll just remind you there's 7 seconds between first and second at the front of the field, between Year One and Roll Centre back up into second, then HPE Automotive in third. Mission Motorsport just into the pit lane, the 103 car. And in the classes, it is now...
The 103 is a stop-go for causing a collision on lap 76.
Right,
so it's not a pit stop.
Okay, thank you.
Another one.
Right, well, it's them and WTF1, isn't it, who are vying for the most penalties. Let's quickly rattle through a couple more interviews as people have been kind enough to jump in. Who's OP71C then? No? Okay, thank you. Well, let's get in. How are you? Hello, William. How are you? Got your mic muted there.
Hello.
How are you? Vibe team, you've not given up the lead for Vibe Esport in the very competitive GT4 category. That came in. This is the curse of the commentator, so I apologise, but I'm going to say that's been running faultlessly so far. You've kept out of trouble.
Well, yeah, that was my main aim from the start. It was to just keep out of trouble and keep out of the way of things. Do a bit of fuel saving as well to extend our stints, to try and make the hour for the end of the race, so we avoid another pit stop.
So you already back timing, because the bit in the middle, which was the important bit when we paused for the service from Thruxton, that is the variable. That was the unknown, because we didn't know. We knew when the safety car would come out. We didn't know when we'd get back racing again. So since then, you've been back timing to the end of the race.
Yeah, hopefully that's what we've been doing. We've just been saving as much fuel as possible, really, and trying to extend the laps. It's going to be tight. I'm not quite sure if we'll make it, but even if so, we'll only be pitting with about 10 minutes to go at the end of the race. I think I'll be on the last stint, and Scott will be in for these next 2 hours.
Right, so what's it been like out there? Closing speeds with these SR8s, even in a GT4 car, is quite extraordinary. So how are you staying aware? Are you getting your teammates to help spot for you?
So I've got Scott constantly looking at the relative and counting down. I've got him at a 3-2-1 countdown for the SR8s, and as you've probably seen, I don't know if you've been watching me much on stream, but I've pulled aside quite a few times to let him go before the S's, and other places of the track, like into Loufield's quite a bad section as well.
Well, and that's the key, isn't it? Because as well as you're driving, if you've got an SR8 battle going on, or somebody who's, you know, just a little bit frustrated, there are a couple of places for all of the wide open space at Silverstone. There are a couple of places where it is going to be follow my leader.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it was a tense time at the start of the race when it was I think it was Tom Ingram and a Fordzilla car. They were both battling quite close, and I was like, I'm getting straight out of the way of this, because you know, when you battle with someone, you don't necessarily think about traffic, because you're just thinking about overtaking that car, getting closer, doing the job you need to do to overtake and get the lead of the race. So they're not thinking as much about traffic as they maybe would be by themselves.
I know that all sim racing is real racing. So I always say that, you know I do. But how's this one stacked up? Because there's an element of a bit of fun and a bit of camaraderie about it. But I would suggest, and it seems to me, that since the green flag dropped, and especially after the service has been completed, that really we're into the meat of the race now, and it's all getting a bit serious.
Oh, well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, everyone will say they're here not to win, but everyone at the end of the day wants to win. I mean, we're here to celebrate our fallen heroes and what they did for us 100 and odd years ago now, 1914, 1918, yeah, 102 years ago. Well, that was close. Sorry, I was just watching. Oh no, I was just watching our car through traffic. But at the end of the day, we're all here for fun. No one's losing I rating on this one, and no, it's getting a bit lively in front of our car.
We'll just keep watching your car for a while now, because I think everything that's happening is happening around you at the moment. There, getting absolutely totally or drift sideways.
Yeah.
Happy and down into farm.
Yeah, I imagine Scott's holding onto the wheel very tightly.
Now, what about 4X Racing and the BMW that's chasing you guys down? You've got a handy lead at the moment over, it's Alex Rivette behind the wheel, real world racer of some repute, if I remember rightly, I think he's an ex-Clio Cup racer amongst other things. 32 seconds back down the road. Now that sounds like a lot of time, and it would be if this was a 20-minute sprint, but still a bit of pressure going on here.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know if you caught it, but just the lap that I was coming in for my stint, a BMW had a moment on the grass, and they were very, very close to tapping our rear end round, and then that would be race over. Yeah. It is a fine line between being first by 30 seconds and being in the pit lane with damage.
So the key thing, like any, I mean, again, people perhaps coming to this and watching today, William, who aren't au fait with everything that goes on, but I mean, like any endurance race, this is about staying out of trouble, keeping the car straight, and being there after the last pit stop.
Absolutely, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. I mean, this race will be not over until, well, the last lap, last corner. It could at any point in time, a radical could misjudge his braking, squeeze you too hard, and your car's done. I mean,
and you've got radical. I'll let you get back to this in just a minute. I just want to ask you one further question about the GT4s, because obviously they are based on road cars. They're not an all-out built for purpose racing car. So in iRacing, the same as real life, there's dynamics, there's weight transfers to think about. I know some drivers who don't like these GT4 cars. So why did you choose the GT4 category, and particularly why the Porsche over the BMW?
So me and Scott, back when the Porsche GT4 came out, drove a lot of this car because it's very interesting challenge in iRacing. I mean, the brakes are very unique. Most ABS in the GT3s and GT, well, no, not GTs, they don't have ABS, But in the GT3 cars, they're very easy still to turn on full brakes. You can still turn them. These will just go straight, even though they have ABS. So it provides a unique challenge in trail braking into the corner. And also, I really like the way they hop and skip. I think if you watch them, if you maybe get a slow-mo out of Maggots and Beckett's, maybe our car or any other, you'll see them skip a bit. And that's why some people don't like them. They find them a bit unpredictable. But it's all about finding that fine line on the edge and pushing the car to its maximum.
But you know what? As somebody who's driven a GT4 car, albeit a fairly early iteration of one, that's exactly what the brakes are like on a real-world GT4 car. If you overcook it, the pedal ices up, and you actually get nothing.
Yeah.
And then you've got a cadence brake yourself. Whereas a real-world GT3 car, you hammer the brakes and put the light on in the cockpit all the way up to the apex. And there's not, I mean, on the ragged edge, of course, to get the last couple of percent, there's always some finesse there, but not so much in a GT3 car. And for someone who doesn't drive enough, I found that quite interesting. Jumping into a GT4 car, and Paul Hollywood was driving with me, and he'd done a season of GT3 in British GTs, and he found that the hardest part of jumping from a GT3 to a GT4, getting the braking right. So I think what we can say is, once again, iRacing have got it nailed, William.
iRacing is in my opinion, the best simulator there is out there. It of course isn't the cheapest simulator by all means, but it is by far the most realistic with its tracks and cars. Normally that is the case. I think ACC's throwing up a bit of competition to it, but
yeah,
I think iRacing still reigns supreme in realism, in my opinion.
Well, you're coming up to the 24 car. Joe Bradley behind the wheel of that, so that could literally do anything. But he's I think for you. But well done.
Now. Matt's in the car
It's
now.
Matt now, is it? Okay. Thank you very much for your time. Good luck. I'll let you get back because this is a stressful time for you. Still, however, with in fact, actually, I think at the moment, 34, 35 seconds. So holding your own at the front of the field. Good luck for the rest of the way, and thanks for support.
I'll just throw a quick shout out to Damien Shave, who got this livery ready in about 6 hours last night. Because I think you will notice, I don't know if you noticed, but this is a different livery to what we were running yesterday in qualifying. And he got it ready in about 6 hours, and he was up till 10 doing it for us. So a big shout out to him and all the people in the team. But yeah, hopefully I'll be able to talk to you at the end of the race as maybe a race winner. We'll see about that. I'll be doing the last hour. I'll see you then.
I love the take on the Porsche Works livery with the shield on the front end. That's really nice.
Thank you very much.
Good work. Good work. Thanks for supporting us, mate. Have a good one.
No worries. Thank you very much.
That's Will from the leading GT4 car, the Vibe Sport by SimFX Racing Red. Let's get back to the front of the team, at the front of the race. Nick Damon, still with us for a little while before you've got to go and do.
I've got to go get in the waiting seat in about 20 minutes because obviously you have to have a second driver ready for about half an hour for it, just in case of disconnects and that sort of thing. But that I love Will there because it's brilliant because the reactions, he's watching his car on his own screen. And I know exactly how he is. I've been doing the same thing here as well as various things go wrong. But yeah, it's a great race.
But you know, that's exactly what happens. You've interviewed plenty of people in the pit lane before who are sort of looking over your shoulder, watching the live race feed or watching their onboard isolated in the races that have that available. And you get that look on their face when you're asking them a question and you know they are not listening to you at all. I thought Will did a very good job there of keeping an eye on what his car was doing and answering the questions as well. So they were already back counting from pretty much the moment that we got back underway after the service, Nick.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that they because they're going a bit quicker. They're obviously burning the fuel through a bit faster, so they must be just running just over the hour and 5. But what they were saying is when we came back from the service, we had 4 hours and 20 something minutes. So I think they were trying to make sure they got that hour and 6, hour and 7 just to cut out the final stop. Which is because you were on that cusp. I don't think others are on the cusp because they're doing 55 minutes and everything else. They're always going to give them the extra stop. Because it doesn't divide it easily by the amount of time available. But yeah, I think if you're on that edge where you think saving a bit of fuel and eking out an extra lap is the difference, then it makes absolute sense to do it. I haven't seen a lot of eking out amongst the radicals. They've carried on just going full chat and throwing up the inside as far as I can see.
I don't think, in fairness, I think you're spot on there. I don't think there's a lot to be gained in the radicals because Cody's just got in the lead car, Cody Erdman for Year 1 Racing Team Grello, taking over from Shane Stoney. He did the stint after after the service. He was in there 51 minutes in that long stint, so that's 27 laps if you prefer. So Cody's just got into the car, holds on to the lead as we've gone through another pit stop cycle effectively at the sharp end of the field. Paul Crabb will be due in next. So that 111 car in second place, the HPE Automotive, is a little bit of a unreal situation. Unless I've missed him pitting in the last lap or so, I think he's due in fairly shortly. Alex Fretwell is behind the wheel of the Roll Centre car, and he's just come out of the pits, having done 28 laps. So 28 laps, Nick, for the prototypes seems to be the green flag racing length of that, or if you prefer, 28 laps, 54 minutes. So 55, 54,
53.
Yeah, which is about where we thought it was.
Yeah.
Got to make the point again for those who don't know. Sporting regs for this, 75% fuel load maximum at your pit stop. So these cars could go longer if you're wondering, have they turned them right up, or they just throwing fuel out the exhaust pipes for fun? No, because of the way the 6-hour race worked, and to introduce a little bit of strategy, the tyre model and the fuel fill can all be controlled by the race organisers Year 1. And there was a lot of chat in the early part of the week about where that might, should, could be to give a little bit of flexibility and make a little bit of difference for the racing. And 75% across all classes, Nick, that is the same across all classes, isn't it?
Yeah. They've all gone down to 75% of their capacity. I mean, we're doing anything up to an hour and 10, an hour and 11 on the Porsches at proper speed. So you think another 25% of that, you're looking at about an hour and 40, and it becomes a long time for some of the guys who've only just started iRacing to run the car at one time. So yeah, we hear about double stints and triples from the experienced people, but a lot of people have just effectively signed up for this weekend. They may have done a bit of PlayStation racing, they may have done a bit of console racing, but they've sorted out they've sorted out an iRacing account, and it is, it's a case of you need to get used to running any sort of length of time. It's a challenge in itself. So they decided to shorten it down to save the driver's concentration, but also just to make it a little bit more flexible on what you're going to do. It's interesting, of course, that Will in the leading GT4, they're already back timing. I'm sure some of the radicals are taking a sensible approach. I've not seen many on the track take a sensible approach, but I think we are just over halfway in the race. There's a huge amount to go, and don't forget those instant limits. They're going to start playing very, very soon. Just a very low number, just 30 off tracks, and we'll start seeing people trundling through the pits. Now, it's only going to cost them 10, 15 seconds of time, but that can make the difference. So if you get after the first one, it's every 15 instant limits after that. So basically, transgression's virtually zero, and you're back trundling through the pits again. So I think that may come into play, and certainly get some close battles. It could really, really spice it up towards the last 45 minutes.
Alex Fretwell for Roll Centre then. Third position is 5-0, 50 seconds behind second, but I'm waiting for that Paul Crabb car, the 111 HPE car, on his 27th lap at the moment. So I would expect to see that car in the pits shortly. And no, he definitely hasn't stopped. So Joe seemed to settle down in your car, Nick. There's Cody, second place. That's a change for the lead. Side by side into the loop. Into Maggots and Beckett and out through Chapel onto the Hanger Straight. And that is a change for the lead. So Paul Crabb, I think, coming to the end of his fuel load, unless I've missed something. And Jess will keep an eye on that. So what happened here for Cody? Was that a pit stop then? Oh no, he got hit.
Oh no.
As he was coming into Abbey, that's a big incident down the inside into T1, as the Formula One drivers call it, and damage to both the cars involved. It was, I think, the Reedus Green car, wasn't it? Reedus Green car, yes, it is.
That is entirely Cody's fault. There's no way the Mazda could ever have known he was coming up in there. And frankly, he got his just desserts, to be honest. That is just really, really poor driving. And
Low percentage
when he was
lunge.
overtaken by pointless lunge. What's the point of that?
Right. That's
way
gone.
a car on its line. Yeah, and he's lost pace as well because he was being pulled away from by the leading car. I mean, he's 6 seconds back, and they're going.
But hang on though, the leader's gone off as well. The leader's gone off as well, Nick. The 111's gone off, and now he's dropped 6 seconds further back. So while we were catching up on the replays to see what happened with what was then the leader, year one, year one's now back in the lead, and there's another spin behind.
That's the same car again.
No,
it's a car.
No, that's a 31 car. They're further down the field.
Car.
It's a lapped car, and that was the 111 HPE car going by Paul Crabb. So Paul's had an incident as well, having quote-unquote inherited, loads too much curb coming out of club. He's got so I know why. He was just offline trying to get round a Mazda, and right-hand side wheels on the baguette curve, as Ben Collins was calling them earlier on, and that's dropped him now 6 seconds further back. So does nobody want to lead this race, Nick Damon?
No, and the good news is he didn't damage the car in the instant. You can, though, get curb strike damage on some of these machines. So he may have got away with that, but curb strike underbody damage is also modelled in there. So he did, as you saw, managed to keep out of the wall and spin quite relaxedly, I think that's a word. But yeah, I mean, I'm not. He's gaining now quite quickly back onto the year one car, the 89. He took a second and a half there. I'm absolutely certain that car is carrying some speed affecting damage from that instant we saw a couple of laps back, which, you know, I'm not going to do it again, is he? Just a bit earlier this time.
No,
that's fine. The inside, same with another Mazda, but that Mazda would have no idea the car was going to do that.
No.
And
I don't think left-hand drive for Mazdas, aren't they?
I absolutely guarantee that Cody would be saying, "Oh, no, it's all his fault. Oh, I've been crashed into by a Mazda." No, Cody, you've gone up for a gap that was never going to go. It's always going to close, and you're always going to get damaged.
I love the way you sit on the fence so much. Stand by, Nick. We'll let you go for your stint in just a few moments' time, but don't go just yet. I want to have a quick word with Andy Thompson. Hello, Andy. Good afternoon. How are you, mate? Hello, Andy. Can you hear us?
I can't quite hear you.
Hello, Andy. We can hear you.
Right. Okay, great.
Andy, how's the race been going for you?
It's been going good. We're just trying to obviously keep it nice and smooth, keep it rubber down. We seem to be doing quite well. So it's a bit of a battle between ourselves and year one racing at the moment. So yeah, we got a pit stop on them. So yeah, it's good. It's certainly interesting trying to weave your way through and watch out for the radicals coming up behind you, but it all adds to the excitement, I suppose.
5th position in GT4 at the moment in the Mission Motorsport 102. It's Gareth Patterson behind the wheel of that. Now, I'll ask you the same question I asked William earlier on, but it comes from the opposite side. Why the GT4 category, and in particular with the choice of BMW or Porsche, why did you go for the BMW M4, which is a relatively new addition to iRacing?
Well, I mean, myself and Gareth, we normally do the Ferrari GT3 endurance, 3-hour endurance each week. So obviously we had to choose a car, and we both fancied having a go at the BM. It seemed to be on paper a better car overall. We had a go at both of them, and we were getting more consistent, faster laps in the BM than we did in the Porsche.
It's great, isn't it, this online sim racing? Because if you'd been trying to do that in the real world, you would have had to have tests in both cars, burn tyres, burn fuel, rent a circuit, whereas here you can have a go, both of you together or apart on the track together or not at the same time, and you've been able to make an informed decision before you came to the quote-unquote racetrack.
Exactly. I mean, I'm relatively new to iRacing. I only started in the lockdown, but I'm absolutely loving it. You know, the realism of the game. It can get frustrating when you've got a good race and then somebody takes you out, but I suppose that's motor racing at the end of the day. You know, I really like the tracks. It's, you know, the most realistic game to, apart from obviously being on the track. So yeah, loving it at the moment.
So literally you only just started earlier this year, Gareth, yeah?
Yeah, I started early this year. Gareth started about a year ago, but he's pretty much had a year out. So last year we did the F1 Inter-Service Championship as a veteran team, and we actually won it. So yeah, really good outing on that one. And then that finished, and we wanted something to fill the gap, so we decided we'll do iRacing.
Right, so how seriously are you taking this from now on? Car looks pretty good, fabulous livery, poppy livery, inspired livery, as a few people have done today. Are you working on the strategy? Are you counting backwards with, more than half distance of the race now? As we said, the great unknown was when Jim Cameron would end that service from Thruxton pit lane and say, right, let's get back racing. So do you know where you are, and are you happy with where you are on your fuel here?
Yeah, for sure. We're in a good position. I feel we're quite strong. I think first, second, and third, maybe a little bit out of our range because them guys are rapid. But certainly, our aspirations going into this race was finishing the top half of the grid, and I think we're well on course for that. The car's in really good shape. Got very few incident points, so I believe that we can have a good showing for the rest of the race.
How's the tyre wear going? 75% fuel we've been talking about all race. So obviously, fuel is going to be a factor, but probably almost always the bigger deciding factor is your tyre longevity. Are you changing every stop, Andy? Are you double stinting?
Pretty much. We're finding that an hour is pretty much where you want to be on these tyres. Certainly from the tyre wear. If you do more than that, you're going to start losing lap time. So the time it takes to change tyres in the pits, it makes sense to change it on every stint so you can get the maximum out of the car each stint on that. So yeah, certainly that's our tactic at the moment. Obviously, giving something away there.
Yeah. Well, I'm nobody's listening. Don't worry. Actually, we know that's not true. We've got a huge audience at the moment. And just a quick final point. That the good news about coming into the pits is nobody can fumble a wheel nut.
Exactly.
For you. Thank God you don't have to do that. Can you imagine having to do a virtual pit stop and direct people with wheel guns?
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, I'm a mechanic. I'm an ex-mechanic, so I probably would have been in the pits. So it's actually nice to be able to get out and drive, so not be the grease monkey in the pits, be actually in the car driving and enjoying it.
All the best, mate. Listen, thank you for all your service as well, and being part of Mission Motorsport, and thank you for your support here this weekend as well, mate.
Yeah, thanks for the commentary, guys. Really good. Enjoying watching it.
Andy, you know us. We've never missed a race of remembrance from Radio Show Limited, and we certainly weren't going to miss this one. I've got a feeling we'll be doing two next year, one in virtual reality and one in full metal.
Yeah, I think I think this could take off. I think there's a lot of people that are really enjoying it, and for people who can't get to Anglesey, I think this just adds another dimension to the game. So you've got a virtual race and an actual race. So I think this is something that could possibly be carried on for the years to come.
Dear iRacing, can you model Anglesey, please? Thank you, Mission Motorsport. Andy Thompson, thanks for joining us.
Cheers, guys. Have fun.
Enjoy the rest of the race. Yeah, you too, mate. Bye bye. Andy Thompson then, 5th position at the moment for that particular car. Nick?
Big news whilst you were talking to Andy, in that race control took a similarly dim view of Cody Edmonds' attempt to get up the inside of the Mazda and stumped him with a stop go, which he has actually served now. So he's done his stop go in the penalty for causing that collision with the Mazda. I think that was pretty easy to call, to be honest.
Yeah, and Andrew Crack Windscreen says, just watch the incident. Are the rules as per normal? Faster cars have to safely get around the slower stuff as they stay on the racing lines. Yes, Andrew, absolutely correct. At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch with us. Dean Timms, by the way, is our race control steward who is looking after this. And a job I would never want to do. Many things I'm quite happy doing at a racetrack. One of the things I never want to do is be in race control. But I've got to tell you, I think he's called every single one absolutely perfectly this weekend. We're looking for consistency. We're looking for fairness. Dane, thank you very much for throwing some of your time at this as well. Alex Fretwell then on the pit stops, but leading for Roll Centre. We said there was a couple of pit stops, and then that's a drive-through or stop and hold for Cody Erdman has cost them time. So Roll Centre lead. Alex Fretwell putting as little control input into the SR8 as possible as he comes through Maggots Chapel now onto the long hanger straight. That car looks pretty straight, Nick Damon, and that's exactly what you want at this stage of the race.
You've got a little bit of tiny bit of damage at the rear, but nothing that's going to be affecting things too much. So yeah, this is it. They've now moved to the front by not hitting other cars, really, because the 4 or 5 cars which on paper are faster have all been serving incidences left, right, and centre. So this is the methodology of running a endurance race. I'm not quite sure why the shorts would know how to do that.
Yeah,
I'll work out how it would be.
I do think that car had a bit damage earlier on, if I'm honest, and they. And that cost them some time. I got a message some time ago. Now I can't find it.
Yeah, they probably had an optional repair, and those normally aren't massively long. I mean, to give you an impression, Joe's accident cost us 3 minutes and 13 seconds of repairs, and that was quite a big one. So, admittedly, it's not up to full speed, unfortunately. But hey ho.
In the first part, in the first part of the race, I'm right. I've just gone back. Martin sent me a note. There was some rear damage. It got rear-ended. The spin cost them 10 seconds, and there's 28 seconds in repairs, but that was much earlier on. You know, what you wonder, Nick, don't you, is if the car is back to full health, because it isn't always. That's the other thing we should say to people who aren't, you know, you can't magically make the car better back to full health unless it's very, very minor damage.
Yeah, and it's also the recovery. One of the frustrations about the iRacing modelling is the recovery is never. A car that can look similarly damaged, one will recover completely, another won't recover at all. I mean, we had that incident in Barcelona where we got a minor knock and the car never was prepared properly. It was crabbing. We had to retire. Another bit of news for you, John. 3rd place, Team Fordzilla 26 have got a stop and go for a collision on lap 90.
Right.
So another top 5 Fordzilla.
That's the second of it. That's both Fordzilla cars that have been there or thereabouts at various stages of the race. Jose Iglesias is in that Team Fordzilla number 26 at the moment. The blue car with the orange wing end plates in 3rd position. And Alex Fretwell, by the way, leading by just on 17 seconds, is that? Yes, I think it is. From 2nd place HP Automotive, then another second further back is Iglesias, but he's going to have to drop into the pit lane. And at this point, it's never good to get a penalty in. But with time running out, and I know we've still got just over 2.5 hours still to run. Yeah, about that. But even so, as time runs out, your opportunity to make background lost, of course, that's receding as well.
And also, if you've done it because of a collision, you know, it was totally avoidable. By definition, you can always avoid a collision if you're the overtaking car. So, yeah, I mean, it's racing and people are pushing as hard as they can. But, yeah, it's not so good.
Right, you better get yourself ready. Get yourself in the zone. You ready to go?
I will do. I'm going to zone it in. It's important. I'm going to get some caffeine. I'm going to then just concentrate on working out how damaged this car actually is.
So you favour having a bit of caffeine before you get in the car, do you? Does that not, impair your judgment?
I need all the revving I can get at my age, mate.
And on that note, thanks, Nick. You're going to come back before the end, though, yeah?
Yeah, I'll do the best, yeah.
All right, mate. See you soon.
See you, mate.
Nick Damon then going off to do a bit of race. So for the next little while, it'll be me. Iglesias still to pit as far as I can see. Has not come in as yet. Gives me a chance to take some interviews. Sess, am I okay to take this interview in there? Excellent. Let's say hello to the brilliantly named Big Dodd. Hello, Mr. Big, or do I call you Mr. Dodd?
Mr. Big. Well, just call me Simon, that's fine.
Hello, Simon. Out of Year 1 Racing Team Purple, sitting 5th in class at the moment.
It's been interesting so far.
Explain interesting to those of us.
I've got my crew chief in my ear. Let me just turn him off because he's a bit louder than you guys.
No worries.
There we go. I should be able to hear you better now.
explain interesting in terms of this GT4 battle between the Porsches and the BMWs that seem to, apart from the leading Porsche, it's all BMWs that are ganging up on the little mid-engined Cayman. How's interesting? What does make that a little clearer for us? Define interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we're having a bit of a battle here with Mission Motorsport. I think we're a bit too slow to catch the top three, just like Mission Motorsport have said as well. But it's a good little battle here amongst the BMWs at least. But yeah, I think I need to put a protest in for Mission Motorsport using performance-enhancing caffeine that I heard on the interview previously. I'm not sure if that's allowed.
The WADA, the Anti-Drugs Association, will be taking samples afterwards. Tell us a little bit about Robert Odums, who's behind the wheel at the moment, just going down the Heritage Straight.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's got a bit of an issue with his wheel at the moment. When he turns a little bit too hard to the right, unfortunately, his pit limiter comes on sometimes. So we're losing a bit of time through that.
Hot circuit.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's only happening at Club and it's Woodcut, isn't it, going onto the old Heritage Straight. So it's not too bad, and he's managed to drive around it pretty well at the moment, but it's losing us a bit of time at the moment. So I'm going to have to pull out all the big guns when we do another driver stop.
Are you going to be getting in next, Simon?
I'm not sure if he's going to double stint or if I'm going to jump back in. We'll sort of decide it on the fly, I think. He's probably going to see if he can change a key command or something so it doesn't cause the pit limiter to come on every lap.
And how have you guys been enjoying prepping for this and getting into the race?
Oh, it's been great fun. I have to say I haven't done as much practice as I'd normally do for a race like this because I've got other league commitments during the race on iRacing, but I did a fair amount on Friday night and yesterday, and Rob's been putting a lot more practice in as well. So yeah, it's been a good fun build up to it, and yeah, it's a nice sort of change from the usual league races that I normally do, as I said.
Have you done much endurance racing in your league? Are you doing endurance racing, or is it more sprint stuff? Because it is a slightly, only slightly nowadays in the real world and in iRacing world, but it is a slightly different mindset between sprint and longer distance.
Yeah, so regularly each week I do sprint races, but this year I did Le Mans 24-hour iRacing and Spa 24-hour as well. I was drafted in at the last minute at the Spa one, but Le Mans we came in the top 20, I believe, in our split. So we were pretty happy about that, and that was after I'd only been on iRacing for probably about 2-3 months at that point when I joined up for that. So I was quite happy with that one.
So are you another lockdown iRacing effectively? Is that what's got you into it?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
In March.
Yeah, lockdown started, and just before lockdown I actually met up with Cessford and popped round his house and had to go on his rig there, and I was like, okay, yeah, this is something I need in my life. Lockdown happened and I bought myself a wheel, and I haven't really looked back, and now the paychecks are going on it.
It's just how much time. I'm scared. I am scared. When we were prepping for this, I downloaded it so that we could do a bit of early work with the guys at Year One, with Graham and the guys at Year One. And Seth said to me, oh, just go on and have a go through it. I said, I am scared because I know with my obsessive personality, you might as well just lock us away and I'd come out with skin that wasn't just white, it would be transparent.
Yeah.
Because I would just never see the light of day.
Yeah, that's the one. Fortunately, I managed to snag myself a new job a few months ago. So that sort of kept me out of the rig 9 to 5:30 each day. So otherwise, I would be transparent now.
Yeah, all right. Well, listen, good luck. It's a canny little battle that's going on there for the places just outside the podium. Lots of racing still to go. Lots of dive bombing by the SR8s. That's a wake-up call, isn't it, when they come by you?
Ever so slightly, yes. Like you're there just in your zone, just getting your braking points and everything, good exits, apexes, exits, as they always say. And then a radical comes along and you're like, ah! But yeah, keeps it lively, keeps you on your toes.
we should mention as well to people that don't know, there is a racing line developing. I mean, there's always a racing line, an optimum racing line, but marbles and detritus, the track doesn't get swept, even virtually, so that you get offline, you do feel that for maybe half a lap or even a little bit more.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I think with multi-class racing, it's a little less prevalent because you've got, obviously, with the other cars coming through, the racing line is a bit wider than it would be in a single-class race because you've got people trying to get round Mazdas and GT4s and Radicals, so people are offline a lot more. So the detritus, as you so eloquently put it, is there's a bit of a wider band of it, basically.
That was my word of the day on the loo paper this morning, don't worry. Simon, thanks very much, mate. Good on you. Good luck to you and the rest of Year 1 Racing Team Purple, and enjoy the rest of the race this Sunday.
Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks for the great broadcast as well.
That's all down to Sess and his guys, and we've got the easy bit. Me getting excited about motor racing, real or virtual, is not exactly a headline, is it? Thanks, Simon. Have a good one.
Cheers.
So out of the Year 1 Racing Team Purple, Robert Adams in 5th position at the moment there. Let's spin back to the Mazdas. We haven't looked at those guys for a wee while, and leading there, as I think these guys have been at or near the front for pretty much the whole race in the Year 1 OTV sponsored car. It's the Team Mazda Marvels. Dan Blake behind the wheel at the moment in that class, and he's got a handy but not big lead over Chris Wally, who led for most of the first portion of the race, and 5 seconds further back down the road for the Year 1 TV. Excite iRacing in 3rd, only another second further back. And we'll wait for the rest of the cars to come through. There they are. Then there's a bit of a gap after the top 3. But those top 3 absolutely still in. I mean, yeah, podium, yes, but per many one from those top 3. Calvin Denton is behind the wheel of the Excite iRacing 478 car, which has been up and down. Did have a bit of damage early on, I seem to remember, on the left front. And I think that hasn't been completely fixed in the pit lane. Certainly still a bit of bodywork damage, but giving the drivers something to aim at the near side apices of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, which is where we are for Mission Motorsport and the virtual race of Remembrance. If you're just tuning in on Radio Show Limited's audio channels, we're on RS1. If you've been out, coming back maybe, we've got it on our Facebook channel, WTF1. The race, all taking this as well this afternoon, and we thank them for their syndications. Always good to get this out there, both the real and the virtual version. I am now pretty certain we're going to have 2 races of Remembrance next year, because I've got a strong suspicion that this will not be the last version of the virtual version. Now, in my ear, my producer Graham had a little bit of a exclamation there as the 478 car was having a wee moment in the hands of Calvin Dent. And when you the radical flinging it down the inside there, and when your producer is excited about what's going on, you know it was a close call, and it was indeed a close call. Here comes HPE Automotive. So that was the leader and the second place car going past the 3rd place Mazda at the moment. Calvin, though, doing exactly right, sticking to his line. Dan Blake leading by 4 seconds, then Chris, then Calvin. Marcus Adams is next back, but nearly at 2 minutes further back, so that's pretty much a lap down. He's still just on the leave lap is Marcus Adams in 4th place for Venus Red. That'll just update when he comes across the line. He must be right on the end of that in those very distinctive Venus colours. Adjusted for each of the teams, of course. 3 teams in the race, and great to see the support that they've given. Everybody, by the way, if you are coming in, made a minimum of £50 donation to the Mission Motorsport Race of Remembrance, hashtag your ROR, by the way. And if you want to know any more about the ways you can help, including donating by text, if I could get my chat. It is on screen, I'm told, for those of you watching. Thank you. Thanks, Jess. And also, we've got a fabulous auction for various memorabilia this weekend, including a Lando Norris used race suit that he wore and raced in the 1000th Grand Prix at, which was at the Chinese Grand Prix, wasn't it? Earlier this year, the 70th anniversary season. That is up for grabs. And don't think you're going to grab a bargain, by the way, because number one, it's worth a lot of money, and number two, you should be paying over the odds anyway because it's for charity. So don't think you're going to come to a charity auction and bag yourself a bargain. Think what you would have paid for it anywhere else, and then add a few quid on because it's charity. So shall we play the Lando video? I think we should. Let's just go to Lando Norris, who has been very kind enough to support us here at Race of Remembrance.
Hi everyone, it's Lando here. This Remembrance Sunday, McLaren and myself are supporting Mission Motorsport's Race of Remembrance. To find out more about this amazing charity and how you can donate and how you can win a pair of my Race 1 overalls, just head over to missionmotorsports.org.
So that was Lando Norris, and thank you to him and to everybody who's supported us. Brilliant stuff. We set ourselves a target of £50,000, which sounds like a lot of money, is a lot of money, but we're getting on for halfway there when all is taken into account. We were up to just under 23,000 an hour or so ago, and we've stuck another 200 quid on since then. So that's in the last hour. So let's see what we can do. 70085 if you're in the UK, you can donate directly by text. 5ROR 70085 for a fiver. £10 would be 10 ROR to 70085. 20 ROR, £20 to Race of Remembrance, 70085, and lots of ways to support us. There's a Just Giving page, or sorry, it's a Virgin. Is it a Virgin Money page? I think it says, isn't it? Rather than Just Giving. My apologies. I was tweeting that out earlier on in the week. There's our auction page as well. All the details are on the Race of Remembrance, Mission Motorsport Facebook pages, and we'll keep all the details around the screen as well. missionmotorsport.org. Thank you, Graham. missionmotorsport.org. There's about 11 million ways that you can support us, and again, I'll say it, I know it's been a year that's been very difficult, and you could be all appealed out, but this is motorsport. This is what motorsport does to help the services, all of them. And as we're all motorsport fans, you wouldn't be watching this if you're not a motorsport fan. If you're part of the Radio Show Limited collective, thank you for your support. We've got a listeners team in here, Team AFA. They've made their donation. Thank you already for those that have done it, and please give generously if you can. Matthew Tidmarsh for Flying Tangerine Racing came up from the back in the 87 Mazda, 5th position for them. And that's a little Mazda that looks like it is in pretty good shape. A little bit of damage around the back right-hand corner, but other than that, looks okay. As we are moving into the final third, Matthew still being able to drift the car beautifully, and that is much the way you have to drive these cars everywhere, getting a full four-wheel flat slide on. Very communicative car, nice to drive, pretty good weight balance actually, although it's a front-engined rear-wheel drive car. Surprising how close to a 50-50 balance it is, and whilst still based on the street car. Frankly, the MX-5 is a pretty good car to base a racing car on, and the Global Cup cars are, for the most part, most of them. Oh, and just as we talking about how well Matthew's doing, he gets his wheels on the grass coming down the Vale in towards the chicane before Club, and the two right-hand tyres there turning in from the grass gave him a very sideways moment. That was more drift than he might have wanted. That was just about maybe 6 inches to a foot too far to the right-hand side. But most of the Mazdas that race, certainly in the Global MX-5 Cup category, were built as race cars rather than converted by from road-going cars, and so are much lighter. And there is a kit that you can buy, of course. And very happy to say that Global MX-5 back on the IMSA package from next year, which means, along with Shea Adam and Jeremy Shaw, we'll be bringing you, hopefully, we're working very hard to bring you some live sound and vision coverage across the world of the US Global MX-5 Cup category. They'll be sharing the bill with the IMSA racing next year, and so live on IMSA Radio, IMSA TV, and at radio-show.co.uk. Sequential boxes on some of those cars now. Not paddles, still got a gear shift, but you can still sequentially shift. So like a motorbike, you know, away from you to change down, pull back to change up. Unlike the current cars and the cars that iRacing have modelled, which is a stick shift, as the Americans would say, proper gear lever, 3 pedals, heeling and towing. Do have ABS on them, and they seem to work pretty well. Have to get yourself into the idea that you are just not driving around in a nice little convertible. When you're racing them together, you get quite a draft actually from the car in front, quite an aerodynamic effect. Because they're open topped, they're not that aerodynamically efficient. So when you get up behind one, you really feel the hole in the air that it's making from the car in front. Had a day's testing with them at Road Atlanta a couple of seasons ago. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And running in a 5-car train there, right in the middle of a 5-car train, down the back straight to turn 10A and 10B, if you know Road Atlanta, down the hill. Lots of fun arriving there at silly speed. Charles Heath behind Westfield Racing's 33, sitting in 6th position. That car has got a bit of damage at the front and about to get a lap on it by the 103, I think, going through. It's Cody, stays out the way nicely. As Charles is watching behind him for the fast arriving machinery. Ian Joyner in Venus Blue in 7th position in that class, has Kevin Carlton in 8th. I can't tell for the moment, is that the 6th? No, it's not. That's not a battle for position there. That is in fact one of the leading cars coming through to put a lap on them. And very nice, clean manoeuvre there by the 16 year 1 car. These two just trying to get to the end of the race. Now at RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch with me. Nick Damon about to get in the 24 car, which has had its trials and tribulations. We have had a couple of retirements with issues, but still racing on, most of them, with just under 2.5 hours still to go. Still Alex Fretwell leading for Roll Centre by a little over a minute. From HPE, then year 1 is a little further back. This is not done and dusted at all yet. Mission Motorsport 101 still running in the mostly white Mazda. It's Kevin Carlton behind the wheel there. Another car that's picked up the poppy theme for their liveries. And all the liveries have been absolutely superb this year. Well done to all the graphic design work that's gone in. Great work that's been done. We were talking, there was a livery competition that's going on, and I've yet to be informed about how the judging's gone for that. And I've now been told by my producer Graham, thank you Graham, that it's going to be done through the Year 1 and Mission Motorsport socials later on. Now, what I want to know here is, and this is the question is, are we judging them as they started or as they finished? Because there might be some quote-unquote slight modifications to some of the cars if we judge them when they're finished from when they started. No, we'll do it as they were in their glory, in their pomp, on the Spotters Guide, which was produced early on. So keep an eye out for that later on today, and we'll get that out on the socials later on. Lots of time being spent by these guys. Kevin having a reasonably clear lap here as he drifts his way up towards Maggott and Beckett, just over the top of the brow. Straight through the first little left-hander over the brow, straight line into the right-hander, and then that's when you start thinking about slowing down, a little bit of braking, down one gear, turn in, down another gear, balance the car, then get on the throttle, scrub as little speed off as you can through Chapel and use all the road on the exit onto the Hanger Straight. Yeah, the rear end of that Mission car looking a little less than pristine at the moment. We've had a pit stop at the sharp end of the field as Mission Motorsport 103 has just come out of the pit lane. If I go to my other screen, I'll tell you whether that was about on time. Yes, it was. That was after 27 laps for Craig Elliott. Did Craig stay in the car as he got out? No, it's Tom Ingram that's got back into that car now. Tom Stanley, who we talked to a bit earlier, just going around. There's Tom Ingram in the 103, Mission Motorsport, just taking over that car and therefore has done another pit stop. Nice job by Craig, who did just over 50 minutes in that stint and about half an hour before that, after we did the restart. And again, remember, just under an hour for the V8 engined cars at the front of the field, the prototypes on the fuel. So Alex Fretwell, the leader, will be the next of the leaders to come in about 3 to 4 laps time. The Roll Centre car getting a very impressive 28 laps on a full green flag stint under Alex's tutelage early on. This is the second of a double for Alex. Tom just picking his way through traffic. I've picked up some penalties in that car. Lovely artwork on the front of it. Again, nice livery. Being judged later on by you. Excellent stuff. Paul Crabb. He's got about 5 laps more fuel on board on the 111, the grey car, in second place for HP Automotive. So he'll go through the into the lead in a couple of 3 laps time when Roll Centre stops. But what we've got to start thinking now is the increments of 26, 27, 28 laps, or if you prefer, 54, 55 minutes towards the end of the race. So when the leader comes in, let's say if they're coming in 3 laps time, that's about another 6 or 7 minutes. We're going to have just over 2 hours remaining, and that's going to be tough for them to get to the end in a standard amount of stints. So are we going to see a big turnaround? Paul Crabb will go a bit further. That might just work for him, Cody Erdeman, he's got another lap better off. Jose Iglesias in the Excite Energy esports car, the number 26. He's way better off on fuel. And then Craig Elliott has just stopped, of course, in the 103. So that gets them much closer to the end if you start to work that out. The strategy will unwind. The analogy that we always like to use here in any of our commentaries that we are talking about is that of an old athletics race. You remember when they used to run the 4x100 metres and they run the first 600 metres in their lanes, and David Coleman, one of my favourite ever sports commentators, would always say, you can't take anything from what's going on now, you have to wait for the stagger to unwind. The stagger here is people taking their last pit stops and where they come out after that, because there might be an opportunity for a little bit of a splash at the end. Now, will that be a good splash or a bad splash? And let me explain what I mean by that. Is, have you got time to come in and just put a few litres of fuel in and not change the tyres, and therefore hold your position? That's a good splash. If it's a bad splash and you can't get to the end and you are only a few seconds ahead of the cars you are racing, then you will give up that track position, and therefore do you know that now? Do you have to start fuel saving? So how many laps can you save between now and the end? 1, 2, 3? It's a tough call. There's a very thin line and a balancing act to be made, a compromise to be made between easing off your lap time by a second or a second and a half, maybe more, to eke out another couple of laps on each of your last 2 stints so you don't have to make that run down the pit lane. Or do you just keep your foot in and say to yourself, we'll make it. Or if we don't, we've got to now put our foot right. We can't make it. We've got to go hell for leather. We've got to do qualifying laps now, because we've got to build up 10, 15, 20 seconds, whatever you think it is. The pit lane delta here, the amount of time you lose in the pit lane driving through is not that much, because it's a very fast entry to the pit lane. Faster actually than going around the last 3 corners of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. But then of course you've got to stop, you've got to put a bit of fuel in, take tyres, you're not going to add the 20 odd seconds that it's going to take to put the tyres in. So all of those calculations will be being done at the moment at RSL_studio. If you're working it out, you're looking at the timing at the moment and thinking you've got a bead on what's going on. Gap between first and second coming down. Fretwell to Crab now, with Alex Fretwell June in the next couple of laps. That timing screen's telling me it's under 3 seconds, under 4 seconds, excuse me. So that has certainly come down. Alex Fretwell, possibly 2 more at the end of this one for Rolset, excuse me, 1 more at the end of this one. Might be a ego too. What was his last lap time? 57.12. That was a slow time by Alex. Must have got caught up in traffic, whilst Paul Crab did a 55. 56.2. Cody Erdman in 3rd position. Cody 1 lap better off than Paul, who's 6 laps better off in terms of fuel than the leader. But Jose, wow, I mean, he's 12 laps better off on fuel than the leader. But how far back is he? Answer, 1.5 minutes. No, he's even further back than that. So there you go. Possibly could save a pit stop, but he's a long way back, and it's not 1.5 minutes in the pit lane, even for a little splash of fuel. Fretwell goes through, completes another lap. That's lap 111, and that therefore takes him onto his 27th lap of this green flag stint. I would expect him in at the end of this one, or possibly to eke out 1 more. Tiny bit of damage still visible at the back of the Roll Centre car. They were running to very early on. Spin cost them about 10 seconds, and the repair about 28. Oh, what they would give for that 38 seconds back now. The car seems to be handling well. Alex Fretwell through Brooklands and into Luffield now, but looming large. Last lap was a 56.12 for Alex, 55.07 for Paul Crab in the, what Porsche would call crayon, I think that colour would be called. It's kind of a chalky grey. second place. Paul Crabb with probably, I mean, that Paul's done a 29 lap stint in that car, which was almost 56 minutes. That was last time around. So getting slightly better mileage and therefore going longer into the race. This could all be crucial when we get down to the last few laps with timing, what, 2 hours 10 minutes to go, and these cars running for just under an hour, 53 to 55 minutes, let's say. So that, again, that doesn't split up, does it? You've got to get down to an hour and 50 before you're talking about doing your penultimate pit stop. And I reckon the only person who can do that is Jose Iglesias, but he's a long way back. This is great at the front of the field. Crabb still closing in. It's under 3 seconds now. Alex Fretwell picking up the pace on what might be his last lap before he peels in. Car weight will be coming down as the fuel's burnt off to nearly nothing. 55.3, 55.7 last time around by the leader. 55.4, so still a bit of time made up by Paul Crabb in second, but a bit clearer lap there for the leader. And now a bit of traffic down the Wellington Straight for HPE. Remember, these cars both have to stop at least a couple. Oh, big sideways moment on turn in, expertly caught by Paul Crabb at the HPE Automotive Radical. You can see the leader now. Oh, his danders up. He must know they're getting towards the end of the fuel run. He will be getting to it as well as he turned in for Brooklands. Back end of the car, just stepping out a little bit as he got onto the curb on the left-hand side. Very quick entry to there. Often going a gear higher than you think, and then shift down just after the apex as you do a little bit more slowing down before you get the car settled for the 2 parts of Luffield effectively. Huge amount of curb taking through Maggots and Beckett's. Watch out for track limits through there. Simulation will pick it up if you're too far off the track. Leader is the car ahead of Paul Crabb in the 111 under the bridge and down towards Stowe. Look for the curb at the left-hand side and then ease the car. A little bit of understeer being picked up by Paul Crabb as he had to tighten his line going through. Leaders in the pits, exactly on time. That will be another 28-lap stint then for Fretwell. Crabb will go through into the lead. So this is the HPE car going back into the lead for probably another 6 laps, perhaps 6 more laps. So now he's got to get his head down. Paul Crabb has been doing some incredibly quick times. Keep an eye on the timing. 1:55.7 again for Paul Crabb. So remember, when he came in, he was just around, let's call it 3 seconds, was the gap to the leader. Fretwell's getting a new set of tyres, and Morgan Short will jump into that car and has already done so. So it'll be Morgan Short who takes the car back out. Pit stop going on at the moment. Just checking to see Morgan is in that car. Maybe having a connection issue there as Paul continues around the lap. Now next through will be Tom Ingram, who took over from Craig Elliott in the Mission 103 car. And he is about to come through any time now. In fact, he has just gone through. There you go. Super pick up by Graham. So that was the car sitting in third and remains in third. Now he's got, he's just at the start of his run. So he's only, what, 6-7 laps into his run for that car. Morgan Short is back out and on the track. Very quick pit stop indeed for the Roll Centre car. Makes me wonder if they've got all their fuel in there. He just consulted with the screen. Yeah, just checking that, thank you. Just thanks, Graham, talking in my ear. Yeah, did get the fuel in that. So it's now, we wait for the leader to pit. which he will do in probably just under 10 minutes time. Tom Ingram in the mission car up on the curbs there for a moment through Chapel, but it's got a decent run onto the Hanger Straight, past the Porsche Experience on his left-hand side, turns in at Stowe. What are we, 20 minutes before 2 o'clock in the afternoon or thereabouts, running this in GMT. So sim time, race time is actual time at Silverstone. It will be starting to get a little murky by the time we get to the end of the race. The temperature has held up very nicely indeed. Would that it was 21 degrees in the air around Silverstone at the moment. I suspect that is not the case. Track temperature can only go down as low as 18 degrees in the simulation. It's risen to just under 22 Celsius, and it's been sitting there pretty much for the whole race actually. And that has given one or two teams some problems. WTF, Matt Gallagher back behind the wheel with a very tree-loved looking front end to that car. And thanks again to WTF1 for syndicating this race, giving us a platform, exposing us to their audience. Also the race as well. Been brilliant to see the messages coming in at RSL_studio to get in front of me in the booth. So Morgan Short then, last lap 58.6 against the best of a 53.2, so already getting down to decent times, and the interval just over 1 minute and 4 seconds as timing is now sorted itself out after we've had a flying lap for both of them. And not to forget, HPE owes us the comparative pit stop on the car in second place. My issue is I can't see with what am I seeing? 2 hours and 2 minutes to go. I mean, it's an hour and 50. That Roll Centre car, I reckon, is about 10 to 12 minutes short of going to the end on just one more stop. So they will need a splash. It's going to be closer for HPE Automotive, but just closer. They've done a 29 lap stint, which in time was 55 minutes. So again, that's tight. Tom Ingram in third should be able to go to the end with just one more stop. How long has he been at? 8 minutes, 15 minutes. So he's got another 40 minutes to go. What will that take us down to? That will take us to an hour and 20, which is 80 minutes. Yeah. So you can decide how to split that last part of the race from here. We'll see above comment as well for Matt Gallagher. I think he's probably going to be okay. He'll get down into that window as well. So waiting to see now when Paul Crabb comes into pit lane. Is he going to be able to get another mammoth 29 lap stint out of that car? If he does, he's starting to get somewhere very, very close to being able to do it on 2 more tanks of fuel. So 2 more stops from here. So the next pit stop, which is due, plus 1 more. That's my thinking on this. Hello to Mark Sykes Designs. He designed the WTF1 and RAF Motorsport SR8 designs. Mark, look what they've done to your lovely design on that Tangerine Dream. Good effort, mate. And thank you for tweeting us here at RSL_studio. Enjoying watching the race since it started, saying his design's going pretty well with the RAF running in the top 3 or 4 earlier on. Dropped back to 9th for the moment and off the lead lap. In fact, they've just pitted as well. So drop back into the, if we can, before we see the leader come in, I think, let's drop back into the classes and just remind ourselves of who's doing what to whom. Scott McFall driving the Vive Esports by SimFX Cayman, which I don't think has been headed in terms of the GT4 category. A minute and 13 now the gap to Alex Rivette. Done a bit of real world racing in his time in a variety of cars. He plays in Masters, I think. 21-year-old Alex in second. Scott McFall leading for Vive Esports. Talked to his teammate earlier on. And then it's Tom Bingham in third. So 4X have got that pretty blue BMW in second. Third is Tom Bingham for Performance Link White with the sky blue colours on. And all of those leading GT4 cars looking pretty much as they did and as they will do if you look at the Sporters Guide. Do you see any wings hanging off? Do you see any rear aerofoil at a jaunty angle? Answer, no, you do not. And that's why they are keeping their lap times exceptionally consistent. They're not lapping as quick as they were. There's certainly been a little bit of fuel saving going on. Andrew Thompson, another good-looking livery. Again with the poppy theme on that. Andrew, who we had on a little bit earlier on, getting ready for his stint, relative newcomer to iRacing. And that's 4th place for that BMW. So Porsche, then 3 BMWs for the top 4. And that is the battle. The car that we've been watching. Just up ahead is a lapped car, actually, for that. It's the 4X car that is further ahead. So Andrew Thompson looking a little bit. He's trying to hunt down the Performance Link car. Simon Dunn is the next of the BMWs. Year 1 Team Racing Purple. Again, we had his teammate on earlier. Had Simon on earlier before he took his stint in a car that you would never lose in Parc Fermé, would you? Or in the supermarket car park. Another fabulous livery. Simon in 5th position then for year 1 in that battle that has been raging throughout the race between the 19 in 5th, the 102 in 4th. They've swapped places a couple of times. Not quite on the pace of the leaders as both of the teams admitted to us, but doing a cracking job, the pair of them, and basically wanting to get to the end and find out where they are. Another BMW in 6th is Phil Reagan for XZ Racing. That's the 60 car. Another car that is a very recognisable paint scheme. That black and highlighter green yellow paint job. And just coming through, that's that, they're at Stowe at the moment, coming through, and here is one of the leading prototypes just going to buzz by on the right hand side, down in the braking area. Bit of damage on the SR8, and that car really was the Garana car in 5th position. Thank you, Graham. Looking a little bit the worse for wear. Next up, still trucking on, Nick Damon, who was in the Global Broadcast Centre with me earlier on, getting his first taste of the race. Nick did a 2:20 last time around in a car that took a bit of damage when Joe Bradley looped it earlier on. Sorry, Joe. Lots of coming out the final corner. But Nick settling down into some decent times. And spin right in front by the 87 Mazda. Matthew Tidmarsh, who we were watching earlier on. But Nick not having his concentration taken away there. Thank you to Darren for doing that particular livery again, using the Remembrance theme and the poppies, the poppy red wheels as well. The original iteration had white wheels on. I think it looks much better with the poppy red wheels. And proudly carrying the Midweek Motorsport helmet logo there. Series 15 now of our flagship Motorsport magazine show. As always, content driven by you, the listeners, at Specutainment, if you want to know more about that. Wednesday night, UK, 8 o'clock on RS1, one of 3 full-time audio channels that we run at Radio Show Limited. Tim Fulbrook, HF Impala Racing. 86 is in 8th as we go through the field. And at the moment, just under 2 minutes behind the 24. And lapping, well, about 6 seconds a lap quicker. Actually, Tim's right on it because that car's best lap is a 2:13 and he did a 2:14.3. So that car must be in pretty good shape. 2:14.3 last time, so barely a second away from their full lap pace, or their best lap of the race pace. And in fairness, the 86 car does look pretty good. That's the GT4 field. As we are now under an hour to go. And Paul Trabb has just come into the pits. Do you know what? I was just going to say, we said we would get back to that as he pitted. And he's done another 29 lap stint in the leading car. I won't forget the Mazdas, I promise. But that's really, really important because he's got down now to an hour and 53 minutes to go. Now, how long will he be in the pits? But that car now making the pit stop that puts it on the same amount of pit stops as the car behind. They did 55, call that 56 minutes. It's tight. It's going to be tight, but I think they can do it. It's going to be right on the nose. They're going to have to do another 29 lap stints to get to the end. And it'll be Dan Webster who jumps in that car. But they've put themselves in with a chance to go to the end with just one more stop after this one. And that's absolutely crucial for that car. They're down, they're away. 4 new tyres on it. Tom Ingram has not come back through just yet. So they will hold second place. So the battle between Morgan Short in the lead 88 car and now Dan Webster in the HPE 111 is on. I'm not sure Morgan can go to the end. I'm really not sure Morgan can go to the end. And remember, before they made their stops, what was it? Just under 3 seconds. And despite the fact it was, 6-7 laps different, the gap now is just under 3 seconds. So both drivers, so Morgan Short on his out lap in the early laps of his stint, and coming in on the end of the stint by Paul Trabb in the 111. Outstanding laps. They've been matching each other 10th for 10th. It'll take Dan just a few corners, maybe as much as a lap, to get his tyres up. So if it goes out, which it has, just a little bit over 3, don't worry about that at all. Effectively, they have, that's a draw. Nobody's got the advantage right there. But what Dan's got to do now is just keep this on the circuit. And the question is, they've got to be running the fuel numbers. Have to be running the fuel numbers. The only people who know when the checkered flag is going to come out and how many laps they will do is the car in the lead. The other classes are all dependent on where the leading car is when time elapses. That's how it works in iRacing. So you won't get a presumptive white flag or 1 lap to go board. If time runs out as you're about to come to the line, literally coming through club, if time runs out there, then you get the checkered flag straight away. If time runs out just as you're going through Abbey or Farm, then it'll be the next lap around. So the only people who really know are the guys at the front, because the other classes, it's all determined by where the leader overall is. Now, what we've got to see now is how far back is Tom Ingram. Answer, 1 minute 33. he's going to make up. He's going to make up 40 seconds of that by not having to do 2 pit stops. So he's going to make up a little bit of time. It all depends whether Morgan Short and Dan Webster can get with just 1 more pit stop. I reckon Tom can go on 1 more pit stop easily. I'm not sure about the other 2, but I think Tom Ingram might be a little bit far back to benefit from that. So what we might see is who needs the smallest splash of fuel at the end between those 2 SP8s. It's a proper race though, isn't it? With still 1 hour and 49 minutes to go. 360 Motor Club, Motor Racing Club. Hello, Claire. Great work as always. We might not be in North Wales, but we are in spirit. We will be in a race car again. The last time we shared was Race Remembrance 2016, which I thoroughly enjoyed as well. One of my racing highlights, not racing enough, was unlapping myself in the damp from the race leader, not once but twice in a stint in a front-wheel drive Rover. Paused for effect there. Against one of those little prototype Lotus open top things that looked like a wedge, which was very impressive. And in one stint I unlapped myself twice. That's one of my racing highlights. I was very respectful on the restart, finding myself behind him for a safety car, and then I thought, I think I'm a bit quicker than you. I'll get past him. He'll come past me on the straight. Oh, he hasn't. Thoroughly enjoyed that, Claire. Well done for all the hard work down at Thruxton as well. Jim and the rest of the team bring us the important part of today. I'm saying this again, and Graham, I know you're listening. I have a strong suspicion, Graham, that this will not be the first first and last virtual race of remembrance. This has been great, thoroughly enjoyed it. I think the mix of cars has really worked. It's so evocative of the actual event with the prototypes, the GT cars, and of course the MX-5s. Been brilliant. Morgan Short leads it. He's stretched to 5 seconds. As I say, don't read too much into that, because traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. And traffic is just taken away from Morgan as he had to ease his pace. He lost at least a couple of seconds there. And now, of course, the same cars, which includes the Mission Motorsport 102 car, which is 4th in the Mazda category. The XZ racing car, but it was one of the Mazdas that they had to go by. Mazda, great addition to this. Really enjoyed it. So the gap all of a sudden under 3 seconds again at the head of the field. Fuel numbers is what's important here. Hopefully Shorty is doing the numbers to the boys in the car, although he's admitted to us earlier on, Martin Short, that he's pretty rubbish on the pit wall. I think he means he gets nervous, to be honest, and I can understand that. So, 52. So we just on 1 hour and 3/4 to go. It's going to be touch and go for Roll Centre, whether they can do it with just 1 more stop. A little bit closer for HPE, but Tom Ingram can do it. Mission Motorsport 1:03, but he's 1.5 minutes behind. The time's on the screen, 2.9 seconds. That's not 1.3 seconds, that's 1 minute and 33 seconds. And a splash of fuel is not going to take that amount of time coming down the pit lane. Tom Ingram doing decent lap times, 1:56 last time around, 1:55 for Webster in second, 1:57 with that traffic for Morgan Short at the front of the field. Tom on, at the moment, for a very good finish. He's got around about 10 laps to go, or if you prefer, another 20 minutes, just under 20 minutes in that car. Fabulous artwork on the front of that car, 103. And again, coming up to traffic as he comes out of the loop and onto the Wellington Straight, jinks to the left to go back to the Year 1 BMW, Team Purple, sitting in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th position in GT. This now, you know, after all the cut and thrust, after all the nonsense of earlier on, side by side, crashing, people trading paint, this is the business end of the race. And tiny mistakes here can have huge consequences. The car, all of the cars, even the ones that look good, even the ones that have had very little damage, they're not as fresh as they were. The drivers aren't as fresh as they were, but they're having to push. And this is where it's all going to come down to, certainly at the front of the field. I think this is a fuel mileage race at the moment as to who. I'm pretty certain that unless somebody's been hiding a little bit of fuel mileage, that both the first and second cars will have to do a splash for maybe as little as 2 laps of fuel, possibly 3. HPE are closer to it, but Roll Centre, I tell you, the lap times will tell you, when you get onto the last stint, the lap times will tell you, if they're easing back just a little bit, you'll know that they're trying to save fuel. There's no point, by the way, in starting to save fuel halfway through your stint. You've got to save fuel. You've got to go in with an idea of doing a little bit of lift and coast, just braking a little, lifting off just before you brake a little bit, just getting on the throttle perhaps a little bit more cautiously, short shifting through the gears, take 200 revs off, 500 revs off. You'll be amazed how much different that makes to your fuel consumption. Yes, it will cost you time, so then you've got to maybe roll a little bit more speed at the corners, if there's that left in the car, of course. Trying to keep your lap times consistent and just drive the cars differently. And that's all part of the game from here on in. 3.5 seconds, Morgan short to Dan Webster. 1:31 further back is Tom Ingram. So he is closing in on the leaders, just marginally. Matt Gallagher's another 35 seconds further back in the WTF1 car. 34 car. So cruelly, the WTF just off the podium at the moment. In that very orange car. What's McLaren orange? Blackpool orange is what Johnny Palmer would, of course, say, our voice of the WEC and the ELMS on RSL. Still got the finale of WEC from Bahrain, only place that you'll get full live free coverage of practice and qualifying, of qualifying and the race is on our channels. Johnny Palmer leading there, and that is the same weekend as we'll bring you the IMSA racing from the Mobile 1 12 Hours of Sebring with WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, their final round. That's the 12 hours on Saturday. Again, only place for full live free coverage is there. And the majority of what we do, by the way, from that Sebring weekend will have a visual component as well for those of you outside the US, at least, although we've got qualifying open to everybody in that championship, plus the Michelin Pilot Challenge final round, plus Porsche, as well as Lamborghini. So plenty of championships in the IMSA series. Now that's full metal IMSA series still to be contested, and that is next weekend, isn't it? So from Thursday onwards for that across the RSL channels, go to radio-show.co.uk for our exclusive live and free global audio coverage. And as I say, for the very most part, there'll be sound and vision for you as well, also live and uninterrupted, unencumbered by ad breaks. Well, that gap now between first and second is fluctuating between around about 3 and 5 seconds. So it's not massive, it's not changing a huge amount, but that still is the closest battle on the circuit at the moment in terms of 4 positions. So the next key point is going to be in this battle. Matt Gallagher's due to pit anytime soon. In fact, I expect him in on the end of this lap, to be honest, from 4th position. That will mean he will be able to go to the end with just one further stop. Mirano Racing with a very bent, battered car, still putting in some decent lap times for Ethan Taizu. Did a 56.8 last time around. Matt Gallagher very quick, 54.6, but he's right on the end of his fuel and just off the lead lap, and has indeed just pitted right on cue. So I make that another 28 lap stint, or if you prefer, somewhere around 55 minutes, and that is absolutely spot on for that car as he heads in pit lane now. I think that's William Alcala as well in the pit lane for the Radical League Racing machine. Yes, it is. He's just pulled into the pits from, albeit ahead of Matt, but behind him on the timing screen by a lap or so, 6th position for Radical League Racing. Now, who was that? Was that Radical League Racing? Did they drive straight through the pits there and then quit out? Now they're having some, that actually William hadn't long since taken that car over, William Alcala, so I wonder if they're having some issues there. They are racing from the US, so that will affect the ping rate. Let me explain that for you non-online racing, iRacing types. Every race is hosted. That race has a server, and the physical distance that you are away from the server will affect the ping rate that you are at the server, which in tiny increments affects the latency at which things happen where you are to where it's happening in quote-unquote the reality of the game. This came to a fore when we were doing the IMSA Racing Pro Series on with iRacing earlier on in the year, when Shane van Gisbergen was racing from New Zealand, and most of the other competitors were based in the US, which is where the server was, and his ping time was 2, 3, 4 times what you were seeing. Now, why is that an issue, I hear you call, if you're not au fait with this kind of thing? Because as we were talking with Ben the Stick Collins earlier on, you are not in reality side by side with the car that you are looking at. You are relying on inputs that are being made by Dave Miggins in Hartlepool when you, Shane van Gisbergen, are in New Zealand. And there is a tiny little difference. But this is such a real-life simulation that those tiny simulation differences make a difference. And also it means that the simulation engine has to do some very complex calculations if you start dropping any information over those distances. And therefore, the simulation has to make a best guess sometimes about where your car is. And being an algorithm, they don't do best guesses. So you sometimes get what you'll hear people calling netcode events, which you get 2 cars that are actually a bit closer together than they might even appear to the eye on the screen. And that's all down to that difference in latency. It's also actually really good, the kind of racing we saw earlier on, when you get people racing so closely. You've got to have a bit more give and take than you do in the real world. And the best people are very, very good at knowing how much that is. The really serious sim racers that I've been talking to over the last few months and years will do all kinds of things to reduce any kind of latency, split-second latency, so better refresh rate on your monitor, clean up all your connections, make sure you've got as little running as you can on your internet connection. Very, very impressive. Just to trim fractions of picoseconds from your ping time. So HPE Automotive then, still chasing in second, 3 seconds or thereabouts away. We've seen that pit stop for WTF, and Geordie Mills is back aboard that car, which has now dropped down into 4th position. The good news for Radical League Racing is whatever happened to them, they are back out again, although they've dropped down into 6th position now. William Alcala is back behind the lead. Guarana Racing in 4th. WTF1 in the middle of those two. So remember, at the front of the field, we've got what is now a 7-lap difference in fuel between Morgan Short, who leads, and Dan Webster, who's in second. So Morgan 7 laps further into his fuel load and his stint. Well, we're just hearing from Race Control, Radical League Racing were assessed a penalty. They didn't serve it within the 3 laps, which would normally mean a disqual. But of course, it's a charity race. So they are back in, but they will have to come in with a 5-minute stop and hold. So that is going to drop the guys from Radical League Racing. And that's coming through from Race Control. Thank you, Graham, for that. And thank you to all our race officials as well. So the Radical League Racing proudly sporting the poppy on the nose. Possibly a bit of miscommunication there. Maybe they were fighting their corner, trying to get the penalty rescinded. But not sure whether that was a sim-based penalty, i.e. a drive-through for incident points, or whether that was a Race Control assessed penalty for contact. But nevertheless, they are back in the race. 5-minute stop and hold being assessed for them. WTF in the background there. Geordie Mills now. And is that Radical just dropping down to 7th position? Yes, it is. So roll centre by 4 seconds, then 1.5 minutes, give or take, from HPE in second to Mission Motorsport. Hello, what's happened to HPE? That lead, and what we get real-time leads here in sim racing. So what's happened there? Because that's gone out all of a sudden in nearly 10 seconds. So what's happened to Dan Webster? Was that just traffic? Did he have a half spin or a spin? Or has he all of a sudden dropped into fuel saving? It's a lot of time to drop though. That's 3 or 4 seconds there at the very least. If he was fuel saving, he was coming through traffic. See if we can find that out for you. And keep an eye on Dan's next lap time and see when he comes around. He did a 56 last time around. It's going to be considerably longer than that as he comes through onto the pit straight. And this is last lap time. Just waiting for it to update. That was that 56.4? Yeah. I think he's dropped down into fuel save mode. Yeah, Graham saying that in my ear as well. Right. Buy that for $1. And Graham listening into the onboard you'll be listening to. Let's see if he's lifting off. Watching the revs there. I don't think so. Next corner as he comes out of Luffield and charges down the long straight. Does he have a big lift off coming down to what used to be the old first corner? Cops. Traffic, so it's going to be difficult. So he lift off now. That'll be a huge lift there. Down through the box, and then powers through the battling Mazdas. Remember the stop sequence for those guys. Dan last stopped at, let's call it, well, he came out the pit, let's call it 10 minutes before the hour. 10 minutes before the hour, which we reckoned was about an hour and 50 minutes, there or thereabouts to go, which means, cut that in half, he's got to do 2 55-minute stints. Now, there will be a little less than that because he'll have to come into the pit lane, but that's right on it, considering the 29 laps for that car has been 55 minutes. So, it's touch and go. Whether he can go without running out, it all depends whether the last lap board or the lap, the time elapses, is what I'm trying to say. But I think he's got a chance. I do think he's got a chance. I don't think it'll cost him seconds, even if he's got a splash. But what he's trying to do is not come down the pit lane again because Roll Centre have to. So the potential here, there's no way now, I'm absolutely certain there's no way that Morgan Short can make it to the end on just the last pit stop, the next pit stop rather, that he's going to have to do. So what you're going to see Morgan doing is getting his foot down now. He's taking 2 seconds out of Dan the last couple of laps, but he's got to basically be doing almost qualifying laps as quick as he can. Make progress. Push, no risk is what the always brilliant Lena Gade would say for any team that she is running the pit strategy and engineering for. Push without risk. And that's what Morgan's got to do now, because he's going to have to come into the pits, I think, for a splash of fuel at some stage. Now, how many laps do we think he's short? 6, 7, 8 laps of fuel, maybe, at the outside for Morgan. So then the choice that Roll Centre will have to make is, when do they do that splash of fuel? There can't be a safety car intervention. That's not going to happen. It can't rain, so it's not going to slow lap times down in that. That doesn't happen here in the simulation. So there is an option for them to do 2 stops in fairly quick succession, or, and this I suggest will be what they will do, get the fuel down, stop, fuel only, and put the right amount of fuel in to do the additional laps, continue with a very light fuel load, and you can either do that at the end of the race or at the end of your penultimate fuel run. And then either you've got the checkered flag, or if you do it earlier, as I say, you then come in, put a new set of tyres on and charge full rich to the end. And that's going to make things very interesting, because Dan Webster may not be able to charge all the way to the end. It's all going to depend on how close he gets to having fewer than 55 minutes to go at the end of the race. Now, the good news is we've just cracked £23,000 on our running total. I do feel a bit like children in need here. But let's again remind you, if you're in the UK, text 70085 is the number you need to text to. Text 5ROR for a fiver, 10 ROR for a tenner, 20 ROR for 20 quid. We're looking for £50,000 all up, not all just from this race. And don't forget, you can find out about all the other fundraising ways at missionmotorsport.org. And we've got a Virgin Giving page as well open. And we've just gone through 23,000, so thank you to all of you who've donated, however you've donated. It's John Hindorf in the booth. Nick Damon is out on track at the moment, but he's going to try and join us again for the end of the race. We're going to try and get hold of Jim Cameron as well. He's en route from Thruxton back to Mission HQ, Mission Motorsport HQ. With a bit of luck, we'll get him on the line for the end of the race. He's bound to have iRacing, so we'll probably get him on the on the Discord where we've been doing our interviews. Cess, can you keep an eye on the interviews for me? Because I'm watching the chat with you and me, and for some reason I can't get both of that part of Discord to show at the same time. So if I've missed anybody in the interviews, I apologise to them. I haven't been ignoring you. And if you have got a team member who's listening at the moment and you want to pop in there, just give me a shout. Well, let's get Will Chad. Can you pull him in for me, Sesh? Thank you. Will Chadwick we spoke to a bit earlier on.
Well, I just have a bit of a dilemma to tell you. I thought I'd inform you of some information. Scott has this issue where he needs to relieve himself. And he says he's pitting this lap to me. So we're going to have to potentially now make an extra stop.
He's pitting this lap, did he say? Or was that another word? Or is that what he's going to have to do?
Oh, no, he's stayed out.
He's maybe tied a knot in it. I mean, the only good thing about this is, if this was the real world, I know there are drivers, and I can't believe that they can do it with crotch belts and everything fastened, who just stay in the car and do it, which I find extraordinary, because I can't believe that they do that. But at least nobody else has got to get into his seat after him if we do that. In the
well, yeah. In the virtual world, I think we're all right to be.
What have you got at the moment? You've got a minute and 40 on your closest rival, so you could get in and out the pits without losing the lead. But what's that going to do to your strategy, William?
Well, we were going to make it on one more stop remaining.
Yeah.
But if Scott pits now, we'll have to pit twice, so that'll lose us about a minute at least, maybe.
Yeah. So that's going to let Alex Rivet and the guys from 4X get a wee bit closer to you. Pardon the pun. Absolutely intended, of course. So it's a bit of a dilemma then. And who's going to jump in then?
It'll be me.
All right.
It'll be me.
So I better let you get back on toilet standby. I was going to say that sounds terrible. Sorry, it suggests me hanging around outside some public convenience somewhere. Didn't mean that at all, William. Other than that, everything's been going really well. The car's still looking pristine. I can't see any marks on it.
No.
Scott's managed to stay out of the way of various people who've thrown themselves at the scenery around him. Got another prototype coming up now, another Radical Edition. Beautiful to watch there as he came up the Maggots Beckett, just delayed. You could see there, delayed his turn in for just a moment, lets the Radical go through. What's it cost him? Half a second? Even if it's cost him a second, that's the way to do it, isn't it?
Well, that's absolutely our game plan, is to stay clean, and the car is looking beautiful and pristine at this moment in time. So game plan is working so far with 1 hour 21 to go.
I'll let you get on standby in the pit lane.
Okay.
So it's not so much the fuel mileage here, but it's other fluids that are causing problems.
There we go.
He's coming in. Better let you go, William. Cheers, mate.
Thank you very much.
Oh, dear me. Absolutely unbelievable. Well, there's something that you can't budget for. Thanks to William for jumping into the booth there to let us know. Pit and paddock report. See how careful I was saying that? Unbelievable. So, what is this going to cost them? What's the delta? Down through the pit lane and a quick stop. Well, that car came up on Jack's there, so are they going to put tyres on it as well? Suppose that'll change their strategy here. What they might do is go full tank, or 75%, which is full tank here, and new tyres. And William jumps back in the car. And where does Alex arrive? But he can't. The key thing for that car is they can't go to the end from here. So they will need one more stop. And that is going to cost them. Second place car, keep an eye out for the number 15 car, which is just on the hanger straight now. So Williams out, and we'll wait for the next timing point for them to give us the real world gap. Coming down through the Vale. Now, that said, Of course, the second place car, the 4X racing car, the BMW in second. Kind of quickly scrolling through. Alex at the wheel. He was 1 lap further into his stint, so that car still has to stop one more time as well. They can get about an hour and 12 minutes. So there's still an hour and 19 to go. Oh, they were so close of getting into their window for one further stop. So I reckon those 2 leading cars, and Sess is crunching the numbers as well, but I reckon both of those cars will have to make one further stop. So yes, that's a blow because the leads come down by about a minute. Chadwick now leads by about 42 seconds, the Vive Sport Porsche over the 4X Racing BMW. But William can't go to the end, but neither can this car. So they've both got one more pit stop to go. So there we are. Kicking an eye for other people popping into the waiting area. Morgan Short, by the way, still leading by that tantalisingly close 3 seconds, and still worse off for fuel than the car behind. Last time around, though, both he and Dan Webster did 55s, 56 for Tom Ingram in third, 55 for Ethan Tazu in fourth, 56 for Geordie Mills in 5th position. Oh, and I've just had my first stomach rumble. Which reminds me, it was a long time since breakfast. Has there been a couple of pit stops for Dan Webster there? Might just be a glitch on my timing. Tom Ingram did stop, by the way, in 3rd position, having done 54 minutes, or if you prefer, 28 laps. So Tom now in 3rd position, and been out for a couple of laps, that 103, and he's got 54 seconds on Ethan in the Carrana racing car in 4th place, and they've both got one pit stop to do as well, I reckon, from here. Remember what I was talking about, Stagger has to unwind. There's the last pit stop. So watching Year 1 Racing TV. And thanks to WTF1, The Race, and all the other syndications for lending us their audience, at least putting us in front of the audience this weekend, and all the hard work that's gone on behind the scenes. Just like a full metal race, all the teams' registrations had to be brought in, all the licenses had to be processed, and it's exactly the same in iRacing. Everybody has a unique license number, all the liveries had to be registered, timing set up, bit of race control as well. Here in the background, Graham typing away rapidly, but not to me, so somebody's about to get a message, but it's not me. I can tell that because it hasn't popped up on my screen yet. We're trying to get Mission Motorsport Jim Cameron into chat once he returns from Thruxton. And we had the most important part of this event, the service in the pit lane, a drive-in Remembrance service. Looked fabulous, great selection of cars, some exotica, some absolutely family cars, doesn't matter. Great, thank you to everybody who turned up in Thruxton to make that a real occasion. Lump in the throat stuff for me every year. Brilliant stuff, thank you, thank you, thank you. And to Gary Champion and Alan Hyde Claire Smith, all down there on the technical side of things. Graham, just let me know if there's anybody else that we need to be talking to, because I'm keeping my eye on these lap times. And just watching Dan Webster and seeing where he is going at the moment. He's definitely fuel safe, no doubt in my mind at all. Although Morgan last time was a little bit slower, 1:56.2, and the gap all of a sudden out to 14.5 seconds. Now that's more like it. And that's what Morgan has got to build on, because coming down the pit lane, he might only need a few seconds worth of fuel. They'll probably won't put an extra set of tyres on, because that's a finite time, around about 25, 28 seconds to get that done. I suppose you don't have to put 4 tyres on. You might make the decision on the radical that you're leaning on the left-hand side tyres more, just put lefts on. Possibly even just put rears on, but I think that might upset the balance of the car too much. At the same time, I might go with a new set of left-hand side tyres rather than full 4. That will give you a shorter time stationary. Morgan short driving very nicely indeed at the moment. Another dynasty of short racing drivers, family short racing drivers. He's actually quite tall. A proper chip off the old block. And you've got Michelle and Martin, parents. I would expect nothing else, and parents have to take a little bit of credit as well. Doing a cracking job with both the guys. Just 18, Morgan, and racing in MG Cup. Finished second in his class and 4th in the championship. And he's also has a sense of humour. I've known him for quite a long time, in fairness, Morgan. And he says, interesting fact, I'm sure John will have some interesting stories about my dad. Yeah, well, carving out some interesting stories yourself as well for Morgan. Well done. Likes Laguna Seca as his favourite circuit. So check through the classes again, because we haven't for a wee while. At the front, it's year 1 TV. Adrian Hendry back behind the wheel of the number 16 car. And that car looking pristine as well. Has just under 50 seconds of a lead as far as their pit stops are concerned. The MX-5s all running around about 23, 24 laps. That's nearly spot on an hour, just 59 minutes to an hour, and about a 3-lap advantage on fuel for that OTV sponsored car on Calvin Dent in the Excite Racing 478 in second. So he's now been out for 32 minutes. He'll come in, guess what, in about 32 minutes, which will, well, in fact, he can come in any time after about the next 11 or 12 minutes. That gets him into the window. Now, in normal circumstances, you'd see it. It's always a good thing.
Yep, I'm here. If you can hear me, that's a win.
You would take your last pit stop first. We've got Jim Cameron. I'll come back to that strategy in a moment. Jim Cameron from Mission Motorsport joins us. Good afternoon, JC. How are you? Have you thawed out? It looked pretty chilly down there at Thruxton.
Yeah, thank you. We always manage to dodge the rain, don't we, for the actual service? Well. But got a bit chilly immediately afterwards.
I've got to say, Jim, first of all, I know you'll want to mention a few names, but a brilliant team effort, as it always is for Mission Motorsport and Race of Remembrance, but on so many levels and so many different levels this year. I mean, to use the military term, you might say you were fighting on several different fronts at the same time, but a beautifully coordinated, pretty much seamless day to day. Did it go the way you anticipated?
I am probably the person least qualified to be able to judge that. It's always very hard from my perspective to have a clue what it looks like from the outside, but it has just been amazing. I mean, stuff has been changing around us so quickly over the course of the last year, really, that you're all guns blazing, aiming to run a 50-car motor race at Anglesey Circuit with all of the different layers that are part of the Race of Remembrance and beneficiaries and all that comes with that. And then it's taken away from us, through COVID and lockdown. It becomes very difficult to do stuff. We had to make a really tough decision about the race, but to pull together both this and that which happened in Thruxton and that which happened in Silverstone all at the same time has been a phenomenal effort. And you're right, John, it's a team effort. Not just the employees, though. It's people like yourselves who put yourselves out, volunteer, and make a difference to do something that collectively is fantastic. And yeah, I'm a bit speechless really after today, which is always great, isn't it, for an interview subject to be slightly out of breath and unable to speak.
You're not going to be able to make this a one and done on the virtual ROR. The overwhelming thing, and I know you've been busy, so you might not pick this up. The overwhelming thing we're getting from everybody we speak to in the commentary booth, who's about to get in the car, just got out the car, and on Twitter at RSL_studio, is this has to happen again. Odd circumstances this year. This has taken the place of the full metal race, but there's a place, Jim, I'm certain, to run this alongside maybe a different weekend, maybe a different part of the weekend, once we go back to what approaches normality.
Hey, maybe the same time. I mean, I think COVID has been cruel in many ways, but what it's inadvertently allowed us to do is to innovate and bring forward some things that we would have always wanted to do, but just didn't have the impetus to be able to do it. And properly out of our comfort zone by doing things like this. But I mean, this whole thing is all pulled together by Graham Sesford, whose business he has made since being medically discharged from the Royal Air Force to do a whole host of things. And he's such, I know he's here and I know he's listening and I know he'll be wincing as I say it, but what a bright kid. It is phenomenal what he's done and how he's brought people together in this way to be able to do it. And he's brought a level of enthusiasm and professionalism to it, which is quite extraordinary. And if we can uplift him and his team and the work which they're doing, then that's a fantastic thing. But I think we've gone a bit further than that, and we've managed to reach out and put people on a grid that has communicated and feels some of that camaraderie and togetherness that you get in Race of Remembrance, because it is quite extraordinary. It is like nothing else on the racing calendar. And now I'm so proud to say that it's online as well. It's been just incredible.
It has been also raising funds, which is important, particularly this year, because a lot of the in-person things that you guys do at events for Mission Motorsport simply haven't happened, or have happened in a way that you couldn't be there, either literally or metaphorically, shaking buckets around. 23,000 plus now of the 50,000 target. But plenty of things still to come and plenty of ways that people can get involved. We've been plugging the text donation 70085 if you're in the UK, 5 ROR for a 5, a 10 ROR for a 10, a 20 ROR. Auction, there's been a fabulous sets of donations, including we saw Lando Norris earlier on in the race broadcast with those race overalls. All sorts of things still going on, and even at the end of the race, Jim, that's not the end of it. People can still get involved, can still help out.
No, absolutely. And there's been stuff coming in all of the time too that we've sort of been struggling to deal with a bit. And all kinds of different people as well. Harry Metcalf, the guy who started Evo magazine, who's a bit of a YouTube presence himself now these days, in between the farm and the cars. But looking at taking down something off the wall that'll be very familiar to anybody who's watched Harry's Garage, in order to auction it off and add that as well. And we'll continue to add some new bits and pieces, some new items which are coming online. Sir Chris Hoy is doing Rallycross today. Otherwise, he would have been either with us in Thruxton or he'd be online here playing. he's throwing in a piece of kit as well, which is going to. There's some Dario Franchitti stuff there. So if people are interested in a bit of race memorabilia or something like that, then absolutely that auction is a way to get involved. The big grudge match, the motorsport competition that everybody really wanted to see, is Top Gear presenter Chris Harris having a grudge match with his next door neighbour, who's Autocar's Andrew Frankel, to work out whose 1950s 2CV is quicker than the other one. Of course, Harris's car broke down and refused to start when they tried to run that competition yesterday. So they'll be finding some new French soft cheese to spread on the affected parts of the car, and I think they're going to run it next week. For us, you're right. All of our event-based fundraising was just cut off on the knees back in March, and a lot of our industry programs as well, which were planned to happen, have also not happened, and with that also the income that comes from it. And that's a tough situation to be in as a small charity like us, looking at a sort of £400,000 shortfall. And at the same time, the demands on us from that beneficiary base were going up and up. And we're really looking hard now at 2021 at coming out of the other side of it, because for service leavers and veterans who are either leaving the forces and going through that transitional period, or for veterans who've lost their jobs because of the current economic climate and because of COVID, they need help now more than ever. They need inspiration, they need networking, they need people who are in their corner of finding those opportunities on their behalf in order to secure them employment so that they can support their families for the remainder of their lives. It is never more important now than it has ever been. And so hence we're stepping up, and we weren't going to let Remembrance go unmarked. I'm so grateful to everybody who's come and raced and been part of it and felt part of this thing. There's more to come, clearly, and we'll keep pushing. There's an extraordinary donation today for anyone who follows the Bad Obsession Lunatics with Project Binky, but of course they made a race car this year. That was at the Remembrance service in Thruxton, and there's a piece coming out on that as well, because that car will become a Mission Motorsport car.
Oh,
Next season, we will run that for the season in the City Car Cup, thanks to the BRSCC. And we'll be doing it with people who will be able to come and do a pay drive in a Bad Obsession built car run by Mission Motorsport in the BRSCC City Cup next year. Stuff like that is absolutely fantastic. And of course, for us next year, this is new opportunity for a new bunch of beneficiaries to come through and be part of this. And on that, we hang our narrative. But most importantly, this is people in jobs for life.
Don't go away. I want to. There's a couple of other questions I want to ask. This race is getting really, really interesting now. I know it's only a part of what's going on, but I've got to tell you, it
looks amazing.
Well, we've just had the lead car in for what should have been its last pit stop, but it's too early. We've been calling this for a while. I reckon that's 10 minutes, so maybe 6-7 laps early for that car. So there will be a splash and dash for Morgan Short in the Roll Centre car. I don't think they're going to be able to risk putting on a set of tyres. So now the question is the 111 car, which is taking over the lead, Dan Webster in the HPE Automotive. This is the Crayon Grey car in Porsche parlance. He's going to be able to go, let's see, he was doing about 7 or 8 laps more. I think, yeah, it's going to be tight for him about whether he could go to the end with just one more stop, and when that stop is, that clearly will tell us. But I reckon he can do another 10 minutes. He's going to be very, very close indeed. It's Marcus, by the way, that's in the car now, and he will finish the race, and that will go to the end then, the 88 car. So the question now is how much of a splash and how quick can the Short Roll Centre car, how quick can it dash be to the end of the race? Jim Cameron is still with us. Other gaps going on as well. Getting messages all the time, quite clearly. turn your notifications off, Mr. Cameron.
I have done.
Good man. Good man. Good man. This is a race that wraps around, and always has done, a pit lane remembrance service. Service of remembrance in a pit lane. It has happened at Anglesey over the last few years. We couldn't do the real remembrance service today in Silverstone because they were a bit busy with a British GT race, although they all had poppies on the cars and they observed the silence at 11 o'clock. But we still had that real life full metal, if you will, service of remembrance in a brilliantly innovative way. A drive-in service of remembrance at Thruxton. It looked fabulous.
It was a pretty extraordinary thing to do. A very different way to sit there, and we had something 75, 80 cars there, about 250 people in total. Lots of people brought their families, and you had kids there, things like that for the first time, which we normally don't get up in Anglesey. We normally don't want to take the kids up to stand out in the weather for 3 days on the edge of the Irish Sea. And so in some ways it had a very different feel to it, but in other ways it kind of nailed it. Always incredibly emotional, that service. And you want to bring people together. We've had an incredible response from the beneficiaries, and we know that people have been watching it, not just in this country, but overseas as well.
Correct.
And yeah, I mean, we absolutely can't go back now. We've got to look at how can we build on this, learn the lessons, and just help it reach a bigger audience.
Well, and you know, anybody in the UK who watched the service of remembrance last night from the Royal Albert Hall, that was done under very different conditions. It allowed them to innovate. I thought the lighting in particular, with all the seats taken out of the stalls, was absolutely outstanding. As you know, our responsible adult, Eve Hewitt, used to be part of the management of the Royal Albert Hall, and we always sit down, the pair of us, and watch that. I thought that was brilliantly innovative. They took what could have been a massive negative and turned it into a positive. We've had people tweeting into us, Jim, saying, look, you know, I normally go to my local village, town, whatever, but it wasn't really happening in a way that I would take part this year, so I've sat and watched your race, and then I've sat and watched the service. So, you know, as you said, sometimes innovation comes from problems. You know, we've had to look at it a different way this year, and there may be no turning back. There may be no turning back. I think you've made a rod for your own back, to be honest.
Mate, and I knew that when you and I were stood not very far from each other, you know, back in 2014, the first race of Remembrance, and I suddenly realised that was the first Remembrance service that I'd done since I'd been in Bastion watching somebody go into the back of an aircraft under a flag, and I realised that it could be incredibly positive, and it could be incredibly restorative and healing, and that's exactly what we needed to do. And yeah, it's a rod for our back, but it's also fantastic. And this kind of engagement online as well, yeah, this is absolutely what we need to be doing. But in the same way, you know, it's, yes, you say, you know, out of hardship comes innovation. That's absolutely true. And you know, post trauma, the words that tend to follow it are stress disorder, but we prefer to be talking in terms of post-traumatic growth. When you're subjected to stuff, you come back stronger, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. That's exactly what I think we've done with Race of Remembrance, and that's exactly what we hope to promote in our beneficiary audience as well.
Just a quick word, Jim, before I let you go. I'd get a very well-deserved adult beverages. Your driving duties in the real world or anywhere else are done for today, so that's perfectly acceptable. Got to say thank you to the race and WTF1 and everybody else who's syndicated what we've been doing to put us in front of their audience as well. Clear to me from the tweets coming through here at the RSL control room that we're getting a lot of new viewers to online competition as well as to the Race of Remembrance.
Yeah, totally. And I think our work is always at its best when we're bringing communities together. and that's been no more true than it has today and over the course of this weekend. So, welcome. You're part of us, and you're one of us if you're taking part in this. Let's do it again. Let's come out of this, lift ourselves up, help each other, and particularly in these difficult times, reach out, talk to your mates, talk to those that you haven't seen for some time, do the family piece, and look after each other as we find our way through these difficult times. And next year, bigger, better, brighter, shinier.
Yeah, it's so important just to keep contact with people now, always, but now more than ever. Jim, thank you very much indeed for you and all the team's hard work, and thanks for allowing us to be a part of it. It's been brilliant. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Not always personally being able to be involved, but we've always been involved as an organisation, and we've timed that just perfectly, because as we wrap up with Jim, thanks mate, we've got the leader into the pit lane.
Thank you. Well done all. Cheers, Sess.
Cheers. Nick Damon rejoins us. Nick, back after your stint. Perfect timing, because with 53 minutes to go, here's the pit stop that matters. How quick will this HPE car get turned around to get out in front of the short 88 car?
Catching up now, so has the roll centre car stopped already then?
Roll centre car stopped early but needs a splash. Stopped 8 laps ago. So they need a splash. I reckon they're probably 7 or 8 laps short on fuel. So Dan Webster's brought the car in. Looks like he's staying in the car. Haven't seen him get out of that yet. No tyres as yet. I can't believe they're going to double stint the tyres when they might have to defend at the end from a charging young short.
So no, it's 28 seconds. That's the gamble, isn't it?
Yeah.
28 seconds to change the tyres.
I reckon that's no tyres. I did not see that car go up. So double stinting a set of tyres to the end of the race. Right, on the flip side of that, if you're having to do a little bit of fuel saving, then you're not putting so much energy into the tyres. So why put a brand new set of tyres on that's going to take you a wee while to get up the temperature and pressure, and then actually not be able to use the full performance of them? Is that the thinking there, Nick?
I don't think tyre wear is particularly high, John. I don't think it's that normal. Oh no, if I run, I'm really going to run into the bottom end of nastiness. It's just kind of a bit of a lost performance. It's not the cliff. So I think they're only looking at half a second loss through tyre wear. So I think it's not quite as different on this one. So I think to be honest, they've probably chosen the right move not to go there.
Right, tell me about your stint before we get into the run to the flag.
Nah. Well, basically, the car I took over wasn't particularly nice and had been made less nice by Joe. Let's put it that way.
It's hashtag blame Bradley today, isn't it?
We're definitely doing that. I mean, the car was a couple of seconds out of pace. It was a little bit. It was, as Matt said when he handed it over to me, be careful, it's trying to kill you on every corner. It was a little bit wobbly. And yeah, I mean, it was a learning experience. Started reasonably well, built up. Had a spin which even now I couldn't explain to you what I did wrong. I've no idea. 1 minute it was, again, because it's just the car's a bit iffy. Got it. Going faster and faster and faster, getting a bit bunged in a faster time than Matt managed. And then I thought, oh God, this is fine. And basically, then I had that appalling issue you get where you suddenly get a burst of overconfidence. And actually, what ended up happening was about 5 laps after that, the tyres were pretty good for the condition of the car. I did what Joe did on exactly the same corner. I didn't do it. The thing is, oddly, I didn't do it as badly.
So coming out of the final part of club.
Yeah, I didn't go as wide. So I kind of just lost the rear slightly, and I grazed the inner wall. Unfortunately, all the force on one corner. So when Bradley went in, he went in flat, hence the bonnet popped off. And then he got 3 minutes of repairs. I grazed it on one corner, which meant I had done a corner. So I did a lap with the steering bent, came in, and it was 22 minutes of repairs. So, it's my mistake entirely. I've no idea what the car had been like if it hadn't been crashed beforehand. My feeling is that it was, what can you do? I haven't lost any positions. I'm just sitting here thinking, oh, blast. But I was quite pleased with the pace.
You were doing very well. I was watching your times.
I was very pleased with my learning from starting where I'd learned the car, and I was pleased with the pace, and I was pleased with picking things up, and it was absolutely a case of don't pat yourself on the back till you've finished the stint.
Your average was around about just on 220, Just under
Yeah,
220.
that was with the spin. So yeah, when I was running, it was about 218 to 290,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is fine for the car because the car was knackered. It's 2 seconds off what it should be. But you know, what can you do? It's learning experience.
I have heard that your sponsor wants a word because the
Yeah,
car's
well-
been damaged too much this year in various
Well,
different things.
the one real point about it is that we've all agreed as a team we're never driving this car again.
Oh, that type of car.
Yeah, we're not. The Porsche. We've decided to retire our career in Cayman GT4s. Yeah, they
Might
are.
have to speak to your sponsor about that.
Well, I'll let you sell it. It's fine. You've got 2 liveries to choose from. Stick it on into Autosport or wherever you sell race cars these days, and see what you can get for it. It is lightly used, this one.
Okay. Well, we'll speak to you.
But what
during
I
the
will
week.
say, what is quite interesting is that what was surprising was that with a slightly thinner field, oddly, the radicals weren't causing much of a problem for me because they weren't having to scrap with themselves, so they were kind of thinking about it. And I had genuinely, whilst I went woo a couple of times, I had no near misses because they were being quite clever. They've got enough ability to manoeuvre around you that they can get past. So I had them pass me all parts of the circuit. And you lose half a second or 3/4 seconds. It's not the end of the world. I was having a little bit more problem with the Mazda because obviously I had to get past them, and they're sitting on the line. And with the car being, I think, let's be honest, it's unstable in its condition it's in. It's quite hard to move line on the car when you're set, and also the closing distances were quite different depending on where you were with your particular performance and their vehicles. But yeah, that was just part of the learning experience. Oh, hello.
2 tyres?
Two
Two
tyres.
tyres.
Yeah.
2 tyres for Chris Varlett, Wiley, and Year One TV, who led the
No,
first part. Oh no!
Different,
All right.
different animation on the MX-5. That's what that is.
No. Well, I only I would have
No,
gone for left
I've never
side.
seen that before. I've never. I think that because it is obviously when it animates the cars that have got air jacks, animates the air jacks. With the MXs, obviously you have to use a manual jack to get them up. So it's animating that as well.
No, very good, like that. Now that car has done in the past a 59 minute run. So I reckon that's their last pit stop for those guys.
Anyone who comes in now gets to the end.
Yeah,
there's no
47 minutes. Yes, I agree. Even for the most thirsty of the SR8. The problem being Morgan Short. Sorry, it's Marcus, I think, behind the wheel of that car now. However, I think they were needing of a stop, but what I did do was take my eye off it to see if they did their splash earlier. No, they haven't. 12 laps into the stint for the Roll Centre racing car. And now, when did HPE come out? They started 10 minutes before the hour.
There's no way they'll get to the end. They'll need another thing.
So I think they both need us. They were massively fuel saving in that car before.
I think 53 minutes. I think they can probably do it on a fuel save. We've seen them running around about 52, 53. Being the first car, they won't have to do an extra lap of their lead. They'll get the flag on the flag time, won't they?
Okay, what I don't understand is what's happened to Morgan, because he should have retaken the lead. In fact, no, he was in the lead. So how's he dropped the lead? Sess may be able to tell me.
Full service, and they only did a fuel service. Then he lost half a minute there straight away.
Sess, if you know, tell me in my ear how. Okay, I've been told he's had a long 1 minute 40 odd second pit stop, which is what's dropped them back down.
After being some optional repairs, John, sorry.
I've been talking to Joe all the time. Sess, when was that? Was that recently, or was that 12? Right, so that was his last pit stop. Right, okay. Correct, I've got that here as well. Okay, I thought Morgan had got back out in the lead though after that stop. Yeah. Right, 40-second gap, which is now down to 27.5. And the problem is that car, I think, still has to stop again before the end. Morgan's the short car. Yeah, that car will have to stop the game before the end. Whereas Dan Webster's car now, well, I'm not going to say stroke at home, but it's going to be a slightly different run to the end for those two. Check to see if I've got anything in. Screwed up the last pit stop, they missed the entrance and drove across the grass and picked up a 40-second penalty. So thank you from Martin on that. That's what's happened. So they need a pit stop this. They need a miracle right now. So that was the last pit stop, came in too late across the grass and had to come and serve a 40-second penalty. So there you go, story of the race right there. Thank you. This is great. This is like having an automated share in the pit lane for everything, where we get everything coming in from the teams themselves. So
why are they just made out 24 seconds?
They have.
The gap was 28. Now it's saying the gap is 2.5 on the timing tower.
Yeah, I think we're getting some connect disconnect timing glitches. I didn't think it was that much.
Right. Okay.
I thought it's gone back out to 28 again now.
Right. Okay.
So
right,
yeah, I think it was a connect disconnect. We were talking all about ping rates and losing packets of information earlier on to it. Right. So put aside your crushing disappointment, Mick.
Crushing.
Take off your racing driver hat for a moment.
Yeah, it's on. Okay.
The concept of the race, you've seen the Full Metal Race of Remembrance. You've done a couple of those for us. You've heard me talk about it, heard me enthuse about it when I've competed in it, as well as when I've just commentated on it. I think I've done 3 now. So, in terms of an iRacing event, the atmosphere of the event, obviously it's difficult to judge because everybody's in different places. The mix of cars, the format, the way it's happened, the way Graham and his team have brilliantly recreated for me the stops and how they've managed to get around that, despite the exigencies of iRacing. But from an event point of view, your thoughts on it, because you've done quite a bit of iRacing this year.
I think genuinely, I think it's a really, really good event. It's a good length of time. I think the shortening of the fuel tanks was absolutely the right thing to do. I think it makes it much more flexible. Otherwise, you are literally turning laps for hours on end. It takes any strategy out of the 6-hour race. I was very sceptical when I actually got on the track about having the radicals with these slower cars, but genuinely, perhaps I've just been ridiculously lucky. I just didn't see an issue with them. But obviously, we're running a little bit slower than we should do, so perhaps that makes it easier to get past us. But no, it all seems to fit pretty well. And obviously, the car types are, classic. I suppose if you look at the iRacing roster of cars, they are the cars you might see most likely to see, should I say, at the actual Full Metal race. Remember, so it's a good choice. I mean, I think what I would say is I think it's a really good event. I think absolutely 100% that the virtual RRR should continue with the real RRR next year. Unfortunately, I don't think you're going to get Anglesey maps in time. Now, you have a much better link into iRace than I do with Drew, so perhaps you ask some specialists to come over and they can fly again and scan Anglesey. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a really, really good event. I think we've had our problems, but I think it's looked pretty fair. I think after the effectively, I suppose it was with the service in the middle. So if you take the sort of hour and a half either side of the service, it got a bit silly with the cars.
Yeah, agreed.
But now, noticeably, everyone's calmed back down again.
Yeah, agreed.
So
also agreed.
I think it's very hard to legislate people's brains, but it's at this point, about half an hour after the service, I'd say this is not working at all. But now it is. And that goes to show you it's not actually the circuit, it's not the organisers, it's not the choice of car, it's the drivers.
Well, isn't it always? Ben Collins seems to think I have a downer on racing drivers, but I've got just as much a downer on myself when I pull a helmet on, because I know that common sense sometimes does go out the window. You say to yourself, it's a long race, it's a long race, it's a long race, but then you get strapped in, you get out on the track, your thumb comes off the pit lane speed limit there, and it's all...
And you get more confident in my case. Now, the other thing I would also say is I don't think this race would work if they've used the Alton Park model track, for example. Okay. The fact that this is a wide open spaces circuit where, on the whole, you can go off and you just get dusting your tyres in a 1X, and there is a lot of space to get past in Grand Prix width.
Yeah, agreed.
Especially with the closing speed. I think absolutely this is the ideal circuit for it to be at. Obviously, it has the kudos being Silverstone, so I think they've chosen the right circuit. I'm surprised how well these three classes work once everyone's calmed down.
Yeah.
6 hours with the service, or 6.5 hours including the run, seems to be absolutely right. So I as long as we win the livery competition, I won't complain at all.
Very good. Very good. I think what we might have to do for next time, and there will be a next time, as you heard there from Jim. And by the way, Darren, one of a number of people saying Full Metal ROR on Remembrance Sunday as ever. The virtual ROR on VE Day. Quite like that. That's not a bad idea. I think what we might have to do is let the lapped class runners effectively do a wave by before we all come into the pit lane, so that they get back. Everybody gets back a lap at least on their leader in class if they're between the race leader and their own leader.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
That could be done. That could be done via race control.
Yeah, we missed out on that. But in fairness, also, we ended up with, I didn't put the other field, but the GT4 field oddly ended up splitting 3. And so,
it didn't affect the Mazdas, actually. It was only the GT4 field that it affected. But that's a simple thing to add on. And don't forget, you're working against the build, the algorithm, if you will, of the simulation, because it's not set up to do what we've done this weekend. And Graham and his team have done a cracking job in working around. There was some midnight oil burned last night when they realised that, having done the qualifying session yesterday, they couldn't then apply that in a team race to produce a grid. And I thought their solution this morning, and the practice start particularly, I thought was an absolutely genius idea. Would that we could do that in real race.
Yes, let's just give the driver. This is how you should do it. That's right. Well done, everybody. But I think the whole thing's gone really, really well. I think what was interesting is we sat around and you and I agreed that you'd have to take it carefully at the start, and both the cars that went off super fast and super careless have suffered. The Fordzilla and the 103. Was it 103? The Fordzilla and the They've just suffered, and they've suffered not because of their pace. They've suffered because of the accident they've had and the black flags they've caused. And if they'd had sat with Brady engaged, pretty certain both of them would be ahead of the HP Automotive. That's not what endurance racing's about. It's about not only being the fastest, but being the cleverest, and they failed on that one, in my opinion.
Well, and listen, and all the interviews that we've done with guys who are leading their class, you talk the Vive Sports, the 4X guys in your class, in the GT4 class. Look at those top 4 cars. Mission Motorsport 102, just going into the loop now. That car looks like it's just rolled off the truck. And that in virtual racing, as well as in real world, full metal racing, that is the way to ensure you're going to get some kind of result. Yeah, right, they're in 4th. Those guys in Year 1 Racing Team Purple, the 19 car, they've been battling. They know they haven't got the pace. They've admitted it in our interviews. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. They've been very realistic about it. But the way they have driven has been outstanding. You missed, by the way, the Vibe eSport. They were on track to get to the end of the race with a pit stop fewer than what was going on around them. And then the last driver in the car, which I think this is, we had William back in the William Chadwick back in for an interview, and poor Scott couldn't do his laps and came in 10 laps early because he had a fluid issue, or potentially was going to have a fluid issue.
Oh, right.
And nothing to do with too little fluid in the car.
Yes.
Rather too much fluid in him. He'd badly miscalculated his intake. So William jumped in. He's done a 12-lap stint, and then that brought him into the window. So he stopped again, and he's now been out there for 7 laps. Got in that car with just on an hour to go, or thereabouts, and therefore he's been out for 15 minutes now in that car. So actually, no, a little bit less than that. So he's easily going to get that car to the end, and so that battle, which is back to 1:33 as it was, it hasn't affected them. But so you missed that drama. whilst you were out there.
That is a drama. I mean, I remember I was chatting to young Joe yesterday, and he was only 10 laps into his 41 lap stint at Sebring, and he was having fluid issues himself at that point.
Well, he has got TB though, hasn't he?
And he was very upset when I miscalculated how many laps to go. I said he had 10 laps to go and there were 12. And he said, I was counting down.
Yes. TB standing for tiny bladder. Driving across Europe to motor racing with Bradley is interesting. Stopping drinking before you go across the Google to otherwise napping for the rest of the race.
Never get there. Never arrive.
Never. Absolutely. He's going to kill us, you know, at the end of this.
He will.
Darren started it. That's all I'm saying. So lead gap now, 29 seconds. Dan Webster probably going to be okay to go to the end. A little splash required for Morgan. Short. Sorry, it's Marcus, I think, behind the wheel now, isn't it? Yes, it is. So they're heading towards the end of the race for them, with now just on 34 minutes to go. Rob Austin back behind the wheel of the Mission Motorsport 103, which looks fairly secure in third place, just over 65 seconds ahead of fourth, which is Guarana Racing with the bentest. Is that the most bent?
Yes.
I'm just doing the odd job now.
Yes.
The rear end on that car is not how it came out of Radical in any way, shape or form.
I remember having a Hot Wheels car that looked like that at the back, not with a bent wheel, with that kind of curvature between the two rear lights stanchions. Yeah, that reminds me of an old Hot Wheels car. Probably actually after being thrown in the garden and stamped on for done.
Behind Ethan is Matt Gallagher, another 41 seconds behind. Now, they look, and indeed are, good laps. So fifth place is WTF1, who've had their trials and tribulations as well. However, do not forget, dear viewer and listener, wherever you're viewing or listening from in the world, that we've still got these incident points.
Yes.
And that could be a drive-through. So, you know, and by the way, once you've gone through the first lot, which did you say was 30?
It's 30, yeah.
And then is it 15 after that?
15 after that, yeah.
That's the other thing. That is the other thing. And you can rack up 15 very quickly indeed.
Yeah, it is, because it's just going wide at cops. Too much will give you one. Having to take evasive action and take a different line will give you one. So it's quite. We're on 28, by the way. It's very exciting now. Playing Russian roulette with them in the drive-through for the last 32 minutes. Fantastic.
But don't worry, I don't think you're going to lose a place.
Well, not in class, no. But we are now trying to gain actual overall places, because the cars ahead of us are mostly Mazdas. So theoretically, no.
Okay.
So overall, so we decided to try and bully the Mazdas and just get up the field. You have to aim for something, don't you? After
No. That's
interesting event.
Look, I have seen enough endurance races on different circuits, on different continents around the world to know that everybody has to set themselves a little challenge. And whether it is getting as close as you can to the time you've been told by your race manager, whether that's your chief engineer or your TM or whoever, whether it is gaining a position in the last stint, whether it's not losing a position in the last stint, driving round an issue, trying to keep your lap time there while watching your fuel numbers. You know, it's all very, very important. This is a battle for position, by the way. 4, 7, 8 and 27 are battling for second and third. In fact, the leader is just ahead. So first, second and third in the Mazdas, after all the toing, throwing, fiving and sixing, have actually come back together.
The lap ahead. Am I wrong? Yeah, 35 laps. Year 1 TV is minus 35. X-Lite iRace is minus 36 on my timing.
Right, okay.
So year 1 has exactly a lap lead.
Okay.
On my timing, not saying it's necessarily 100% correct.
Yeah, all right, yeah, okay. 42 seconds in front for those two. Those two. So Chris Wally, who's done his last pit stop, is 42 seconds in front of Calvin and Harry, who are battling. The distance between them is the distance between them. There are no laps between them. It is just So Chris stopped at 6 minutes before the hour, so he's fine. Calvin stopped at 13 minutes before the hour, so I think he's fine as well. He's been in the car 22 minutes, and what have we got left? 29 minutes. Yeah, he can make it. But the issue is for Harry, who I think owes us a stop. I think he's due in any second now, that 27 car, because I think he's at the end of a stint.
Yeah, just to explain why there's a lap difference, even though they're 40 seconds apart, just because the leader of the overall race was between first and second.
Correct.
And
That's why I sort of made that weird I'm not sure noise.
That's a great sound.
That is my I'm not sure noise.
Oh, it should be a ringtone.
Hello. It's me late in a race, trying to decide whether my instinct to write my brain has shut down, or whether my instinct have shut down and my logic is taken over, such that it is, or whether it's none of the above and I'm just talking complete nonsense. Normally, option 3 would apply. To be fair, that isn't a massive headline. Huge save for, dear me, Harry Melvin there, somehow managing to stay out of the back of Calvin Dent, who was also trying to avoid 2 different categories of car. Fantastic bit of driving by Harry, as he was super late on the brakes, coming down out of Abbey out of Farm rather, down into the loop area. Oh my goodness me, that was very, very close indeed. And that, remember, is at the moment a podium position for that car. Darren Wood and Richard Harwood and William Alcala, Williams in a different category. Matthew Tidmarsh would have all benefited there, because that would have been a monster incident, Nick.
Yeah, one example of multi-class racing clumping, that wasn't it really?
Clumping,
if you look now,
yes. Explain clumping to our new viewers and listeners.
Well, if you look at it, if we join these cars in a lap's time, they'll all be beautifully spaced out in their own little area, having a lovely time on their own Sunday drive around Silverstone. But because of the differing speed and a couple of cars having a battle, suddenly, normally at a slow corner, vast numbers of cars will suddenly gather at the same place and be like kind of arguing gulls over a chip and then which part of the track they want to get. And then you look up and boom, there's 7 cars, and then suddenly, like, someone's got shouted or fired a starting pistol, they all just disperse again. And hopefully there's been no damage, though sometimes there is.
That is brilliant imagery, like seagulls fighting over the last chip. That is glorious stuff. This is the battle for second and third, going down the hanger straight and into store, down the inside. 478 has a little look on the 80. Sorry, no, that's a lap car. That's the 87. That is the 6th place car of Matthew Tidmarsh. And so that's a lap being going on there, and straight into the pit lane. I told you Harry owed us a pit stop, and he does. So that is going to elevate. Where is Darren Wood? How far back is Darren Wood? That's the question. Calvin Dent goes through and takes second. Didn't have to do that on the track after all of that. So this will be the last pit stop for the 2-7. And through goes. Well, there you go. You've made up. Is that a position you've made up? No, you're still further back than that. Okay. Thought that was you getting a position back.
We've made a position up in the last while.
You're happy with that?
Yeah, we're climbing slowly. We're aiming for 20th overall. This is where we are overall at the moment, but it's not 20th, I don't think. But that's where we're going for, the overall 20th position. Let me just refresh. We gained a couple there with that pit stop, so I think we're going for it. Darren's actually driving brilliantly. The car appears to be, after the second repair caused by my accident, it appears to be in significantly better shape again. Or Darren's much quicker than Matt and I. I mean, both of those are possible.
Let's be honest.
We're 21st now. This is the key point. We're 21st. It's Excite Racing who are ahead of us. If we can catch up the 478 with Excite, we'll gain that 20th place. And obviously it's a car with several seconds lap faster because we've got a much faster car, but it's still an aim.
Well, actually, yeah, you're chasing down that 27 that's just made its pit stop. But that's not for a class position, that is for an overall position. So that's how Harry Dent has gone back out again in So I think that's the year one racing team,
yeah.
Mazda Marvel, should chase him down, actually.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure actually there isn't enough time now to gain class position, even with all the rest of the class stopped. But that's not the point. The point is overall where we can come. Apparently, there's just a chance to destroy our chance to get the top 20. There's a recovering radical coming back past
Correct.
us.
That is absolutely right.
I tell you what, I've never had so many tactical pieces of information I'm getting now from my team.
This is the radical. This is the Radical League Racing, who they are now. That I think that car is out because they didn't do their drive-through when they were supposed to. They got disqualified, but then they were put back in again because the sim does various things. But I don't think they're moving at the moment. That I've been confirmed now that is out, so that's not going to bother you. So I think you're all right. It's down to you guys picking off pot hunting on the MX-5s ahead of you, you bullies.
All MX-5s, which we are now, we're running near speed again. We're 10 seconds a lap faster than. So that means we're going to gain, we've got about 12 laps left, perhaps 11 laps, so we can gain about 1 minute.
I looked at that for ages. I was waiting for that to catch me.
Well,
so 11 laps to go at the front of the field. Now, we have got battles out on the circuit. Let's pick some of those out. For 6th and 7th, RAF Motorsports Association has team Fordzilla number 26 in their sight. They're going down through Cops at the moment and heading up the rise towards Maggots, Beckett's and Chapel, and they've got a bit of clear track for once. The relative performance of those. Jack Ashton is in the Fordzilla. He started that car, remember, and he was right at the sharp end of the field. One of the Ford English Sports drivers. Last time around a 55.6, 56.3 for Chris Slater, who is in the RAF team car, RAF Motorsports Association car. This is a proper battle, and I would suggest that the interval currently around about a second, but is coming down. It looks to me as the RAF 30 car has got a bit better pace at the moment. There's a bent rear end on the 26, which it has had for quite some time. So this is for position, and again, Nick, this is what you're talking about. Position overall, but this is positioning class as well, so there's quite a lot riding on this, and particularly for the RAF Motorsports Association. That's a pro-entered car ahead, effectively. That's what we talk. That's a works car ahead against the privateer, isn't it?
It's a works car that's horribly bent, but
Doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. That's the point about
It's a
endurance
position.
racing. Exactly, you've got to get past it. It doesn't matter what their problems are, especially them almost certainly self-inflicted. He's got a lovely toe down the way into the straight. Oh, that was your Nanjar pass, wasn't it, from the Fordzilla car, showing damage on the front left as it sweeps back and round in front of Woodcote. They're going to go for it, but are they going to get confused by the BM? No, they can just blast past that one on the old start-finish straight. But yeah, I mean, I think the next chance really, I think, is to get right behind him, get past on the hanger straight, I would think, because there is a good aero effect on this car.
Looks, yeah, a very good aero effect. Oh, and a spin. Was that a spin? Now, was that a bit of a touch?
Oh, it's on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the Fordzilla car, what I couldn't decide was whether there was a little touch there. That will be looked at, I'm sure. So coming through into Cops.
Oh,
yeah. Well, 26 goes to the right-hand side. Very odd look to the turn-in there. And, yeah, there was a clip at the apex. Looks to me as though Jack was struggling a little bit with that car, and he turned in and got oversteer. No, actually, it was just a punt. But it didn't look like the right place to turn in for me, and damage to that car, I would say. I think Jack was struggling already with damage to that car, but now he's got right rear damage. Now that might end up in a penalty there, Nick. However,
that has to be a penalty. Oh, I think he's completely. He was doing I don't know whether that was just dirty tyres, but he was having a huge problem getting anything to run straight then, wasn't he?
No, I think that there's left rear corner damage on the 26. I asked this question as much as for anybody watching and listening who isn't au fait as people who are. When you're driving, can something break?
Yes, if you go over curves, you can break things over curves.
Yeah.
On the damage model, yeah, it's particularly prevalent at the Ford chicane at Le Mans, where you try and monster that, and it'll take the underside. Well, you'll either take the underside out of a P car, in which case you'll just lose speed and downforce instantly, or you can actually get suspension damage and have and knock your steering out of alignment on a big curb.
I've got to tell you, I think the Fordzilla car was struggling already in the previous laps before it was caught up. It's come straight into the pits because that was not the line that I would have expected Jack Ashton, who is a very experienced driver, to be taking, and he was losing time very quickly. I think that car was already carrying damage. There was definitely contact at the apex, no doubt about that, but I wonder why Jack was there and going at the reduced speed, and what were the issues he was battling.
I think he got more front end than he was expecting. He seemed very, very tight into the corner, in which case he probably was just struggling with a bit of turn and oversteer, and then it comes off the throttle, and then of course the car taking the natural line, which is why he hit the rear left of the car, just sweeps by and clips him, because he wouldn't have expected to lose the pace he did doing it. But still, he shouldn't have hit him, and
I'd be looking at that.
I would expect the stewards to issue a stop and go for that. Because he gained a position, and the car got, the cause and effect, and the car has been effectively finished off, I suppose you'd say, after having had a few goes early with the team itself.
Now, that means that the 103, the RAF team, now that RAF team has also dropped down to, no, it's going in the 6th place. Yeah, okay, fine, that's good. That's Chris Slater. The Ashton car will not lose. I don't think will lose. It might do now. They're not out in the next 20 seconds. For Shane Stoney in the 89, his next round, that's Year 1 Racing Team Pirello. That will take 7th position in a moment or two. Just having a look at the front of the field, and Cess is quite right to say that at the end of this lap or the next one, the Roll Centre car will be into the pits for its splash of fuel with actually a bit more than I thought. I thought they were going to be 10 or 12 minutes of fuel. Yeah, well, all right. If he does one more lap after this one, then that's another 2 minutes, isn't it? So yeah, maybe. That is unfortunate. They lost some time early on when they got hit from behind. Spin cost them. That spin cost them about 10 seconds, and then the repair 28 seconds. They are 28 seconds behind Dan Webster, and although the fuel strategy hasn't worked for them, Dan's still leading the HP automotive leaders in class. 11th position overall, best of the GT cars, Vibe Esports Porsche, the 29 car, Year 1 leading the Mazdas. At the front of the field, it's Dan Webster in the 111 car that he has been driving extensively, as in all by himself. I'm seeing Dan's name. Sorry, excuse me. Paul Crabb got in and did a double stint in the middle. My apologies, Paul. Did 2 29 lap stints in the middle, and other than that, it's been all Dan. And I'll tell you in a moment how that played out in terms of times of driver stats. I'm pretty certain Dan has done the lion's share. Yeah, Dan has done 4 hours already.
Wow.
Now, who was in the car for the stoppage? I'm not certain. Paul put in afterwards. He's done 2 stints. Yeah, he's done 1 hour and 50. And here into the pit lane comes the second place car, and that is spot on time. It's another 28 lap stint for the Roll Centre car. It will be a splash of fuel. Question is, will they spend 28 seconds to put tyres on? I don't think they will they? With only 15 minutes to go.
No, there'll be no point in doing that, John. There's no way you get the advantage back of that, and no, they haven't. They just done the fuel they needed, and they get out again, and now they'll be hoping that HP Automotive have made a fuel miscalculation, they've made a mistake, because they're going to be a minute, probably near enough a minute back after the stop.
What they will be able to do is, depending on the grip left in the tyres, they will be able to drive that car flat out, whereas HPE, I don't think they can. I'm not saying they're desperately short of fuel, but they're not on the cusp, but they're close, is what I'm going to say. So they have to be a bit wary of not maybe doing one extra lap. I don't think it would make that much of a difference, but I think they can coast home now. They'll be driving to fuel numbers. I mean, Dan's still putting in, he's just putting a 54.2. He's only 2 seconds away from that car's best lap, which was set way back. Way back.
Yeah, just checking the times for both cars, and they're effectively the same. There's no graded loss. It just depends where you are in relation to the traffic. So it's going to need a incident at some point. We can't count those out in today's race. There's going to be an incident at some point to change that around.
Is there somewhere where you can pull up the incident points and see if any of those two are on the brink?
Something only the management team can do. I can't do that.
Ah, right. Well, Cess can tell us that. He went to HP Automotive 14. Now have 18, and that says just. I know not everybody else can hear you. You're talking in my ear. That is total. That's not. They've not already had one drive-through, so that is total. So they've not had a single drive-through yet. Right. Okay. So 14 and 18. So they're all right, unless they manage to pinball off about 4 different cars, which hey, come on, it could happen. Lovely driving by the Roll Centre team through one of those clumps of cars. Just to finish off that thought about clumps, actually, because as you were coming to the end of that, we got a bit of action out on the track. It doesn't matter what the car count is or how long the track is.
No.
So you can be at Le Mans with 60 cars on 8.5 miles. You can be at Lime Rock Park with 40 cars that I've done there on a mile and a half, just under 2 miles. You can be at the Nürburgring Nordschleife with, this year in the full metal race, just on 100 cars rather than the usual 170. And you'd think to yourself, right, well, Lime Rock Park with 40 cars is going to be a nightmare. And for ages, it'll be, pick up a car, pick up a car, pick up a car. At Le Mans with 60 cars, it'll be nothing, 8 cars. How did they all get together? Or nothing, 10 cars, all in different classes. And you think to yourself, how does that possibly... Have they got magnets in there? Have they got carbon attracting magnets in there? That's the clumping that we're talking about.
Well, I'll be honest with you, that's what I'd like to see some mathematician do a thesis on. Not
Never
whether
mind the
going
butterfly
slower
theory.
Not going whether going slower on a motorway actually allows more cars to go through. Explain to us why multi-class racing clumps, and that's something I'll be interested in reading his report from. And that's what he deserves.
That's a thesis. That's
exactly.
the grant. That's the thesis. That's the Nobel Prize. That's what we would like. That's what we'd like to know.
My watch would as well, apparently.
Yeah. Okay. I wondered what that was. I'd like to see what Phaedra had left open. Yeah. So never mind the butterfly chaos theory. Never mind the ebb and flow theory of Dave Miggins on the A1 at Hartlepool on his way home braked a little bit too hard, and meanwhile 140 miles further south there's a 5-mile tailback. None of that. You want somebody to explain the quantum physics and mathematics behind endurance racing multi-class car clumping.
And then also produce a predictive situation where you know it's going to happen.
Excellent.
I'm sure like Paul Truswell would love to have that. They could.
Paul Truswell is your man for that. In fairness, I bet he could knock that up in a weekend probably. He's probably even down working on it.
Got one yet?
If he hasn't already got one yet, yes, exactly. By the way, the number 26 Ford Zilla car is still in the pits.
Yeah, so, he lost the rear toe link. It's going to be at least 11 minutes to repair that.
I love the way you know that off the top of your head. Is that from
Had a lot
bitter
of
experience?
Had a lot of accidents. What can you say? Whole team of accidents. It was 4 of us all coming off in various corners in various races. Yeah. Oh, okay, fine.
It's been, I have to tell you, Dave, if you're a listener, it has been an absolute delight working with my Radio Show Limited commentary colleagues this year, as they've all thrown themselves in mightily to iRacing. Joe, Nick, Ben Constantiouris, all have been doing quite a lot of iRacing, taking part in a variety of events, some under the RSL banner, some Secret Squirrel, I'm sure, as well. They gave me so much stick in the past for referring to my real life racing, such as it has been and infrequent as it has, to try and explain things that you see on the track. And they have all absolutely fallen into and dived into the same thing of, but that you work from your own experience, don't you?
Well, yeah, it's obviously a chance I never get in reality to actually race in an event I'm commentating on. I mean,
I've only done that once. It's hard.
Yeah, one of the things I think is most interesting is actually how you learn the nuances of tracks, because they're so well modelled. You actually, I mean, I learned so much about Le Mans just by doing 60 laps of Le Mans. You suddenly learn, the cambers and the corners and what you can do and what you can't do. And even obviously in my limited talent, both virtually and obviously compared to the real races, you suddenly and you learn about closing speeds and for example you realise where the P1s are making their speed and how they're quick and how they're using the hybrid power. And obviously it's particularly interesting to me because I'm working the pits most years, and it gives you extra knowledge. But it's a really, really interesting thing just to see how the tracks fit together.
And it works the other way as well, because I haven't been able to sit down with people on sims and say, well, the reason is there's a big bump there, so you don't turn in there. Turn 5 at Road Atlanta is a perfect example. You need to keep parallel to the curb on the right-hand side as you come to turn 5 for much longer than looks normal, because there's a bump in the middle that's accurately represented in the simulations. Courtney, remember Joe Bradley said to me, could not get his head around Courtney until I drove him round it the year I was racing there. And I drove him round it and told him what I'd found out in a hire car, not actually a hire car, but in a street car, and it fell into place from him from that on. It transfers backwards and forwards. When I can, if I'm going to a new track, obviously you walk the track in the real world. The other thing I do is I give the guys at base simulators, Darren Turner's place, give them a ring and find out if I can go and find me an hour to go and jump in and do some laps. It's amazing. That's how I learned Courtney, because I'd never seen that track before. I'd never sat in the car before. I got, I think, 8 laps before qualifying, and then had to qualify in the car in the dark as well, which is another complication. And it was really, really helpful, because that's how good this is. So if you're looking at this and thinking, oh, people playing a game on a Sunday afternoon, I've said it before, I'll say it again. If you think of iRacing and simulated racing as a game, you will not get very far. You have to put the hours in, you have to put the time in, you've got to treat it. Yes, there's no jeopardy, but you have to treat it as though there is, because otherwise you won't learn anything. You will not learn anything. We are under 10 minutes to go, in fact under 7 minutes to go now. We'll go through the classes in just a moment, but it's been a pretty good run from HPE at the sharp end of the field. They've done a cracking job. All the pit stops are finished now, and they have got a handy minute 13-second lead. And you've got to say that they have done this pretty well. Dan Webster doing the lion's share of the race, with Paul Crabb jumping in for just under a 2-hour stint right in the middle of the race, and Dan finishing it off since then. And this grey car not winning the livery competition, but they came to stand on the top step, and that is what they will do. Roll Centre Racing, a little bit of a miscalculation on the fuel, and their last pit stop, penultimate pit stop, was untidy as well. Suffered the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune at the sharp end of the race. I think only about an hour and 15 minutes in, when they got tail-ended and dropped over 40 seconds. And it's going to be, remarkably, I think, Mission Motorsport, the 103 car, that will come through in third position for, well, Rob Austin, who Tom Ingram also in that car. If from memory serves, Rob Austin got into that car after Tom Ingram had been battling for the lead. The first thing he did was crash into the leader and get a penalty. Craig Elliott's also been in that car as well. So it's not been a squeaky clean run from the 103, but with other people making mistakes, notably the Fordzilla cars, both of whom have challenged, they look like they're going to get a spot on the podium. Guana Racer will take the prize for the most battered car furthest up the field in any class, I think, in fourth position, ahead of WTF1, who had to change their driver lineup very late in the day. Then the RAF Motorsports Association, I didn't see if they got the penalty for that, but they may well have taken it and got back out again ahead of Year 1 Team Racing Grello after the contact with the Team Fordzilla 26 machine. Is that both Fordzilla cars?
No penalty for them.
Ooh, okay.
So far.
Both Fordzillas are out, I'm being told. Yeah, that'll be disappointing for them. They came with high hopes. 11th overall and taking the run to the flag in the GT4 category. I honestly do not think they have been headed with the hastily painted but very beautiful livery on the 29. 3 incidents points in the whole race. Nick Damon, can you mention that to Joe Bradley? 3 incidents, not the fastest car in GT4, although they qualified very well. They were on the front row on the pole, but they have not necessarily been the fastest in the race, but immaculate in letting other cars through. The amount of times I've seen that, I thought Graham was showing me a replay at least 3 or 4 times as they just changed their turning point for maggots to let a prototype through and just eased off, cost them 3/4 of a second, maybe 1.1 seconds. But look at that car. It is immaculate. There is not a piece of virtual vinyl out of place on that car, and a brilliant run despite the issues that they had in terms of their strategy, not with the car but with their comfort brakes. Scott McFall falling a bit short in the middle of the race, or being caught a bit short perhaps would be the better terminology. That car has never been headed. The 4X that comes through in second, the best of the BMWs, heading a BMW benefit in the minor places, from Performance Link in third. 4X, they've done a good job as well with 4X Racing, Alex Rivet, Blackwell Chambers in that car. He'll take the glory laps to the finish as well. Alex Rivet in that car as well, as we mentioned. And then Performance Link, they're going to be in third position in that. Look at these cars. Not a ding, not a scratch, not a mark on them. Absolutely brilliant. And that is the way to do it, of course. Tom Bingham, Chris van der Nesse in that car as well, and he'll bring that car to the end. And those will be the top 3 there. Just brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff indeed. Then Mission Motorsport just off the podium. Win that battle that they've had race long for the minor positions with Year 1 Team Racing Purple. They've been having a cracking scrap. It's just eased away for Mission Motorsport, the 102, in the dying laps. XZ Racing bring the black BMW home next with the green hindquarters ahead of another BMW HF Impala Racing. Excuse me, that's a Porsche. My apologies, sorry. That's effectively second Porsche. Third Porsche, but laps down. Team RSL ROR, but hoping for a good result in the livery competition. In the Mazdas, it's going to be Year 1. Still drifting that car, Chris Wally, who led the early part of the races, and what a race he's had. They weren't leading all of the race. There was a little bit in the middle where they lost the position, and but really they've done a cracking job in the number 16 car. And exciting second, and year one Mazda Marvels in third. The time is counting down now, so this is the last lap. We can say now that this is the last lap because time will expire on this lap. Oh no, they'll get one more. Where are we now? No, sorry, that's the old pit.
I've done that twice.
Hindhoff overexcited about wrong part of circuit. Also, not a headline for anybody who has listened to my commentary down through the years. So the time is now expired. So that means effectively the white flag comes out, or the last lap board, sorry. Tell I do a lot of commentary in America, apologies. Will come out now, but it means that the checkered flag comes out this time around. So Dan Webster will stroke it home. He's got pretty much 100 seconds on second place. And this has been a very good run indeed by HPE Automotive. And the inaugural iRacing Mission Motorsport Race of Remembrance virtual then goes to the 111. They were so confident they didn't just put one number one on their car, they put three. And HPE Automotive wins it then. We'll get a word with Dan, I'm sure, in a moment. Roll Centre will come through in a moment or two's time. They're about a quarter of the way round the lap. It's going to be Will Chadwick coming to the end of the lap for GT4 for Vibe. And where's the leading Mazda? That's Chris Worley, and he's halfway around his last lap as well. Still passing cars. Goes by the number 16 rather, just letting. Oh, now who was that? Oh, and Calvin Dent has got the checkered flag and has come in, so he's already finished in second place. Here comes William onto the long hanger straight, and I'm just going to switch screens, Nick, while you have some thoughts on what you've seen and our winners, so I can check for interviewees. Nick Dearman.
I think certainly we take the top class. It's a victory for calm, sensible driving over fast, aggressive driving, and the cars that went off and looked spectacular and dived up the inside, they've all anyway had their comeuppance in some ways. And it's a great performance by HP Automotive and Roll Centre, who both drove very, very sensibly. Once again, Vibe Esport in the Porsche, who are
single
their
digits in 6 hours incident points. What did we say? Three, four?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
you can get through by sneezing by accident while also driving. No, but again, it's about keeping it clean. I think that's what's really been shown. I think also it's interesting that it appeared to be a revelation that appeared to hit the drivers about 2.5 hours in. Actually, this wasn't going to work very well if we carried on doing what we're doing. And in the Mazdas, it's hard work being the slowest car in a multi-car field. It's really hard work.
You're barely ever looking forward, are you?
Yeah, but you're sitting here, right? You can't ever get in a rhythm because you're always being overtaken. You're always frustrated because you can't go as fast as you want to do because someone's buzzed you. But you have to keep that total concentration the whole time. And it's every single class with every single good as the other. Yes, we get more coverage at HP Automotive because they are the fastest, but they've done no better than Vibe Esport or no better than Year One TV. They're all fabulous winners.
Driver of the race, I think, is the Vibe guys. 3 incident points in a multi-class race on Silverstone where and now he's put the car on its roof. How he managed to do that, I don't know. Did we have Ben Collins in that as well that punched the telegraph pole through the floor, but being held back onto his wheels by the competitors, which is very lovely. That's even got Graham Sesford laughing in my ear.
How did he turn over?
Oh, I've no clue. But I'm not sure whether he did that on purpose or not. But that's the only time we've seen that car out of shape at all race. A couple of thank yous to say. WTF1, the race, thank you for broadcasting this. Graham, you and your guys have been glorious to work with. Thank you very much indeed. Ever since we got on board with this and we started talking about it, thank you for all the help that you've given Nick and myself in the commentary and working with you to work out how this was going to work with us in our studio and you doing your normal thing, which you do for all your league races, which is worth checking out, by the way, year one, if you want to go and do some very professionally run racing. And thank you to Nick and to Ben, who've joined me here, Nick Damon and Ben Collins. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm going to start grabbing some interviews here. Let's get Dan Webster from the leading team. Dan, hopefully you can hear us here in the Global Broadcast Centre. Dan Webster, overall winner, 111 on the car. Well done, mate. Did that go as planned? Would you say that was as you expected?
Well, ultimately, yeah, but it didn't start as planned.
What happened at the start? Remind me. We've seen that much racing.
I think Matt from WTF1 rear-ended me while we were forming up for the grid.
Yes, that's right.
But
Sorry, I forgot all about that.
I'll forgive him because I do like what he does. So I went back into the pits to get repaired, and then we got a black flag and got held for 2 minutes 40 seconds.
Yeah.
So we started with a bit of a handicap, and the car was tiny bit damaged, but nothing major. I'll forgive him because I do like what he does.
Oh, getting a little
so
bit back there.
I went back
Well,
into
listen, mate, well done, because you came from the back of the class to win it, and nobody can take away what you have done. You have won the first ever Mission Motorsport virtual race in Remembrance. So you're going to come back and do it next year?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the race was awesome. So format and the way it was set up with the safety car, absolutely brilliant. It's really good. I'm well impressed.
Well, come back and defend next year. Well done to the pair of you, and great recovery drive. I'm pleased you've enjoyed it. Thanks for supporting us.
Yeah, no, thank you. It was fantastic.
Dan Webster there from HPE, the winners of the race. Now, let's get William Chadwick in, winners in the GT4 category. Well, you survived a wee scare in the middle of that, William. Sorry, couldn't resist that. Ultimately, because the guys you were racing against had another stop as well, it didn't cost you. That, I mean, we heard at the end from Graham there, 3 incident points all race in a multi-class race where you're the middle class at Silverstone. You've got to be delighted with that.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a great race and had a lot of fun. We kept it really clean the entire time, and just a thank you to all the sponsors, all the team, IMB, SimFX Racing, Vibe Esports, everyone there. It's been a great experience, and I couldn't speak more highly of how it's been organised and put together.
I'll ask you the same question then as I asked Dan. If we do it again next year, which I feel, I've got to say, I did rather put Jim Cameron's arm up his back. Would you come back and defend?
Well, we might have to go to the radical class.
Ooh.
I think there's a bit of we could maybe throw it in there and see what we could do. I mean, I think every radical at the end had a bit of damage, so maybe we could try and go clean on a radical.
Well, you've got a good result on that for sure. Well done to the pair of you, and thank you for supporting a very worthy cause.
Well, thank you very much.
Enjoy your Sunday, William. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you. Chris Whaley is our next winner, and there he is. I've got him. Let's move him in there. Chris, congratulations for winning the MX5 category. Talk us through that, mate. Nick was saying, what's it must be like being in an MX5. How much of the race do you think you were actually looking forward, and how much do you think you were looking in your mirrors?
Oh, absolutely. Spent 95% of that race looking in the rear mirror.
Your car is immaculate. All right. The HPE guys at the front of the field, poor Dan got rear-ended before he started and had to start at the back. Yourselves, most of the podium finishes in all the classes, that car looks like it does on the Spotter's Guide. I mean, is there any damage at all on there?
Not that I know of. We didn't have any contact with anyone else, and I think we might be the only ones in the race to do that.
You did very, very well. I think the winners in the GT category were exactly the same. Was there ever any doubt that you were going to take the Mazda? There's so much fun to drive in the real world and in iRacing, but you're here in a class where you're 20 seconds or so slower than the quickest cars, and those prototypes come up on you so quick.
There's a lot of snobbery against the Mazda in iRacing because it's sort of the basic car that everyone starts in, but it's so much fun. It's just a go-kart with 200 horsepower. What's not to like? It's sliding everywhere. It's brilliant.
Now, you were on a fixed setup. Was that a help or a hindrance? I mean, everybody looked like they were handling the cars really well. The flat slides through, the four-wheel drifts through all of the fast corners. Looked like everybody had got their heads around the setup.
Yeah, no, the setup worked especially well for me. I like quite a stable one, and this was quite a stable setup as Mazda setups go, so it worked quite well for me.
Well, we wish you all the best for the rest of the day. And again, we're going to do this again. There's no doubt, Chris, we're going to do this again. So will you come back? I think all the winners, if all the winners come back, we need to have gold wing mirrors on them or something to say that they won last time. But if we do another virtual ROR, are you back?
Oh, absolutely. I'm 100% there.
Right. Excellent. That's what I like to say. Put the title on the line when we do this next time. Best to the pair of you. Thanks very much indeed.
Thanks very much, guys.
Cheers. Let's go to Tom Ingram next. Are you going to do that, Cess, or do you want me to? Oh, he's there already. Tom Ingram. Look at that. Cess is so quick. You just shout up, Cess, when you're firing people into the booth. Tom Ingram. Tom, good afternoon. Well, first of all, obvious question. Did you enjoy that?
My bum didn't. I've got the numbest bum in the world now from sat on this seat for the last God knows how many hours. But it was a great event. I thought we saw some great action. And we had some good racing, so it's thoroughly enjoyable.
Well, you had in your team an up and down. The opening stanza. I felt like coming and slapping you on the back of the head, and Jacobs Austin as well, who you were chasing, because you were racing as if it was 3 laps to go in a 5-lap sprint.
Well, we've not got to look after the car. That's one good thing about them now. It feels a little bit different from when you're doing a long distance race to a virtual long distance race. You haven't quite got the worry of curb strikes and looking after tires and looking after brakes. So it kind of it encourages you to push on maybe a little bit more than you should.
Terribly entertaining. Terribly entertaining. Your teammates conspired to get you off the podium with various penalties. I think Rob jumped into the car, and the first thing he did was drove into the leader.
I couldn't possibly comment too much without getting under the bus, but he did make it slightly harder for us, maybe. But it's difficult in a race distance like that, because the closing speeds from the Radicals to the MX-5s to the BMs to the Porsches, the closing distances and closing speeds are massive, and sometimes all of the issues that we had to cause our 30-second stop goes were all just from tripping over other cars. And Craig got caught out a couple of times. Rob was caught out a couple of times as well. So it's difficult in those circumstances to kind of judge the traffic, work out where is best to get past, work out where's best to hold back. So it's difficult.
When do we next see you in a full metal car? When are you back in the real world?
We're back to our final round of the season this weekend at Brands Hatch.
Oh,
so it's going to be nice and cold. So we're going into the final weekend, able to win the championship. We need a little bit of luck on our side, but final weekend of the year. So that'll be us done, and probably on the simulator all over winter now.
All right. Well, I'm sure there'll be plenty going on. 3rd place in the end. I know, this is quote unquote a bit of fun, but getting a podium is getting a podium, isn't it? In whatever racing you're doing.
Of course, and I've got to say well done to Craig, and say well done to Rob as well. I think we worked really, really well. We were all very similar on pace as well. So, no, big thanks to everyone, and big thanks to all of you guys from the commentary team, and of course everyone at Mission Motorsport for putting on, as always, a fantastic event.
All right, cheers, mate. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, buddy.
We've got Craig Elliott in here as well. Hello, Craig.
Hello there. How are you?
I'm all right. How was that for you then? Teammates to Tom, of course, and Rob, 3rd position. If I'd offered you that at 8 o'clock this morning before we got started. Would you have taken?
Oh, I would have easily been happy to have taken that. Yeah, it was brilliant. Obviously driving with Tom and Rob as well has been a massive way of learning for me as well. Getting seeing the lines they take, the way they drive, their exit speeds, everything like that. Just everything that they're doing, I'm trying to take on board. And it's been a really good experience to just be a part of.
Well, you followed Rob a little bit too much, though, Craig, didn't you? And got yourself a black flag as well.
Well, there was that moment, yeah, which I'm quite happy to hold my hands up for you.
Yeah, that was the part of the mentoring that you weren't meant to take on board. In fairness, but I'll tell you what, you did a great job. You got up to speed very quickly. Fine margins. We talked about this in the commentary. Fine margins between hero and zero, and you got caught out with that a couple of times. Is that just a little bit of naivety maybe in multi-class racing?
I think so. Also, for me, this is the first time I've ever done anything that's endurance related. So going from what I would normally do would be sprint racing, and trying to fight for positions quite soon, instead of just thinking, just keep plugging away and just keep going and not making mistakes. It was one of those things where I just had to learn to be patient at times, and there was a moment where Tom actually said be patient, and I just decided not to be, and that's where a mistake happened. So again, yeah, it's just a massive thing for me to learn from.
Well, cracking job. Third place on the virtual podium, and a great job. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. You deserve to take some time off and maybe have a little adult beverage.
No, well, thanks for all of you. Thanks for all of your efforts. It's been fantastic today.
Yeah, great livery on the car as well from Craig Elliott in the 103. Jack Oliphant has joined us in the booth. Just a quick word before we go much further. I want to say hello to Representative Greer Martin, who is listening over in the US. Good to know you've been watching and tuned in, Greer. He said, thanks to the whole team for bringing the event to the world. Only thing missing is the Welsh weather. We had plenty of fog and dampness, actually, right in the centre of England today, Greer. If we'd actually been at Silverstone, I think we might have been struggling. Jack, you've been watching. I know you have. Some thoughts at the end?
Yeah, no, I've been watching the entire thing. Thanks, John. Well, mainly because I wanted to learn a lot from you as a broadcaster and commentating perspective. But it was it was some awesome racing, and it's great to see the likes of Tom Ingram and Jack Ashton right at the beginning there. Sort of, although it was like, okay, like you got 5.5 hours to go, chill out a little bit. That's exactly what we like to see from Tom Ingram in the touring cars. So it was great to see it happen in the real world, in the virtual world as well. So. Yeah, I mean the 3x that we had from Vibe, that's incredible, especially from only two drivers. Doing 3 hours each and only averaging 1.5x between them over 6 hours. Incredible stuff. So there's a lot of takeaways from there, and a lot of the MX5 drivers that I know did really well as well, which is awesome. The Year 1 guys and the Excite guys, they often feature on the Year 1's BSR MX5 Pro Series on a Tuesday night that I cover. So, yeah, no, it was a fantastic event. And it's all for a great cause as well. It'd be great to have a sort of total where we're up to at the end of this broadcast for Mission Motorsport, because obviously that is what the Race Remembrance is all about.
Well, let's bring in, it would be no show without punch. Let's finish off this part of the show at least. I know we've got plenty of interviews awaiting, and I think, Jack, you're going to go through some of those. Jim Cameron is back with us again. Well, bit of drama at the end. Bungled entrance to the pit lane. Cost the Roll Centre guys a shot at the victory, but we have our winners in class, Jim, and I want a commitment from you now. I want you to say right now we're doing virtual ROR at some stage in 2021.
Yeah, well, there's something that I need to do first, which is just congratulate the HPE team, the Vibe Esports team, and the Year 1 guys in the MX5.
Yeah.
I've only caught the last hour of this because clearly I've been on the road and down to Thruxton and then back again. I had the commentary on in the car as I was driving home, and I got to have the quick chat with you guys earlier, and then just caught really the last hour of the race, and it just looked brilliant, and I just wanted to be part of it myself. We've had some amazing racing. Our Xbox guys, there's a couple of big races that have been happening. One of them's just finished up. With them raising a chunk of change. But firstly, huge congratulations to those who've won their individual classes. We are going to get you guys into behind the wheel of something in the real world, and a skid pan session at Thruxton, which I promise you'll have a really good time to do. And if you're able to come along and do that, then for those class winners, we're absolutely delighted. And in fact, I think we're going to sit you out on the mains Thruxton circuit in a F-Type SVR to the overall winners. Richly deserved. To get to the end of the race as well, it's really telling, isn't it, that those cars with no damage on it are the ones that have come through to the end of the race, even despite the best efforts of Matt Gallagher at the on the start line. Bless him, that was an amazing moment. But yeah, absolute commitment right here and right now. Next year we will absolutely be running a Race of Remembrance online. We want you all to come back, bring your friends. Let's make it bigger. Let's make it shinier, and we can learn the lessons out of this time. So many people to thank, Hindy, most of whom you've absolutely nailed. But for our competitors as well, Geordie Patterson, ex-Remy and Invictus Games team captain. He's also headed up a lot of our esports stuff over the course of lockdown, where we brought communities of people together on PS4, on Xbox, and again on iRacing as well. This is a guy who went and did the Dakar with Race to Recovery, and managed to see out a full career. And he's been amazing at pulling those guys and girls together to be part of the teams. This is new stuff for us. So we are going to be more swept up, more sharp, more practice, more rehearsed, and further up to the front of the grid with some of those Mission Motorsport teams. Thanks so much to all the good sports who've been in alongside them. The WTF guys, just amazing getting that out there. And Paul in particular, Pike, I'm really grateful to you. But Radio Show Limited, you were there at the very beginning of Race of Remembrance, and you're right amongst it as we deal with this weird 2020 year. Thank you, and Eve, Nick, Ben Collins, the others who've been online. So grateful. What a thing. Let's do it again.
Because I'm from the Northeast, I'm not backwards in coming forwards. I'm going to ask about the money. How far are we on in the money? Set ourselves a very stiff target of 50,000. We'll be getting somewhere close to half of that during the race. And I know the fundraising hasn't finished yet because we've still got auctions and various other things going on. But a call to action to anybody who's listening. How are we doing?
We're well over halfway.
Right, okay.
There is stuff which is still coming in all of the time, and that total on Virgin as well, the stuff which hasn't been raised through that means we'll update, we'll pull it across there, and we'll have a better idea by the course of this evening. But we've still got a little way to go. That auction's going to get us across the line, I hope, as we kind of drive towards that. And for everybody who's been racing, sat there in a racing seat, who's got a numb bum like Tom Ingram, thank you so much. This is really cool. Get that stuff out there if there's a bit of motorsport memorabilia that you want to do, or you fancy going out there and like Dave Monk's tabbing round half of Germany. Then we're just tremendously grateful for helping us plug this gaping gap that we've got as a result of losing the Anglesey race. But I think we've gained so much more.
I think we'll leave the last word to Jim. Thanks again to that. I know there's people waiting for interviews. Thank you for waiting for us. But it's time for us to wrap up now. Graham and the team, thanks very much. Jim, I've loved every second of it, mate. Every second of it. That was the first, but not the last, Mission Motorsport virtual Race of Remembrance. We have 3 winners. They'll be back next year to defend, and it could be you who's taking them on. From everybody at Silverstone this Sunday afternoon of Remembrance Sunday. However you've watched, listened, or been involved, thank you so much. MissionMotorsport.org. There's still work to be done. I'm John Hindhaugh. Bye-bye.